Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Master of Fragrance, 3 fragrances and 4 flavors. Do you know where there are places to rent caves in this city? He did not ask is there any. Instead, he asked directly where it was. This is normal. Xianlin Immortal City is such a magnificent city, and it is said that millions of cultivators gather there. There must be a place suitable for cultivation. And such a place, if nothing unexpected happens, must be jointly controlled by the 7 major sects. However, Xianlin Immortal City is not the holy land of the 7 sects. It would be a waste if those spiritual places were left empty. Therefore, renting is undoubtedly the most suitable way to deal with it. Zongmiao was not surprised. He immediately said, I know this. Senior, do you want to go and have a look now? Luo Chen looked back. The inn that Zongmiao helped to find was indeed good value for money. It was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of people. At present, most of the cultivators of Luo Chen have been arranged. The Nanguang family has also been arranged. Only on the Li family side, Li Yixuan's face flushed, and he came out alone to talk to the boss. Seeing this, Zongmiao smiled bitterly and said, Don't blame me. This is already the cheapest inn in the city. One person can stay for 10 days for only 5 spirit stones, and a free meal of spirit rice is provided. Senior Li has a lot of people, so he may not be able to afford the cost. Luo Chen remained silent. He knew the situation of the Li family. Relatively speaking, their financial resources were not bad. But in order to deal with danger, Li Yixun spent a lot of money to buy a low-grade magic weapon, which emptied out half of his family's financial resources. There should be quite a few spirit stones left. But now, since coming to Xianlin Fairy City, spirit stones have been pouring out like water. Even if she doesn't care about things, she knows that if she continues like this, she will sooner or later run out of money. She doesn't know what to do to increase revenue. But saving money is already in progress. However, she grew up under the care of her family and only knew how to practice. She is not good at such worldly bargaining. After talking for a while, she made the boss impatient. Even Liao, who was standing next to him, blushed, just like a parent bargaining for something, and the child felt embarrassed. In the end, the bargaining failed. She could only accept the price proposed by the boss and arrange for all the Li family members to go in. But in this way, she would have to pay hundreds of spirit stones again. Li Yixun naturally knew that her scene was watched by many people. But, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Li Yixun said to Luo Chen with a wry smile. Luo Chen shook his head, without showing any mockery. On the contrary, he admired her spirit of being able to lose face. When people are humble, face is often the least valuable. He also used to bargain with people at a small stall, like a nagging woman, half a spirit stone. As Nanguang Jin came over, Luo Chen said directly, I plan to go and see the cave mansion. Do you want to come with me? Cave mansion. 2nd level Spirit Bane land. Facing the gazes of the two, Luo Chen nodded. Nanguang Jin said immediately, Of course I have to go together. Li Yixun thought about it, gritted her teeth and said, Let's go and take a look. However, before she was about to leave, she turned her head and sent a message to Liao. At the door of the inn, Liao, who was about to go out for a walk, heard the message and his face turned bitter. This was to let him stay in the inn and look after the tribesmen. On the Luo Xianhu side, under the auspices of Sima Wei Niang, the rules had already been issued. On the first day, it was forbidden to go out, and everyone had a good rest. Starting from the 2nd day, people were sent out in batches to familiarize themselves with Xianlin Fairy City. Moreover, they were not allowed to wander around randomly. They had to walk around carefully and safely under the guidance of the guide Zongmiao. The car is coming. Zongmiao jumped out from under a pavilion and waved fiercely. After a giant tiger stopped, Zongmiao turned back. 3 seniors, get in the car. Luo Chen looked at the giant tiger car with a look of surprise. Unlike the fully enclosed black python car, the car in front of them was actually open. Sitting on it, one could have a panoramic view of the scenery outside the car. However, the seats were scarce, and it could only accommodate about a dozen people. At this moment, The passengers on it were looking at the three of them curiously. Without hesitation, after paying 2 spiritual stones, Luo Chen got on the car. Suzai Ali was in the back row, wiping the soft chair with his sleeve. "Senior, sit here." "Yes, thank you." Luo Chen sat down, and Li Yixun and Nanguang Jin also sat in the same row. The Binglin Palace we are going to is quite far from Yulu Street, and there are only 2 buses going there. This giant tiger car is one of them. Listening to Suzai Ali's words, Luo Chen asked curiously, "Why are the cars in Xianlan Fairy City not of uniform standard?" Suzai Ali scratched his head. "I don't know about that. How many such cars are there in Xianlan Fairy City?" "That, I know. There are 5 beast cars, 2 black pythons, and 3 giant tigers. These are puppet cars from Luo sect. In addition, there are 3 magic tools, Liu Iron Long cars launched by Yanmen, and 2 iron mountain seats from Alio Mountain." Luo Chen was stunned, and then stroked his smooth chin thoughtfully. "This means that the operation of Xianlan Fairy City is currently controlled by these 3 sects. It seems that the ticket fare is not expensive, but after multiple trips every day, the spiritual stones harvested will be a huge profit." He glanced at the other 2 people who were traveling with him. Nanguang Jin closed his eyes to rest, and seemed to be uninterested in anything outside. But Luo Chen knew that he had been seriously injured before. What he needed most now was a safe spiritual land with abundant spiritual energy to recover from his injuries. Li Yixun looked out the window, his eyes sparkling with surprise from time to time. This lively look was very much like a little girl who came to a big city. It was completely different from the head of the family who had been haggling with the boss in the inn before. Perhaps, this was the real her. Luo Chen also paid attention to the scenery outside the car at this time. Especially those tall buildings and shops. So many robes. "Senior, that is Xianai Building, which specializes in selling robes, especially for female cultivators. Behind it is the Chen family of Xianai Fang." "The Chen family of Xianai Fang." "Yes, it is a family of immortal cultivators. There are 3 great foundation building cultivators in it, and they have a close relationship with the Ice Castle and are close to the Xianlan Immortal City. Therefore, they can open this Xianai Building in a prominent position." Luo Chen suddenly realized. This kind of immortal cultivation family is very similar to the Whole family and the Duan family. Both of them have some relationship with the Yan League and the Luo sect. However, the strength of the Chen family of Xianai Fang is not comparable to the 2. His eyes fell on a building, and there was a faint pungent but refreshing fragrance wafting over. "What is this selling?" "Shixiang Pavilion, a force specializing in various kinds of strange fragrances. The 3 fragrances and 4 flavors they sell are very popular among cultivators." 3 fragrances and 4 flavors. 3 fragrances are 3 kinds of fragrances: soul-calling fragrance, fierce god fragrance, and alien fragrance. Luo Chen became interested. What are these 3 kinds of fragrances used for, and why are they so popular among cultivators? Li Yixun, who was browsing the scenery of the immortal city next to him, also listened curiously. Even Nanguang Jin opened his eyes. Being stared at by 3 foundation building masters at the same time, even though Suzai Aliu has always been thick-skinned, he felt a little pressure at this moment. He calmed down and explained carefully, "Soul-calling incense, as the name suggests, can call back souls. Generally speaking, after a cultivator dies, if he has not reached the nascent soul stage, his soul will dissipate in the external environment." Luo Chen nodded. This is common knowledge in the world of immortal cultivation. Once a cultivator dies, his soul will return to the underworld and fall into reincarnation again. Only after the nascent soul stage can he barely break free from these shackles and form a pattern of immortality. In addition, the environment of death and battle is special. For example, in the Battle of Daofang, because the 3 ghost kings were destroyed at the same time, the whole place was died into a ghost den. The cultivators who died in the ghost den, restricted by the special environment, will instead transform into ghosts and evil spirits and survive in the world. But if you have the soul-calling incense in your hand and light it with your own blood, you will have a great chance to recall the souls that are related to your bloodline or have a deep connection with you. Generally speaking, it is the monks of the family who will buy this incense. If a clan member dies in battle, they will light this incense and use the same bloodline to bring the souls that died in battle back to the family's spiritual land and let them dissipate. In this way, there is a high probability that the monk will be reincarnated into the family in the future. If you have a deep blessing, You may even be able to awaken some memories of your previous life. After saying this, Zongmiao Pill couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nanguangjin's face was excited. Is it really so effective? He pursed his lips and said, I just heard it from hearsay. The specific situation still needs to be inquired by the seniors themselves in the store. Nanguangjin turned his head and took a deep look at the location of the food fragrance pavilion. It seemed that he wanted to remember the store in his mind. Zongmiao Pill glanced at Luo Chen and saw him nod. So, he continued, the fierce god incense, I'm sure about this. This is a cultivation auxiliary resource similar to the calming god incense. However, it is different from the moderate and peaceful one in the spiritual medicine pavilion. The effect of the fierce god incense is very strong, and only those with a deep soul foundation can use it. Generally speaking, only cultivators in the late stage of foundation building will buy this thing. A cultivation auxiliary resource similar to the calming god incense? Luo Chen muttered this sentence, and planned to take some time to take a look. He boasted that his soul foundation was not weak, far beyond the same level. I just don't know if he can compare with the cultivators in the late stage of foundation building, and whether he can use the fierce god incense. The alien body fragrance is simple, it has nothing to do with cultivation. It is just a kind of thing that will produce the most suitable fragrance, according to the cultivator's physique after use. Female cultivators are the main buyers. It is said that the body fragrance produced can linger for months. Li Yixun's eyes lit up. Then, as if he thought of something, they dimmed again. 3 incense and 4 flavors, Xiang said. 4 flavors refer to sour, sweet, bitter and spicy. Although most of them are not for cultivation, because of their special effects, the things in the food fragrance pavilion are quite popular in Xianlan Fairy City. Zongmiao Pill made a summary speech. After listening to it, Luo Chen and the other two were very interested. These things are not things they can get in remote places like Dahofang. Among them, the 3 of them are very interested and want to take a look. Without saying much about other things, the soul-calling incense alone has been listed as a must-buy item in the hearts of Li Yixun and Nanguangjin. Luo Chen asked curiously, hearing what you said, the food fragrance pavilion has a very good business and earns hundreds of thousands of spirit stones every year. Isn't there anyone jealous? The jealousy he mentioned refers to encroachment, plunder, imitation, competition, etc. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Take himself as an example. Because the profit of elixirs is extremely high, the gross profit of the middle-grade jade marrow pill alone can be hundreds of thousands in a year. For this reason, almost most of the foundation building people in Dahofang are extremely coveted. It doesn't make sense that Shixiang Pavilion is even worse than him, but it can still do a good business. Unexpectedly, Zongmiao Pill just smiled. Who dares? No one dares. Shixiang Pavilion is the property of Master Shixiang. Master. Luo Chen's face was stern. After Zongmiao Pill's explanation, he knew that Shixiang Pavilion was the private property of a giant elder in Beihou Palace. She was an extremely powerful female cultivator, and her Taoist name was Master Shixiang. In the entire Yuding domain, except for the 2 current Yuanying's Yunren, most people had to give her some face. Next, as the giant tiger car moved forward, Luo Chen and his friends saw more and more different existences. Among them, there were Yuanying bulk industries such as Wanbao Building and Lingai Pavilion. However, it was different from the previous shops that specialized in a certain resource. Xianlan Fairy City's Wanbao Building and Lingai Pavilion were undoubtedly giants. The store buildings alone were high-rise buildings covering several acres. Luo Chen compared them and came to the conclusion that UIE Building and Shixiang Pavilion were similar to specialty stores, selling only a certain single resource. However, Wanbao Building and Lingai Pavilion are comprehensive supermarkets that are not limited to a certain kind of specialty resources. If a cultivator has special needs, he will naturally choose a specialty store. If not, but just want to choose something relatively suitable for him, he will go to the supermarket to stroll around, look, and buy. A question came to the minds of the 3 people. If I want to take root in Xianlan Fairy City, how will I make a living? Nanguangjin was neither sad nor happy. There were only a dozen people left in their family, which was easy to arrange. If it really doesn't work, arrange for the clan members to find some work to survive temporarily. Li Yixun's face was extremely gloomy. The Li family is undoubtedly best at taming spirit beasts. But this kind of business has been done by several families in Xianlan Fairy City along the way. Some sell monster meat, Some do monster for business, and some even sell young spirit beasts directly to the outside world. As for Luo Chen, his expression was hesitant and hesitant. There was no hesitation or confusion. He is good at alchemy, and he has many monks from the Luo Chen society under his command. If he makes large-scale alchemy, it will definitely not be a problem to support himself. The only thing that makes him hesitate is what kind of elixir to make and sell. After all, he has not done market research. Whether his most skilled jade pill is popular in Xianlan Fairy City is unknown. After returning, I have to ask Wei Niang to find out something. Do a good job of research first, and then develop in a targeted manner, so as not to lose all your money. Just as the three people were thinking about their own things, time passed quickly. The giant tiger puppet car had passed through most of the city and arrived in front of a white palace. Suzai Aliu jumped out of the car. "Senior, we have arrived at Binglan Palace." After getting off the car, he looked up and looked at the ice palace in front of him, which was cold and seemed to be made of thousands of years of ice. Luo Chen slightly adjusted his clothes. Then, he stepped in. Chapter 227, Second Level Cave, A Place to Stay. "Xiaoliuzi, you've brought people again." The old voice sounded, and it seemed a little creepy in the spacious ice palace. An old woman sat on a recliner, opened her eyes, and glanced at Luo Chen and the other two. Suzai Aliu shrank his neck and leaned over. "Senior Shi, these three are my uncle's friends, and they want to rent a cave." The old woman looked over. Luo Chen cupped his hands to show his courtesy. The old woman said "Oh" and called out to the inside. "Alan, take out the Hunan instrument." Soon, a sweet response came from inside. "I'm here, mother-in-law." Then, a young girl came out trotting with a big spherical magic weapon in her arms. She put the spherical magic weapon on the table very familiarly. "Three seniors, do you want to rent a cave?" Yes, they." Suzai Aliu smiled and leaned over. But the girl glared at him. "I'm asking the seniors, why are you butting in?" Suzai Aliu smiled embarrassedly and stepped back, not looking very angry. Luo Chen glanced at him and walked forward. "Is there anything particular about the cave? How much is the rent?" The girl Shilan injected a stream of spiritual power into the spherical magic weapon. Suddenly, a lifelike interior environment appeared on it. Some are simple and natural, some are magnificent, some are leaning against a mountain wall and enjoying the beautiful scenery of the whole city, and some have waterfalls falling down, forming a pearl curtain of water. Each cave has its own characteristics. Our Xianlan cave is located on the Xianlan peak behind. This mountain is a genuine third-level spiritual vein. It spreads from here and creates a spiritually prosperous place within a radius of 3,000 miles of Xianlan City. The sweet introduction sounded in his ears. Luo Chen and others nodded. They had noticed it when they first entered the city. The concentration of spiritual energy in the city is undoubtedly at the level of a first-level spiritual vein. It is not much less than the courtyard house in Daofeng at the beginning. This is just the concentration of spiritual energy on the street. It is conceivable that where the real main vein is, the spiritual energy will be so abundant. Most of the spiritual places in Xianlan Fairy City and the spiritual mountains outside are first-level spiritual places. Only on Xianlan Peak are there second-level and even third-level spiritual places. The three seniors are all in the foundation building stage, so I suggest you rent a second-level cave. While speaking, Shilan turned the Hunan instrument, revealing a piece of cave interior marked with blank light spots. There is nothing wrong with this. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the Hunan instrument, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are the white lights displayed by the same second-level caves pale white, pure white, and dark white? Shilan smiled sweetly. That's because there are also differences in the quality of second-level caves. Oh. We divide each level of spiritual land into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The higher the grade, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. On Xianlan Peak, there are first-level upper-grade caves suitable for the key refining period, and second-level upper, middle, and lower-grade caves suitable for the foundation establishment period. Even if you want to rent a third-level lower-grade cave, it is not impossible. Behind. Nang Guangjin and Li Yixun looked at each other. Are even the spiritual lands in caves divided so meticulously? They tacitly did not speak. Along the way, they had already discovered that Luo Chen was better at these things than them. Instead of speaking rashly and offending people, it is better to let Luo Chen deal with it. Luo Chen naturally knew their little thoughts, but he didn't care much. It was just a few trivial matters. Then how is the price of the cave calculated? Shilan patiently explained, from level 1 to level 3, the price is calculated in hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands, and is calculated on a monthly basis and annually. The longer the rental period, the cheaper the price. It's a bit complicated. Nang Guangjin's brows furrowed as he listened. Li Yixun was also confused. Only Luo Chen nodded, as if he understood. If I want to rent a level 2 cave for a year, how much will it cost? Shilan did not hesitate. A level 2 lower grade cave has a monthly rent of 1,000 lower grade spirit stones, and only 10,000 for a year. A level 2 cave has a monthly rent of 2,000, and 20,000 for a year. A level 1 cave has a monthly rent of 4,000, and 48,000 for a year. Wait? Li Yixun couldn't help it. Why are the lower grade and middle grade caves 2 months cheaper, but the level 1 caves are not any cheaper? The girl blinked. She said naturally, because there are many low-grade and medium-grade caves, there are only 20 high-grade caves, and they are usually in short supply, so they can't be cheap. Well, she didn't know how to refute this reason. Or rather, there was no need to refute it, because other people's ice castles were priced like this. Either accept it or leave. What about 3 years? Luo Chen asked. Shilan replied, 3 years is still the basic price. If you want a cheaper price, you have to rent it for at least 10 years. 10 years. Li Yixun was a little upset. If you rent a high-grade cave, it would cost nearly $500,000 for 10 years. Even if she sold her Li family, she wouldn't have so many spirit stones. Shilan looked at the 3 people and smiled sweetly. I don't know, what grade of cave do you want to rent? 3 seniors. Li Yixun hesitated. Nang Guangjin's eyes, however, were hesitating between the low-grade and medium-grade caves. A sudden voice suddenly sounded. Can you take us to see it in person first? Shilan was stunned. To see the cave in person? There was a cough next to her. Ziolan, take them there, don't treat them badly. Shilan nodded quickly. 3 seniors, please follow me. Su Ziolia also wanted to follow, but was glared at, so he could only stay here obediently. Luo Chen looked at the 2 with interest, shook his head, and stepped out. A water curtain stretched between Xianlan Peak and Xianlan Fairy City, as if turning this place, which was originally one, into 2 independent spaces. Looking up at the colorful water curtain in the sun, Luo Chen's face became a little more solemn. Defense formation. Li Yixun also said in surprise, level 3 defense formation. The 2 looked at each other and saw each other's surprise. It was not because of the level 3 defense formation, but because this formation was always in an open state. As we all know, formations consume a lot of spiritual energy. Unless it is a critical moment, even a large sect will not open it all the time. But I didn't expect that Xianlan Peak actually kept a level 3 defense formation running all the time. Shilan walked under the water curtain, took out a jade pendant, and skillfully played the spiritual formula. At the same time, she introduced it to Luo Chen and the others around her. This is the Xianai Isheng water formation, which is formed by the earth and is endless. It does not consume much spiritual energy. With this formation as a guard, the cultivators living on Xianlan Peak can have real security. Normally, there will be people who regularly check and maintain the formation to ensure that there are no accidents. While speaking, she pointed to the side. An old foundation building cultivator was sleeping soundly in a pavilion. That's Uncle Wang, who is specifically guarding the formation. If a cultivator without the right to live here comes over, he will chase him away. But don't worry, if you rent a cave, you will have a special identity jade card. After saying that, she shook the jade card in her hand. A large door quickly opened in the water curtain. Let's go. Luo Chen couldn't help but look at Uncle Wang. In this day and age, are all foundation building cultivators used as security guards? However, many people should want this job. Located at the junction of Xianlan Peak and Xianlan Fairy City, the spiritual energy is rich, almost equivalent to a piece of spiritual land between the first and second levels for free. Almost a moment he stepped into the water curtain. Luo Chen noticed something strange. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth filled his surroundings. Its concentration is already a genuine first-level spiritual vein. If it is divided according to the grade mentioned by Shilan, it is at least a first-level upper grade. Whoosh! A beam of light flew down from above. After landing, it greeted Shilan, and then left calmly from the water curtain. Is it forbidden to fly here? Li Yixin asked. Shilan smiled slightly. Flying is not forbidden in Xianlan Peak. After speaking, she took out a flying sword. 3 seniors, please follow me. This is the second-level middle-grade spiritual land. What I saw was a regular and unpretentious cave. It is divided into 3 layers inside and outside, with a total of 5 rooms. The outermost layer is fertile land, where spiritual plants, flowers, trees, and even spiritual rice can be planted. The middle layer is the reception room. It is used for cultivators to communicate and discuss the Dao. In the innermost layer, there are bedrooms, quiet rooms, study rooms, and an empty room. In terms of area, it is considered to be very spacious. However, when Luo Chen and the other 2 felt the quiet room used for cultivation, they all frowned. The price has doubled, but the concentration of spiritual energy seems to have only increased by half compared to the lower grade cave. That's how I feel, Luo Chen, what do you think? Luo Chen nodded. He not only used the operation of the skills to feel it, but also compared it with the spiritual vein cave in the belly of Luofang Mountain. This middle grade cave is only equivalent to the level he had after 3 years of retreat. The 3 looked at each other. Take a look at the upper grade cave. Okay. Take a look. The 3 wanted to take another look, and Shilan would naturally not refuse. He immediately took them to a higher place. However, this time the speed would be much slower. Because it was fully rented. It took a long time for Shilan to use the sound transmission talisman to knock on the door of a cave. I'm coming. It's not due yet, why are you rushing me? As the voice came, a tall and graceful figure walked out, and a strong fragrance came to his face. Luo Chen looked over and saw the fluctuations of the other party's spiritual power in the middle stage of foundation building. The female cultivator frowned slightly and looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Discovered. Luo Chen's face was calm, and then he calmly denied this guess. The other party didn't find it, but just had a keen sense. He didn't use his spiritual sense to observe the other party's realm, but only used the spiritual vision technique of his eyes to investigate. Among the same level, it is difficult for him to find it if he doesn't take the initiative to increase his strength. As she walked out, Shilan showed a sweet smile. Senior Ling, I'm not here to urge you. It's just that these seniors want to see the concentration of spiritual energy in the second-level upper-grade cave. The other seniors are either in retreat or out, so they have to distribute. Can you give me a favor? Ling Yazi frowned and snorted. Go ahead and take a look. Who can refuse your request, Ice Castle? After saying that, she made way. However, she stared at the backs of Luo Chen and the other 2 and sneered. Although she didn't say anything, her contempt was obvious. Not everyone can afford to rent a high-grade cave house for 4,000 yuan a month. Luo Chen and the other 2 could feel the gazes behind them. Except for Luo Chen, who was extremely calm, the other 2 felt a little unnatural. Everyone would feel uncomfortable with the feeling of being looked down upon. Without delaying for too long, the 3 of them quickly walked out of the quiet room. Double. That's right. The price has quadrupled compared to the lower grade, but the concentration of spiritual energy has only doubled. Seeing the 3 people were dissatisfied, Shilan explained quickly, Senior, value is not measured in this way. This is just like the difference between ordinary elixirs and top-grade elixirs. It seems that the price is very disadvantageous, but what is saved is time. For cultivators of my generation, time is the most precious. Practicing in a lower-grade cave house and a higher-grade cave house may not improve much in a short period of time. But over time, the time saved may be decades of hard practice. Who knows, the difference between breaking through the giant stage is these decades. Luo Chen glanced at her. She is a very enthusiastic and hard-working real estate agent. In fact, everyone understands the truth she said. But understanding is one thing, and being short of money is another. Fellow Taoist Nangong, what do you think? Li Yixun asked. Nanguangjin had already made a decision. I have been mainly focusing on healing recently, and the lower grade cave house can already meet my needs. Li Yixun bit her teeth lightly. Then I will also choose the lower grade cave house. The main reason is that the improvement of the middle grade and upper grade cave houses is not great. After speaking, she looked at Luo Chen. What about you? Luo Chen smiled. Friend Shilan, are these top grade caves full recently? Shilan nodded quickly. They are indeed full recently, but several are about to expire, and they have no plans to renew their leases. If you want to rent, you can make an appointment with me. and I will definitely help you arrange it when the time comes. Okay, I'll rent a low-grade cave for the transition, and as for the top-grade cave, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on it for me. Shilan's eyes lit up and she immediately took note. It's all decided, that is, to choose a cave. Led by Shilan, the three of them were ready to fly down the mountainside to find a suitable cave. Before leaving, they said to the female cultivator named Ling that they were in trouble. The other party smiled and said it was okay. However, when she looked at the backs of the three people going down the mountain, she sneered. What a bunch of poor ghosts. A cave 10 feet away was shining. Then, someone flew out of it. He seemed to have seen Ling Yazi's actions, and asked with a smile, Dao Yao, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Ling Yazi's eyes lit up. Dao Yao Chu. Are you going out? The man pointed to the distance. Yes, it's the end of the month, I have to be busy for a while, otherwise I won't have spiritual stones to spend. Ling Yazi smiled, you are joking. With your skills, Chu Kui, who dares to keep you busy? Chu Kui smiled and did not refute. He glanced at the four figures below. Are they new neighbors? Ling Yazi curled her lips. They are just a few poor guys from other places. They can't afford to rent, but they still have to take a look and disturb my quiet cultivation. From other places. Yes. Especially the pretty boy inside, who obviously can't afford to rent, but still pretends to make an appointment for a high-quality cave. These days, there are really all kinds of people. Seeing her sarcastic words, Chu Kui couldn't help but shook his head. Don't judge a person by appearance. He might be a wealthy person. I'll go get to know him when I have time. Okay, no more talking. I'm going out first. He waved his hand, ignoring Ling Yazi's move to talk, and flew out of Xianlin Peak like an arrow. Ling Yazi looked at his back with pity. Then, he shook his head again. Although the other party is powerful, he has no future. He can be a stepping stone for a while, but not for a long time. He is not a good person. Halfway down the mountain, Luo Chen stood in a slightly cramped cave. Compared with the spacious upper-grade cave before, this lower-grade cave was much more shabby. It was divided into only 2 floors, inside and outside, and there was no garden for growing spiritual plants. There were only 3 rooms inside, living room, bedroom, and quiet room. However, he had no dissatisfaction. At least, Luo Chen, finally had a place to stay. Next, we have to deal with the resettlement of Luo Xianhu. He was not going to give up Luo Xianhu. Not to mention that there were many close friends in it. Just those cultivators who know him well and are familiar with him can be of great benefit to him in alchemy. Even if a person has been promoted to the foundation building stage, the number of alchemy that can be refined is extremely limited. Only with the help of many cultivators can the corresponding scale be formed. This is also the reason why alchemists in large sects often accept many medicine boys, pill boys, and fire workers. However, the Luo Chen society has a large number of people, and living in the city for a long time is not a matter. Luo Chen pursed his lips, spread out a map left by Shilan, and carefully flipped through it. The land of the first-level spiritual veins, and it is ownerless. Mirror Lake, Bamboo Sea, Wutong Mountain, Dangsha Peak. Gradually, Luo Chen's eyes stopped at one place. Chapter 228, Counting the Spoils, A Great Harvest. Hello, Senior Li. Is it Wei Niang? Are you here to see Luo Chen? Yes, the president notified me to come here today. Because they rented the cave together, the 3 foundation building stages in Dahofeng were very close, almost on the same mountain wall. Li Yixin, who was about to go out, happened to run into Sima Wei Niang, who was coming over. The two chatted for a few words, and Sima Wei Niang hurried into Luo Chen's cave. Looking at her capable back, Li Yixin couldn't help but envy her. It would be great if the Li family also had such a person who could manage everything in an orderly manner. Why should he run out to take care of the trivial matters of the Li family before the cave was even warmed up? After all, Li Ao was too young and his realm was not high enough to take on the responsibility. Luo Chen was relieved. With Sima Wei Niang around, he didn't have to do many things himself. Perhaps, we can consider letting Xiao Ao live in the cave and build a foundation as soon as possible. In that case, I can also put aside trivial matters and practice with all my strength. Thinking of the abundance of talents in Luo Xianhu, Li Yixun was even more envious. Min Longgao, a master of formation, also joined in. The strength of Luo Chen has undoubtedly been greatly improved again. Not only Xiao Ao, but also several other tribesmen. We must improve our strength. We must catch up with Luo Chen. When Li Yixuan envied Luo Chen. In the cave, Sima Hunyang was taking out the account book and introducing the assets of Luo Chen to Luo Chen in great detail. Since the battle at Gaolingin was a combination of an encounter and a breakout, many monks who participated in the battle did not have time to collect spoils during the battle. Therefore, most of the spoils were collected and handed over in the end. The specific reward and punishment standards have not yet been determined. However, Hall Master Muring has already recorded the corresponding merits in the book. After we have sorted out the situation here, it will be up to you, the president, to decide whether to execute it. Luo Chen nodded. He took the account book from Sima Wei Niang and read it carefully. It was different from the battles at Fu family in Xiaohun Mountain. The spoils of this sudden battle at Gaolingin were collected when the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle. It is not ruled out that someone secretly hid them, but more than 90% of them are within his absolute control. The first page of the account book counts the number of storage bags. A total of 75. So many? Luo Chen asked curiously. Sima Wei Niang shook her head. Actually, there are fewer. When the Daijiangang monks fled, they took a lot with them. Some were severely damaged in the battle and could not be used. In the end, there were only these 75 left. 75 is not a small number. If it is strictly based on the market price of 10,000 spirit stones, this is a huge sum of money. However, Sima Wei Niang told him a piece of bad news. The price of storage bags here in Xianlan Fairy City is very cheap. Oh. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Sima Wei Niang explained, when I took people out for a walk yesterday, Xiao Liu introduced me to a foundation building senior from Wanbao Tower. He said that if we buy more than 100 storage bags at a time, we can enjoy the sect price of 3,000 per unit. Hiss. Even though he knew that the storage bags were seriously overpriced, Luo Chen did not expect that they could be so cheap. With a flickering gaze, Luo Chen realized something. It seems that since the two Yuanying upper sects went to war, Wanbao Tower. No, Xianfan City. Behind Wanbao Tower is Xianfan City, another Yuanying upper sect outside Yuding Domain. In this war between the two Yuanying upper sects in Yuding Domain, Xianfan City seems to be particularly active. In the previous Daofang period, a large number of magic tools made by Xianfan City flowed out of this headlong black market. Magic tools like the sound transmission paper cranes are even more mass-produced. Now, even storage bags seem to be sold in batches. The sales targets are not only the 7 Yuding sects, but also small forces like their Luo Xianhu. That's right, war money is always the most profitable, and this kind of opportunity is rare in 100 years. Xianfan City is not stupid, huh? In a vague way, Luo Chen realized a possibility. Could it be that this war initiated by Luo's sect was supported by Xianfan City behind it? In terms of spirit stones, the number is huge, as much as 130,000. Among them, low-grade spirit stones account for the majority, but the statistics show that there are also 300 medium-grade spirit stones. My opinion is. Sima Wei Niang's report came to his ears. Luo Chen suddenly woke up from his terrifying speculation. What does the fighting and planning between the upper sects have to do with him? With his strength at the second level of foundation building, he can't participate at all. The most urgent thing is to take care of his own side. 130,000. Luo Chen pursed his lips, his eyes full of excitement. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money, even more than the 50,000 he has now. Well, there are only 50,000 left. I rented the cave yesterday and paid 3 years of rent in one go. I have to say that war money is really fucking profitable. This is not counting the 3 storage bags of Wang Heichao, Tushan, and Ho Hu, which may contain a large number of spirit stones. If it is added, I am afraid the amount will soar. If it were a crazier cultivator, I am afraid he would have been fanatically wanting to fight this kind of war a few more times. But Luo Chen quickly suppressed this idea that shouldn't have. In an encounter, Luo Tian would lose more than half of his cultivators. And Zheng Wen, this old friend, died in it to protect his wife and children. Luo Chen was not willing to start a war easily. He wanted to practice quietly. There are also thousands of magical instruments, most of which are intact, but many are broken and currently vacant. The rest are countless elixirs, talismans, robes, materials, and various sundries. There are hundreds of secret techniques and skills that have been confiscated, but most of them are the same. After sorting them out, there are only more than 30, including 5 second-level ones. In total, these are all the relics of the monks who died in our guild have been taken back by those with families. The rest are all included in the previous account books. Oh, by the way, there are also 3 books on alchemy experience, which I brought here specially. The miscellaneous reports lasted for a long time. Luo Chen had experienced this kind of thing many times and had long been accustomed to it. If it were a foundation-building true cultivator, he would probably be as confused as a cow. Luo Chen took the 3 books on alchemy experience from Sima Wei Niang and flipped through them roughly. Most of them were the experiences of first-level alchemists, and they were not very outstanding. However, he kept a few of the 2 first-level recipes recorded on them. You can put it in the Dantang as a foundation. When I have free time, I can also take a look, discard the dross and take the essence. With a slight smile, Luo Chen was very satisfied. Wei Niang, you did a good job. Sima Wei Niang also smiled. Everything is what I should do. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. There is no such thing as should or should not be done. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is full of profit. You have done such an excellent job, I should reward you. He said it very naturally. But Sima Wei Niang's heart was full of waves. Looking at Luo Chen's warm smile, Sima Wei Niang thought to herself, I am not just doing this for profit. You don't mention the grace of saving my life, but I can't forget it. It's just that these words should be thought about in the heart, and there is no need to say them out loud. Everything can be expressed with practical actions. The quiet Sima Wei Niang made Luo Chen a little uncomfortable. He wanted to see some excited feedback from her face. But it's also good this way. Not showing emotions on her face shows that she has indeed grown a lot. I have observed that among those who have reached the 9th level of key refining, you and Du and Feng are the closest to the great perfection of key refining. You must not interrupt your daily practice. If you reach the perfection of key refining, the foundation building pill will belong to you. In addition, when you build your foundation, I will do my best to protect you, and even this 2nd level cave can be provided for you to use. Hearing these words, the woman who had been calm before could not help but show excitement. Is this a promise? Foundation building pill. The full protection of the foundation building true cultivator, and even the 2nd level cave can be provided for her to use. What a wonderful thing. When she was still a casual cultivator, she had never thought of such a wonderful thing. At that time, she only thought that her life would be perfect if she could gather the foundation building elixir. Who could have thought that life would change so drastically? Plop. Without any hesitation, Sima Wei Niang knelt on one knee, her long hair falling in front of her. Thank you, President Wei Niang. Luo Chen smiled slightly. It seems that her key cultivation skills are still not up to par. However, under these conditions, indeed, no key refining cultivator could remain calm. Okay, get up. Next, follow me to Binglin Palace. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. Sima Wei Niang followed him without hesitation. Looking at Luo Chen's back, Sima Wei Niang's emotions fluctuated. Meeting him may be the luckiest thing in my life. After leaving the cave, Luo Chen activated the formation to cover it. Without his permission, the rest of the people could not open the cave. Unless the lease expires and the rent is not paid on time, the rotating Bengbao cultivators of Xianlan Fairy City will break into the cave violently. He pinched a spiritual formula, and a white cloud condensed from his feet. Luo Chen waved his hand. Come up. Sima Wei Niang jumped up carefully, her feet were soft, and she was weak and trembling. The white clouds floated and flew slowly down the mountain. A huge waterfall fell from the sky to the ground, making a rumbling sound. In her ears, she heard Luo Chen's voice transmission clearly. The art of driving clouds is to transform spiritual energy into clouds, a magic derived from the spiritual energy cloud in the body during the 9th level of key refining. Step on it, no need to resist. Attach the spiritual energy to your feet, so that you can touch the cloud, just like stepping on the ground, solid and firm. Sima Wei Niang did as she was told. After a while, she no longer felt weak and stood steadily on the cloud. Only then did she have time to look back. The silver dragon, hanging from the sky, was so magnificent. The many caves hidden in it were like a fairyland. Don't be envious. After you build your foundation, I will increase your treatment. By then, it will be easy for you to rent a cave here by yourself. Sima Wei Niang pursed her lips and nodded gently. She looked at Luo Chen's profile from the corner of her eye, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and her eyes were bright and energetic. He was less solemn and stern than when he left Daofang, and more relaxed and free. As if he noticed someone was looking at him, Luo Chen turned his head. Sima Wei Niang opened her mouth unnaturally and asked casually, "President, why are we going to Binglin Palace?" "Why?" Luo Chen raised his mouth slightly, "To rent a piece of land." "Senior Luo Chen, you are here." Before entering Binglin Palace, a sweet voice came from afar. Then, the little girl Shilan was seen trotting over with her high ponytail. When she came to Luo Chen, she blinked her big eyes and stared at Luo Chen, as if she was afraid that he would run away. And her behavior naturally fell into Sima Wei Niang's eyes. It seems that the other party has known Luo Chen's intention for a long time. "This is Sima Wei Niang, the president of my Luo Ocean Club." Luo Chen pointed to the side and briefly introduced. Shilan looked at Sima Wei Niang in surprise. The one who summarizes and makes decisions is the president, but why not the head of the sect? He is in charge of the gate of a sect. Luo Chen shook his head. "My Luo Xian, who is a small family, how can it be called a sect?" "Senior, you are joking. You have achieved the foundation at such a young age, and the golden elixir stage is just around the corner. By then, choosing a mountain to build a sect will only be a matter of time." This little girl, what she said is so nice. Shilan flattered him, and then enthusiastically introduced herself to Sima Wei Niang. "President Sima, my name is Shilan, a disciple of Bigu. In the future, if Luo Xian who needs to go to my place, just find me. Then I won't be polite in the future, and I'm sorry to bother you." "Haha, you're polite." The three of them talked as they entered Binglin Palace. At this time, there were also foundation building cultivators who came to rent caves and shops. But Shilan ignored them and let other female disciples receive them. She stayed by Luo Chen's side wholeheartedly, fearing that others would come up to chat with her. "Senior, please come this way. Let's go up to the second floor." Luo Chen followed her up to the second floor without any hesitation. Then, a huge sand table appeared in front of him. In the middle of the sand table, it was the Xianlan Fairy City with the largest area. Then, there were mountains and rivers scattered around like stars. Many places were marked with red dots, and even had corresponding names. Luo Chen only took a glance and saw familiar names such as Xianai Fang, Taoshan, and Shengongmen. In addition, there were still a few white light spots emitting faint light on it. The eyes of the three people immediately fell on those white light spots. Unowned land. Or it should not be said that these places belonged to Xianlan Fairy City in name. But now, there is actually no corresponding force occupying them. Shilan picked up a long jade ruler, and her high ponytail swayed behind her. "I heard from Senior Luo Chen that he wanted to rent a place with a first-level spiritual vein. After I came back, I took a special inventory and found 7 places that are most suitable for Luo Yuan to settle down. First is Jinhu. It was originally the territory of the Yizifu family, but unfortunately the foundation-building ancestor of the family passed away and there is no successor. 10 years ago, the leasing was stopped and it has been vacant now. Jinghufu family." Sima Wei Niang's mouth slightly raised an arc. "This place has a natural first-level spiritual vein, which is a spiritual spring. Strictly speaking, it is also a first-level branch derived from the third-level spiritual land of Xianlan Peak. This place is enough to support the daily practice of hundreds of key refining cultivators." Sima Wei Niang asked curiously, "How much is the rental price?" Shilan raised her finger. 10,000 spiritual stones a year, at least 10 years of rent. So expensive. Sima Wei Niang was shocked. This price is almost catching up with a second-level cave on Xianlan Peak. "It's expensive for a reason, Sister President." Shilan smiled sweetly and pointed the jade ruler at the white dot on the sand table. Suddenly, a lake covering an area of dozens of acres appeared in the form of a picture above the sand table. In the mirror lake, there are 27 kinds of spiritual fish and many kinds of aquatic spiritual plants. The reason why the Fu family was famous for talismans in Xianlan was that they used paper made of 3 kinds of aquatic plants as talisman skins, which could amplify spells. The effect is stronger than that of ordinary talismans. Sima Wei Niang suddenly realized. She even understood why the Fu family migrated all the way but did not stop at the market on the way, but went straight to Dahofang. Dahofang is also rich in various aquatic spiritual plants because of the Langkang River. After absorbing animal skins to make talismans, their future will undoubtedly be brighter. It's a pity that they were strangled in the cradle by Luo Chen before they could make great plans. Shilan was full of confidence, and Mirror Lake was a place she specially recommended. The original owner had left not long ago. The buildings and facilities inside can be used directly after a little cleaning. If they are sold, she can make a lot of spiritual stones from them. What a pity. Change it. Luo Chen shook his head, not satisfied with the Mirror Lake. Shilan scratched her head and pointed the jade ruler to other places. The bamboo sea is vast and boundless, even bordering the Kingdom Valley. There are 7 kinds of spiritual bamboo in it, and it is also rich in bamboo rice. The taste and spiritual energy are far better than ordinary spiritual rice, but it takes a lot of time to cultivate and pick it, and it requires a lot of manpower. If it is used as a foundation, change it. Wutong Mountain is said to be a spiritual mountain inspired by the breath of the phoenix. There is a first-level earth fire in the mountain. The only drawback is that this mountain is too small. Keep it for consideration. Yuaning Bay, adjacent to Luosha Square, is a major transportation route and suitable for doing business. It is just that it is very easy to be invaded by robbers, so it has not been rented out for a long time. The rent is 8,000 spiritual stones a year. A series of vivid pictures appeared above the sand table one after another. Suddenly, Luo Chen pointed to a grayish-white light ball. Let me introduce this place. The jade ruler pointed at the grayish-white light ball, and a towering mountain with colorful clouds suddenly came into view. Chapter 229, Bargaining for Foundation Building, Danxia Spiritual Peak, Lanky Flying Boat, Immortal City Speeding. The moment she saw the mountain, Shilan hesitated. Senior Luo Chen, are you interested in Danxia Peak? Luo Chen nodded. I heard that in addition to being a spiritual land, Danxia Peak also has a first-level earth fire vein. That's true. Moreover, the earth fire here is accumulated underground and does not affect the upper peak. Shilan did not hide anything, but told all the advantages of Danxia Peak. It is in a quiet location, facing the direction of Kingdom Valley, and the mountain is towering. It can also be ranked among the top 5 in the Xianlan Mountains. There used to be hundreds of first-level spiritual fields on the mountain, and there is also a Biao Valley at the foot of the mountain, which can be used as a defense gateway. So, the rental price of this mountain has always been high. Listening to her introduction, Luo Chen became more and more interested. How much? It used to be 15,000 a year, with a minimum rental of 10 years. Seeing Luo Chen's interest, Shilan wanted to sell it to her, but the other party was also introduced by Su Jingnian. He couldn't just rip him off. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and said frankly, I don't recommend that you choose this place as the base of the sect. Are there any hidden dangers? Yes, there are indeed many. Danxia Peak was the residence of the Min family 100 years ago. This is not surprising. Luo Chen and the others have long known that Min Longayu's family originally lived on Danxia Peak. Later, they fell into poverty. Unable to afford the rent, they moved away from Danxia Peak. Shilan sighed. Later, the Min family provoked a powerful enemy and was attacked at the mountain gate. The Min family was not weak. They relied on the Great Formation to defend and persisted for a full year. A year later, the formation was broken, and the Min family died in the foundation building. Originally, this was nothing. At most, we can sublight it out in Xianlan Xiancheng. Unexpectedly, the Min family's Great Formation was connected to the mountain. In that battle, the formation was broken and the mountain was destroyed, and the spiritual vein grade was slightly reduced. The spiritual fields cultivated on it were even more destroyed. It was precisely because of this incident that Xianlan Xiancheng cancelled the Min family's continued rental qualification. Luo Chen frowned. Puzzled, when renting a cave, you all provide protection. Why doesn't Xianlan provide protection when renting a spiritual land, and let others cut down the mountain and destroy the family? Shilan spread her hands. I can't manage it. Although the spiritual land outside belongs to Xianlan Fairy City, we actually only collect rent. The many things in the city alone are enough to make a big family overwhelmed, so how can they have time to manage the spiritual land outside? Well, this is only responsible for collecting money, not after sales service. Luo Chen shook his head, which was actually understandable. On the one hand, it is indeed impossible to manage it. On the other hand, isn't it encouraging external struggles? In this way, one side's power rises and falls, and you sing and I take the stage, and the final beneficiary is not the Xianlan Fairy City management. If you want to live in, you have to pay spirit stones. One more thing. Shilan poked the vivid picture with a jade ruler in her hand. For 100 years, because Dangshi Peak was damaged and the rent was high, most forces did not choose this place. As time went by, many daring independent cultivators settled here. Among them, there are even independent cultivators who have established their foundation. Hearing this, Sima Wei Niang next to her couldn't help but ask, "Don't you care? No matter what, they should pay the money." Shilan smiled bitterly, "How can I manage it? Insufficient manpower is the most important problem. Xianlan Fairy City is already very profitable. If the spiritual lands outside are from independent forces, it would be better, but it would be difficult for independent cultivators to collect rent one by one. Most of these independent cultivators are poor and cannot afford to live in the caves in the Fairy City. They also lack spiritual places for cultivation, so they take risks. Moreover, many of them do not live here for a long time. As long as they do not set up flags and do not occupy the land to build a sect, we will turn a blind eye." Sima Wei Niang frowned and said, "If so, if we rent this Dangshi Peak, will you send people to clear out those independent cultivators?" Shilan thought for a moment and nodded. "Of course, we can ask the law enforcement team to go there." After saying that, she looked at Luo Chen. "Senior, do you have your eyes on this mountain?" When she said this, she was quite looking forward to it. If it was rented out, she would make much more money than other small places. She could even earn spiritual stones for several years. Renting a cave is not as fast as renting a spiritual mountain. Luo Chen hummed at first. Before the other party was happy, he frowned deeply again. "I like it very much, but the price is really high." Shilan said without hesitation, "If you really want to rent it, I can give you 1,000 less per year." Luo Chen looked at her deeply and smiled in his heart. On the surface, he sighed. "As you said, this place went through a war 100 years ago, and the spiritual veins have slightly declined. So it should not be worth the rent 100 years ago." Shilan opened her mouth slightly, and felt that something was wrong. However, the price of Dangshi Peak has indeed been adjusted internally. At present, it is still far from the bottom price. After thinking about it, she said straightforwardly, "That's right, I can give you a little less at my discretion. You said that if you want to rent it, the Xianlan law enforcement team will help us clear out the loose cultivators inside." Luo Chen pretended to be curious to confirm again. Shilan said naturally, "Yes, renting out and leaving it idle will definitely be treated differently. It is our duty to help you clear out a quiet place. Can I ask, what realm are most of the cultivators in the law enforcement team at?" "That's no problem, you can find out by just asking." Shilan said proudly, "At present, the Xianlan law enforcement team is led by my uncle-in-law, Dan Taiyu of Bingbao, who is a late-stage foundation building cultivator. There are also 4 early-stage foundation building cultivators in the team, all of whom are the geniuses of the 7 Jade Tripod sects. With a scale of travel, a few rabble will just flee at the side of the wind. Senior, you don't have to worry about this." Luo Chen nodded. Then he was silent. Shilan was puzzled. At this point, "Are you still hesitating?" Suddenly. "It's too extravagant to invite so many masters to come out. If we clear it ourselves, can we reduce the rent to 10,000 spirit stones a year?" Shilan opened her mouth wide. Small head, big exclamation mark. She finally realized the reason why something was wrong before. After a long time, Luo Chen, the true cultivator, has been bargaining with her. Unfortunately, she had not realized it before, and unconsciously kept lowering the price. Especially the last sentence. The late foundation building great cultivator, plus the 4 great foundation building true cultivators, seem to have a price to pay, and it is very expensive. This is normal. Hiring a foundation building cultivator can easily cost tens of thousands of yuan in commission, which is very common in the world of immortal cultivation. Not hiring them means not having to pay that amount of spiritual stones. But this is a reasonable help. Moreover, they just go out for a walk, without having to do anything, the enemy will flee. There is no value in it at all. This senior, really. Shilan wanted to cry but had no tears. "Senior, the price is really too low, I have to ask my mother-in-law." "Well, go ahead." Seeing Shilan hurriedly running downstairs, Luo Chen smiled and added, "I really like Dang Shapik." The girl's figure staggered visibly. Sima Wei Nyang was still a little bit unbelievable until she left Binglin Palace. Looking at Luo Chen's free and easy profile, she felt so strange, but it seemed so familiar. Strange, because a foundation building cultivator was so good at bargaining. Familiar, because in her memory, Luo Chen seemed to have done this, and more than once. At this Hanlong black market, the other party obviously valued the Runming Pearl liquid, but he could resist bidding. Then when no one was interested, he bought it at the cost price. Is this an instinct engraved in her bones? She couldn't help it after all. From 150,000 to 100,000 spirit stones. President, you are really... To what? Luo Chen choked. Don't be too cool. Awesome. The woman gave a thumbs up, eyes full of admiration. Luo Chen's body stiffened, always feeling that something was wrong. It's not that great or not. If you spread it out, it's only a few hundred spirit stones lowered per month. Besides, if Dank Shapik is left there, Cheyenne Fairy City won't make any profit. If it's rented out cheaply, Cheyenne Fairy City will lose money, but Ice Castle will make money. They will definitely rent it out. Cheyenne loses money, but Ice Castle makes money? Sima Wei Nyang was thoughtful. Okay, let's go into Wanbao building and take a look. Huh? Sima Wei Nyang followed behind him and asked curiously, there shouldn't be a shortage of magic tools in the association now. Not a shortage, but too many. Got it. Wanbao building has always had a tradition of recycling second-hand magic tools. And Luo Chen Association currently has too many magic tools. The two walked out of the quiet Binglin Palace. The flow of people became more and more turbulent. From time to time, there were iron cars and puppet cars passing by. The hustle and bustle nearby presented a bustle that had never been seen in Daofang before. This seemed to be the real world of cultivating immortals. Finally, the two stopped at the foot of a huge high-rise building. 3 huge golden sails were hung outside the building. Looking at the 3 huge sails, Luo Chen was yearning. Is this the symbol of the 3 Yuanyings of Cheyenne City? I wonder if my reputation will spread to the outside world one day. Entered Wanbao building. Because of Luo Chen's identity as a foundation building cultivator, he soon had a special charming maid to accompany him. Luo Chen did not hesitate to ask about the prices of various magic tools. The answer he got was not surprising. The price of magic tools, sold individually, is indeed continuing to rise. In fact, it is even higher than that of Daofang and Taishanfang. As for the price of recycling second-hand magic tools, it was beyond Luo Chen's expectation. Not accepting it anymore. Yes, senior. Since 3 years ago, our Wanbao building has not recycled magic tools. This is strange. If you want to lower the price, he can understand. But what's the reason for not recycling it directly? But this is the way they do business, and he can't say anything, but he just thinks it's a pity. Luo Cheyenne had gone through many wars, and although many of its magic weapons were damaged, it always collected a lot. He planned to keep a batch of fine magic weapons and reward them to the monks and the association according to their merits. The rest of the magic weapons would be sold. In this way, a batch of funds could be collected. After renting Dangsha Peak, Luo Cheyenne, whose working capital was instantly reduced from the original 130,000 to 30,000. If Dangsha Peak is to be rebuilt in the future, it will inevitably cost a lot. If it can be processed in batches at Wanbao building, even if the price is a little lower, it is acceptable. But the other party didn't accept it. Shaking his head, Luo Chen's eyes fell on a flying boat model. What is this? The maid's eyes lit up. Senior really has a keen eye. This is the new lanky flying boat specially launched by Cheyenne City in recent years, a top-grade magic weapon. The goods just arrived today. Luo Chen glanced at her. She was bragging a lot. And a new model specially launched. All top-grade magic weapons are the products of failed magic weapon refining, so why is it specially said? They want to sell it at a high price. What functions does it have? This boat has many functions. It can be used as a large flying boat in the sky and a land boat on the ground. It can be as big or small as you want and can move forward and backward like the wind. In particular, it is made of special materials, is not afraid of collision, and has excellent defensive performance. It can be used as a raw material for refining magic weapons, so it must not be bad. Luo Chen was curious, It can be as big or small as you want and can also be used as a land boat. Yes, after all, this is a new flying boat made by the real person of Jingting Mountain in our Xianfen city. The size is just the basic standard of a magic weapon. Real person. Luo Chen's expression became serious. That is a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. As for this land boat, it is very practical. It can save you the time of waiting for the bus in the fairy city. If the senior has an urgent matter, he certainly doesn't want to run wildly and lose his manners. The maid glanced at Sima Weiyang. If you have this boat in your hand, galloping in the fairy city, and with a company of beautiful women, I think it is also. Before she finished speaking, Luo Chen said directly, I'll buy it. As for the price, there was no room for bargaining. This is Wanbao Tower, and it is a top-grade magic weapon cast by Yuan Yingzhenren himself. It is worth the price. Moreover, what Luo Chen values most is the two functions of size and land travel. The maid was right. In Xianlan Fairy City, the most troublesome thing is to rush. Although you can run fast on the ground without grace and use the wind control technique, it is still too troublesome. With this lanky flying boat, everything is not a problem. I bought a private sports car. After getting the things, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. It was the price that surprised Sima Weiyang next to him. A full 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. This money can buy a top-grade defensive magic weapon. Oh, this money is still paid by Luo Yan, not Luo Chen's personal pocket. The reason is simple. The Sky Eagle flying boat is almost scrapped and needs a new large flying boat. Besides, it doesn't matter whether there is a reason or not. After leaving Wanbao Tower, Luo Chen did not hesitate. Immediately released a lanky flying boat. Come on, let's go for a spin. Faced with Luo Chen's invitation, Sima Weiyang did not hesitate and entered the flying boat directly. Luo Chen activated the concealment formation according to the method on the jade slip. Then, buzz, whoosh, the lanky flying boat quickly flew close to the ground. The speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow. It could be compared to a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, performing the wind control technique to fly at full speed. Such a scene quickly attracted the attention of the passers-by around. A pair of surprised, curious, and envious eyes fell on the flying boat. Is this the new bus launched by Xianlan Fairy City? It's so small, it must not be private. It's so fast. Hiss, if there is such a flying car, wouldn't it be much more convenient to travel in the city? My goodness, I wonder where you bought it and how much is it? If the price is not more than 1,000, I also want to buy one. It seems to be from Wanbao Tower? Could it be a new magic weapon launched by Xianfen City? Let's go and take a look. What Luo Chen didn't know was that he was speeding in the city and doing free publicity for Wanbao Tower. He only knew that this lanky flying boat was worth buying. He glanced at Sima Weiyang, whose little face was flushed and quite excited. He smiled and said, You don't feel bad now, do you? Sima Weiyang nodded repeatedly. She could see how envious the faces of those monks who gave way outside were. This can also be regarded as showing off in front of others. But, if we do this, will it be too ostentatious? After all, she still adhered to her cautious character. Luo Chen curled his lips. Don't worry, I activated the blinding array when I came up, so others won't know what we look like. Hold on tight, we're going out of town. Out of town? Yes. We're moving to a new house soon, so we have to go see the old tenants. Sima Hunyang's heart skipped a beat. Are they going to Dangsha Peak? Just the two of them? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 There will be no next time. After leaving the city, the lanky flying boat switched to flight mode, which was not so eye-catching. According to the memory, the map on the sand table, Luo Chen took Sima Weiyang and flew at full speed, and soon arrived outside Dangsha Peak. It was not as deserted as imagined. On the contrary, the flow of people nearby was quite lively. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Luo Chen's eyes kept turning, and then nodded. Weiyang, go and find out about the current situation of Dangsha Peak. What exactly Dangsha Peak looks like, you can't just listen to Shi Lan's verbal talk. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, It will hurt Luo Chen himself. Sima Weinyang was not shy. She used to run a business with her brothers in her early years, and she was very familiar with this kind of thing. When you first arrive in a strange place, it's best to get intelligence. As she walked towards a valley shrouded in shadows under the mountain, Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and looked up at the mountain in front of him. Hi. This was Luo Chen's first impression. Secondly, it was the unique plant environment. At the foot of the mountain, there is a small river flowing, as if it flows out of the green valley, and the two sides of the river are full of purple bamboo. This is the purple bamboo that the Min family transplanted from the bamboo sea. If it grows to the second stage, it is very suitable for making orchestral instruments. Unfortunately, after many years, there are very few purple bamboos here, not to mention the second stage. No one will ignore the top-grade spiritual bamboo growing on the roadside. Beyond the foot of the mountain is the foot of the mountain. Large patches of fiery red maple leaves, like burning clouds of fire, cover the front and back of Dangsha Peak. On the mountainside, the color suddenly changed. There are fewer fire maples, only one or two are dotted. The majority are green cycads and golden phoenix trees. The green and gold colors complement each other, and they are extremely beautiful. As for the top and the peak, they can't be seen. They are all covered by layers of white mist, and their true appearance is not revealed. Finally, what caught Luo Chen's attention was the rays of light flying freely. They were all casual cultivators in the key refining stage, most of whom were in the late key refining stage. You really treat this place as your own home. Luo Chen smiled. He had no ill will towards these casual cultivators. If they were in his place, he would also like to own a spiritual vein land without paying rent. But now, these people are encroaching on his interests. Then you can't blame him for being unfair. After a while, Sima Weinyang flew out of the Green Valley and landed in front of Luo Chen. President, I have almost found out everything. Tell me. There are 800 casual cultivators on Dangsha Peak, each choosing a place to live. Most of them are located at the bottom of the mountain and on the mountainside. Thanks to the first-level earth fire vein here, plus the special geographical advantages. The Green Valley has formed a miniature market, and there are also earth fire caves for rent. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Miniature market? Earth fire cave? He understood the former, where there are people, there are transactions. But the latter. Under Luo Chen's gaze, Sima Weinyang excitedly said, these underground fire caves have been developed and can be rented out to individual practitioners of alchemy and casting, or even to cultivators with fire spiritual roots for cultivation. Rent out? Who is the owner? The Divine Craft sect and the Jing family. Luo Chen shook his head. Sure enough, Binglan Palace doesn't care about this place at all. Some people have borrowed a Lingshan mountain to make a profit, and I don't know. Do they have special people staying here to build the foundation? Of course not. Sima Weinyang pursed her rosy lips, her eyes flickering. If we move in, these developed underground fire caves can just be used by our alchemy hall and weapon hall. Luo Chen hummed. This is a big project that must be done, and I originally wanted to ask the monks of Aleo Mountain for help. Now that others have arranged it in advance, it is a lot easier. However, what he is most concerned about now is other things. How many true cultivators are there in the mountain to build the foundation? When talking about this, Sima Weinyang's expression became a little solemn. There are 3 foundation building cultivators on the mountain. One is at the first level of foundation building, named Xiao Yunshan. The other 2 are a couple. The man is at the second level of foundation building, and the woman is just starting to build foundation. What is their reputation? How strong are they? Do they have any notable signature methods? Are there any forces behind them? One question after another was thrown out. Sima Weinyang was not in a hurry. She knew that Luo Chen was most concerned about these things before. She had already spent spirit stones in the Biao Valley to find someone to find out. When the answers came out one by one, Luo Chen smiled. Those who have fallen to the point of occupying a first-level spiritual vein are indeed casual cultivators who are not worth the price. Okay, let's go back. Sima Weinyang got on the flying boat and looked back at Dangsha Peak. This is their future home. Although there are 3 foundation building cultivators entrenched on it, anyone who comes must be treated with caution. But for some reason, in Luo Chen's smile, she did not feel the slightest worry. This is the strong trust that Luo Chen has gained from his repeated victories along the way. With the president here, Everything is not a problem. Husband, what are you looking at? Gan Xiaoyan looked at Bian Zhuang in confusion. The other party stood in front of the cliff garden, looking quite solemn. Bian Zhuang shook his head, a trace of worry appeared on his face. Just now, there was a foundation-building cultivator at the foot of the mountain who swept Anxia Peak recklessly. What's so strange about this? Gan Xiaoyan was puzzled. In the past, fellow foundation-building cultivators who occasionally passed by here would also check out Anxia Peak. But after all, it was just a first-level spiritual vein, not in their eyes, so they were not worried. Bian Zhuang sighed. I'm afraid the person who came here is not kind. He saw it clearly. The other party didn't just sweep it casually, but stayed at the foot of the mountain for a long time. I'm afraid he is also interested in this Anxia Peak. Gan Xiaoyan shrugged. So what if they come with bad intentions? Together with fellow Taoist Xiao Yunjin, the three of us who have established our foundation are also a strong force among the casual cultivators. Unless Xianlan Fairy City sends someone to take action, who would start a war with us just because of a first-level spiritual mountain that is not suitable for cultivation? Bian Zhuang shook his head and didn't want to argue anymore. Talking too much will only make people feel that he is worrying too much. He thought for a while. Have you saved enough spiritual stones? Speaking of spiritual stones, Gan Xiaoyan nodded happily. Almost. If we save for another year, we can rent a second-level cave on Xianlan Peak. At that time, you practice during the day and I practice at night. The stagnant realm will definitely rise quickly. Is there still a year's supply of spiritual stones? Bian Zhuang frowned deeply. After a long while, he finally made up his mind and said, a place like Anxia Peak is not suitable for us foundation-building cultivators to practice. We must move as soon as possible. It's still too little to earn just by being a sacrifice to the immortal family. Next month, I'll take some work. Lu Xiaoyan's face changed. Husband, you must not get involved in the battle of the upper sect. Don't worry, I still cherish my life. Bian Zhuang rubbed her soft hair lovingly. The work I found is not that dangerous. That's good. Xianlan Peak, on the upper foot of the mountain, on the lower side of the mountain, in a quiet cave. Luo Chen sat cross-legged, his whole body and mind were focused on his body. In the wide sea of Qi, a vortex of spiritual power was spinning rapidly. One after another, spiritual energy was stirred out in the form of spirals and impacted the edge of the sea of Qi. Every impact would scrape away the solidified black matter on the edge of the sea of Qi. The black matter is the barrier formed after taking too much elixir. Since the Danshan turned into a sea, these barriers of elixir poison not only did not disappear, but also merged into the sea of Qi. Before these elixir poisons were resolved, Luo Chen did not dare to take elixir to accelerate his cultivation. Therefore, he had a lot of time recently to deal with the trivial matters of Luo Xianhu. But in his heart, there was always a sense of urgency. 2,000 years. If I can't use elixir to cultivate, with my qualifications and demand for spiritual power, it will take 2,000 years to build a perfect foundation and reach the false elixir realm. The cultivation of Qingyan Mayan method must be persisted. Well. With a muffled groan, Luo Chen opened his eyes in sweat. He gently rubbed his fingers on the skin. A layer of slightly dark sweat appeared on his fingertips. This means that a small amount of elixir poison has been discharged again. Get up. Go to the living room and wash it thoroughly with clean water. Put on clean underwear, and then feel refreshed. Luo Chen's heart moved, and the attribute panel appeared in front of him. His eyes fell on the realm at the first time. Since leaving Daofang, the realm that had not changed for a long time finally showed a slight change after 9 days of cultivation at Xianlan Peak. Realm, Foundation Building Level 2/100, this is not only the credit of 9 days, but also contains the accumulation of Luo Chen's persistent efforts along the way. But the biggest credit is still these 9 days. The second-level spiritual vein cave, even if it is only of low quality, is far better than the cultivation environment without spiritual veins. However, it is still too slow. Cultivating at this speed, 2,000 years is really not a joke. Sighing, Luo Chen glanced at the proficiency of Yimu Medicine King Sutra. It has increased a little, but it is still at the perfect level. The great perfection of Chong Chen Gong can only push Yimu Medicine King Sutra to the perfect level. After this, the foundation is exhausted. Guangfa is also an important factor affecting the absorption of spiritual energy. But this matter is not urgent. It is running every day, And sooner or later, the Yimu Medicine King Sutra will reach the great perfection. Thinking of the many changes brought about by the great perfection of Chongqing Gong, Luo Chen was looking forward to the changes that would occur when his main cultivation method was promoted to the Grandmaster level, or even the great perfection level. Finally, Luo Chen's attention fell on the entry in the alchemy column. Yes, alchemy. His method of detoxification was neither a cultivation method nor a spell, but an alchemy technique. Kingyun Mayadan method 78 out of 100. Seeing this proficiency, Luo Chen finally smiled. It doesn't seem that difficult. According to the description on the jade slip, it takes several months to get started with the Kingyun Mayadan method, and 3 or 5 years to reach the standard of completely eliminating the poison from the pill. If you want to achieve the great success, it will take more than 10 years of effort. But it only took him a few days to get started. Now, it is only a few months away from the small success stage, that is, the proficient or mastery level. The small success can suppress the generation of new poison from the pill. By then, I can practice with the help of pills again. This is good news. After being happy about this good news, Luo Chen was still very calm. All of this was earned through his hard work. In addition to practicing the Yimu Medicine King Sutra and refining the lank black chess and the Zhuanhe sword every day, he put almost all his energy into practicing the Kingyun Wonderful Pill method. Otherwise, how could he improve his proficiency so quickly? After a small success, he can suppress the production of new pill poison. After mastering it, he can completely solve the remaining pill poison. If he can achieve a big success, there will be many more benefits. Especially the effect of extracting essence from the pill poison, which makes Luo Chen envious. What does that mean? It means that for the same pill, he can digest and absorb it better than others, and the utilization rate is maximized. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen took out a black chess piece and a small sword from the storage bag. The chess piece is the Lang chess piece, and the sword is the Zhuanhe sword. These two can be used as the ultimate trump card. They must be thoroughly refined so that they can be used at will. Luo Chen closed his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body slowly flowed out, assisted by the external spiritual consciousness, and began to wrap around one of the magic weapons. In this way, enough spiritual power marks can be left on it. Not only that, Luo Chen also spent some time thinking. According to Dun Qianqin's understanding, he used his spiritual consciousness to construct a series of tiny restrictions to strengthen the connection between the magic weapon and himself. He didn't know how others sacrifice magic weapons. Anyway, he felt that his current method was very good. It had a particularly good effect in the sacrifice of the heavy seal before. Generally, the sacrifice time of the top-grade magic weapon, if not performed in the form of blood sacrifice, would take at least several months. But on the way to Xianlan City, he completely sacrificed the heavy seal. It can be seen that this method of combining spiritual power imprint with spiritual consciousness restrictions is indeed effective. Time. It passed slowly during the rotation of sacrifices. When Luo Chen stopped the sacrifice, it was already bright outside. Luo Chen put away the two magic weapons and opened the soundproof formation, the confusing formation, and the defensive formation of the cave. Yes, all the caves on Xianlan Peak have constructed a triple formation: soundproof, confusing, and defensive. As the formations were untied one by one, the rumbling sound of the waterfall outside poured into his ears. Luo Chen's mind moved, and he sent out two sound transmission notes, which flew to two nearby caves. In the cave, Nanguangjin opened his eyes, feeling the sound transmission notes flying around in the formation outside, and his mind moved. After a while, the sound transmission notes flew in like butterflies. He sent out a spiritual power. The sound transmission notes burned slowly. Luo Chen's voice also came from above. Dao, it's time to leave. At the same time, the same scene was happening in Li Yixun's cave. Dao, it's time to leave. Li Yixun's eyes trembled slightly, and she stood up. Her slender and graceful body stretched out, so beautiful. She wiped her face with her hand, and her ordinary face returned to her ordinary appearance. Well, I've been under Luo Chen's care all along the way. I'll help him today. Have a good trip, everyone. If you need a place to stay when you enter the city in the future, come to our Tongfu Inn. In an alley in the north of the city, the innkeeper smiled and saw off a large group of people. In the yard, the monks of the Nanguang family and the Li family looked at the people of the Luotian society who were about to leave. Have they found a place to stay? I heard that the president of the Luo Chen Society spent a lot of money to rent a mountain. How big is it? Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Hiss. Is it so scary? Otherwise, why do people say that the Luo Chen Society is rich and powerful? I don't know where our Li family will go in the future. Yet, it's not the same thing to live in an inn all the time. I really want to go with them to see their new home. I don't know why they don't let us go with them. We're bored to death staying in this inn every day. Don't complain. Are your injuries healed? Amidst the discussions, more than 100 Luo Chen Society monks, led by Sima Wei Niang, left Xianlan Fairy City. When passing by the moat suspension bridge, Sima Wei Niang greeted Su Jingnian in a friendly manner. Su Jingnian smiled and waved, and also shouted, "Sixth son, don't be lazy, be a good guide for these Taoist friends." Sixth son nodded quickly, followed the large group, and flew towards the boat dock. According to today's arrangement, we will go to the boat dock first and take a flying boat to Dangsha Peak. It's still some time from there to Xianlan Fairy City. Flying separately is prone to accidents. It only takes half an hour to go there by flying together. However, when Sima Wei Niang and others arrived at the boat dock, they saw a tense scene. The three foundation builders headed by Luo Chen stood beside Lu Rong of the Shengang sect, and fierce quarrels broke out from time to time. Luo Chen's face was gloomy. He looked around and finally his eyes fell on the small attic in the middle. Is that how Xianlan Immortal City manages things? Lu Rong sneered, catching a thief requires taking the dirty work, and you can't slander me with empty words. Behind Luo Chen, Duanfeng and Min Longayu's faces flushed. You must have tampered with it, otherwise our flying boat would not be able to start. Lu Rong sneered, is a broken flying boat worth my tampering? Duanfeng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Luo Chen. It is indeed a broken flying boat, but that's not a reason for you not to tamper with it. He took a deep look at the small attic. No reaction. In this case, Luo Chen walked to the Sky Eagle flying boat. Before, he brought Duanfeng and Min Longgai here because he wanted to start the flying boat in advance so that he could carry the Luo Xianhu monks away. But he didn't expect that the flying boat could not start. Lu Rong also stood up with a smile and said that he could help them with emergency repairs. All he needed was a spiritual stone. The ridicule in his words was not concealed. He must do this business. What he saved was his face. Face? HMPH. Luo Chen snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and the majestic spiritual energy loomed. Lu Rong's face next to him changed slightly. What are you going to do? Do you want to fight? Luo Chen ignored him and took another look at the attic. Then he suddenly slapped the Sky Eagle flying boat with his palm. The palm that splits mountains and breaks monuments. A thick beam of spiritual energy burst out and penetrated the Sky Eagle flying boat from beginning to end. Crack, crack. Under the gaze of everyone, the Sky Eagle flying boat shattered into pieces, almost turning into powder. Those powders surprisingly did not fly around, showing Luo Chen's meticulous control of spiritual power. This scene stunned everyone. Luo Chen waved his hand, turned around, and stared at Lu Rong. You want to do my business? Okay. Sweep the floor. After saying that, he threw a spiritual stone and dropped it on the ground in front of Lu Rong. Lu Rong's face swelled, and it turned white, red, and blue. Finally, he stared at Luo Chen tremblingly. Good. 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 3 consecutive good-s could not express his anger. HMPH. Luo Chen was too lazy to look at him and directly released a lanky flying boat. After injecting spiritual power, the flying boat continued to expand and turned into a length of 50 feet in an instant. Such a huge flying boat, even in this boat parking area, there are very few. A top-quality large flying boat. Get on the boat. Luo Chen flew straight up. Nan Guangjin and Li Yixo looked at each other in surprise, and hurriedly got on the boat. Duanfeng and Min Longgai had already gotten excitedly, ready to get familiar with the control. When all the monks of Luo Chen Club got on the boat, with an order, the lanky flying boat roared and turned into a stream of light and flew away. At the boat parking area, Lu Rong's face flushed under the gaze of the monks from the 2 shops next to him. Damn, a nouveau riche from outside, who are you showing off to? He cursed and turned to go back to the store. However, a voice came faintly from the attic. Sweep the floor. Lu Rong's body froze. He opened his mouth, trying to argue. However, the faint words made him lower his head in the end. It was you who insisted on doing business with him. I didn't say anything before, and I gave you enough face. Now, others have paid, and what they are buying is your face. If you don't want to, then Shen Guangmin should stop operating the boat dock in the future. Lu Rong closed his eyes and turned around abruptly. He picked up a broom and swept vigorously. The two monks next to him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fellow Taoist Lu, how can you do business like this? In my opinion, you'd better leave as soon as possible and let us do this business. Yes, our two families can completely eat up your share. Lu Rong glared over and wanted to say something. However, a warning sounded, making him lower his head again. There won't be a next time. Chapter 231 One Move. You have such a bad temper today. In a quiet room of the flying boat, Wang Yuan sat on a box and looked at Luo Chen with a smile. Luo Chen glanced at the box under his butt and snorted coldly. It's not that I have a bad temper, but some people are shameless. Wang Yuan shook his head. It's a pity that the Sky Eagle flying boat is gone. Even if it is close to being scrapped, it can be sold for at least 1,800 spirit stones if some materials are dismantled. Money can't buy me happiness. Are you really doing it for happiness? Luo Chen put away his angry expression and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sure enough, Wang Yuan, who was most familiar with him, could see something different. He said calmly, there are properties of Shangguangmen below Dangsha Peak. If we succeed in moving in, those things will definitely be confiscated by me. The conflict with Shangguangmen is only a matter of time. They can have an industry in the boat parking area, which must be related to the management of Xianlan Ferry City. Today's incident is just to give Shangguangmen a slap in the face. The one who broke the rules was Lu Rong of Shangguangmen, but when Luo Chen angrily smashed a large flying boat with a palm, the news would definitely spread. Then it would become that Xianlan Ferry City had poor management of the boat parking area. Xianlan Ferry City would definitely not bear such a stigma. Then Lu Rong would have to suffer a heavy punishment. Even if he was not severely punished, he would be given a small warning. Relationships gradually became distant in these little details. Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Sure enough, this was the Luo Chen he was familiar with. He would not get up early without profit, but he would plan things in advance. How are your injuries? Wang Yuan was used to the sudden concern. It's just some external injuries. I bought some elixirs in Xianlan Ferry City, and they have already healed. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That's the best. There may be a conflict today, and it would be best if we don't use up the favors of Li Yixin and Nanguangjin. When the time comes, maybe you will have to take action. Wang Yuan raised his eyebrows, a fatal blow. You decide. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and under his long eyelashes, there was a flash of dangerous charm. I must establish my authority today. The territory of Dangsha Peak in the daytime was quite lively. It was not as good as a large market, but it could also be said that there were a lot of people. One after another, the escape lights came in and out from the mountains and the valleys. Until a huge flying boat slowly floated outside Dangsha Peak, the liveliness was broken. The initial stop did not attract much attention. Most people just thought it was just passing by and stopping. But the huge flying boat floated there for half a cup of tea, like a dark cloud covering the city. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Eyes gathered from all directions. They found a group of key refining monks with sturdy temperament and murderous aura, holding magic tools and walking to the side of the boat. Each of them had a strong spiritual power fluctuation, which was a sign that they were about to attack Dangsha Peak. Under the gaze of the crowd, a golden light suddenly unfolded. Swish! It was a contract similar to a scroll. Shanhai calendar, 3,415 years, September 1st. Luo Xian who rented Dangsha Peak for a period of 10 years. Xianlan Ferry City Binglan Palace. Written by Luo Chen, contract setter, Shi Boying. The contract was illusory, like water waves, slowly rippling in the sky. The ancient words on it described a reality. Dangsha Peak was rented by someone. From now on, this place is no longer an ownerless place. The casual cultivators of Dangsha Peak were either stunned or in disbelief, and some of them looked at each other in bewilderment. A grand voice was faintly emitted, resounding in the ears of everyone in the mountain. Luo Xian who will move in today. You will have 1 stick of incense to pack up and leave immediately. After 1 stick of incense, if anyone stays behind, kill without mercy. After that, everything returned to silence. However, A deafening noise broke out on Dangsha Peak. Let us go. What a joke. I have lived here for 7 years. This is my home. I won't leave. This Luo Chen who, they are here with bad intentions. Good intentions will definitely not come. Don't you see those evil people holding weapons? I have never heard of this force before. Where did it come from? I don't know. Anyway, they can rent it for 10 years at a time, and the rent they pay is definitely unimaginable to you and me. This is a dragon crossing the river. What should I do? What else can I do? I have lived here for more than 10 years for nothing, and I really think it's my own home. Just pick up the bucket and run away. A beam of light flew out from the middle of the mountain. There was no storage bag, only a big red wooden barrel filled with various sundries. Seeing this scene, the others also hesitated. Those who were more active were also packing up. Some of the more scoundrel ones looked like they were staying here. Let him come, kill him without mercy, he said arrogantly. My cousin is the steward of the Taoism Forum, how dare he kill me? How about we wait and see? My opinion is to pack up first, go outside the mountain and wait and see what happens. What do you mean? Yes, there are 3 foundation building seniors on the top of the mountain. Aren't they angry that they are being driven away like dogs? Yes, the 3 foundation building seniors. How dare this Luo Chen society be so arrogant? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of colorful escape lights flew out of Dangsha Peak. But none of these people went far away, but stayed in the purple bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the sky. They are waiting. In the Green Valley, hundreds of cultivators came out. The leaders were the 9th level key refining cultivators from the Shengguang sect and the Jing family. They tried to negotiate, but retreated under Sima Xian's cold gaze. Go report to the head of the family. Tell the head of the sect about this quickly. Our property in Dangsha Peak must not be lost. There was a light of escape. Sima Xian just watched this scene coldly. He had received orders long ago. No negotiations today, only toughness. Luo Chen who needs to be tough. If you want to survive safely in this land, you can't just show weakness. Now that you are moving, it's a good opportunity to take someone to establish your authority. I hope these people don't run into me. Sima Xian licked his lips, and his eyes like a vicious tiger patrolled the hundreds of key refining casual cultivators below. There are many people in Luo Chen who are as murderous and eager as him. More than 90% of the Luo Chen cultivators who can come to Xianlan Fairy City alive have been tempered in war and fire. Maybe their realm is not as high as that of the local cultivators in Xianlan Fairy City. But when it comes to the severity of killing, they are no less than anyone else. Daofeng is a place where people compete with monsters for food. The cultivators of Luo Chen who are not comparable to those low-level cultivators in Xianlan Fairy City. The time of an incense stick slowly flows. Luo Chen whose posture of not moving is fine, but once moving is like thunder and lightning, which is really scary. Finally, someone can't help it. 3 white clouds floated down from the top of the mountain. There was no such leisurely, only hesitation. Bian Zhong and his Taoist partner came to visit fellow Taoist Luo Chen. Xiao Wanchen is here, please ask fellow Taoist Luo Chen to come out and have a chat? 2 voices came out, without concealment, and spread out like this. On the huge lanky flying boat, a figure slowly walked out. A white-edged robe, a green jade belt around the waist, and long black hair was neatly tied behind the back by a Taoist hairpin. The face is as white as jade, and the black eyebrows are like swords. A pair of dark eyes, deep like the abyss of an ancient pool, deep and bottomless. The tall figure stood straight like a pole, holding a silver-white folding fan in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. The captivating eyes looked over calmly. Luo is here, what can you 3 teach me? Is he the only one who has truly cultivated the foundation? Bian Zhong and Xiao Wanchen on his left exchanged a glance, and they made up their minds. Bian Zhong smiled and said, I don't dare to teach you, I just want to have a discussion with you, fellow Taoist. Luo Chen's eyes fell on him. The ordinary gaze, for some reason, brought great pressure to Bian Zhong. He shook his face and said seriously, can you give me a year? After a year, my husband and I will leave on our own. Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, as if he was smiling, but not smiling, as if he was contemptuous, but also disdainful. He shifted his gaze and fell on another person. Fellow Taoist Xiao Wanchen, what about you? Xiao Wanchen pulled the corners of his mouth and looked at him with disdain. He was only at the 2nd level of the foundation building, But he dared to act so pretentiously. He said sarcastically, "What do you think a person would say if he had lived here for many years and was suddenly driven away?" Luo Chen nodded. Li Ren said, "That is to say, you don't want to leave now." For some reason, Bian Zhuang's heart tightened. The next moment, Luo Chen's face darkened. "How can I let others sleep soundly beside my bed? I don't need to teach you this principle. What do you think?" Xiao Wanchen glared at him. "Dao, we can still discuss it." Bian Zhuang squeezed the hand of his Taoist partner Lu Xiaoyan and spoke kindly to Luo Chen. Luo Chen shook his head. "I don't want to make a big fuss, but I've already said it before. It's only a matter of time before the incense stick is over. How about this? One move." With his long fingers raised high, Luo Chen looked at the three people indifferently. "If you can take my move, I will let you stay on Dangshi Peak to continue your cultivation." Bian Zhuang was surprised and asked, "One move per person?" Luo Chen smiled contemptuously. "Why bother so much? The three of you take my move together. If you can take it without any damage, you will be the winner." Bian Zhuang was delighted, and Lu Xiaoyan laughed out loud. Where did this arrogant person come from? He was so arrogant. Xiao Wanchen sneered. "Okay, it's a deal. I want to see what tricks you have." Luo Chen looked at him with disdain. One step forward. Without using the cloud driving technique or controlling any magic weapon, he just rode the wind and floated in the sky. Inside the lanky flying boat, there was a large small palace located in the center. At this moment, in the lanky palace, three figures were looking at a huge water mirror in front of them. Li Yixun worriedly said, "Isn't Luo Chen too careless? He is fighting against three great foundation building cultivators alone, and he is limited to one move. If he returns without success, then today's Luo Xian who will become a huge joke." Nang Guangjin frowned, unable to judge where Luo Chen's confidence came from. He admitted that Luo Chen's strength was very strong. After building the foundation, he became even more unfathomable. At the beginning, he even killed two great foundation building cultivators, Wang Heichao and Tushan. But now, it is not a life and death fight. In fact, there is no need for a one-move agreement. Nang Guangjin said slowly, "As long as the three of us." Looking at Wang Yuan who closed his eyes and said nothing, he changed his words and said, "As long as the four of us come out together and use our momentum to suppress others, we can easily occupy Dangshi Peak." Li Yixun nodded. "This is indeed the truth. I don't know why Luo Chen insisted on doing this. Want to show off in front of others? Or, is he inflated? Arrogant?" Wang Yuan opened his eyes. He glanced at them lightly. Luo Chen has his own reasons for doing things. The two were stunned. Although they were curious about why Wang Yuan trusted Luo Chen so much, they did not say anything more. Along the way, Luo Chen was indeed more thorough than they thought. Perhaps, they were just worrying too much? In the quiet atmosphere, the three of them looked outside through the water mirror technique performed by Nang Guangjin. The next moment, Nang Guangjin's face changed. "Which move?" Looking down at the three people, Luo Chen put away his folding fan. 10 slender fingers intertwined like butterflies flying through flowers. The majestic spiritual power fluctuations suddenly spread out. From low to high, it went straight up to the high building in the blink of an eye, and the air rushed to the sky. At this moment, Xiao Wanchen, Bian Zhuang, and Lu Xiaoyan all changed their colors. Luo Chen looked at them indifferently, and then focused his attention on his hands. To outsiders, the complex spiritual formulas were like floating clouds and flowing water in his hands. Waves of majestic spiritual power continued to gather. But in a moment, a scorching sun slowly floated up from his hands. With his hands in the air, the fiery red scorching sun shone brightly. It shone in harmony with the sun in the 9 heavens. More and more spiritual power was swallowed up involuntarily. The size of the scorching sun continued to expand. The unparalleled aura swept in all directions. At this moment, there were 2 suns in the sky. Before the foundation was built, Luo Chen's move could threaten Duan Qianqin, who had been building the foundation for many years. Now that he has built the second level of the foundation, the spiritual power in his body is 10 times or 100 times more than before. His understanding of the scorching sun technique has reached a higher level. It is better to perform it calmly and have enough time to accumulate spiritual power. In this way, its power is immeasurable. Just right, let me try it on you. Luo Chen smiled grimly and smashed his hands down suddenly. The sun fell, and the sky and the earth were eclipsed. Bianzhong had already put away his contempt, took out the defensive magic weapon, and urged it to the extreme. LV Xiaoyan did the same, and even cast a series of defensive spells in addition to the magic weapon. Xiao Wanchen looked terrified, unfolded a green wooden shield, urged it to the limit, and wrapped his whole body behind it. Collision. In just a moment. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly exploded. The boundless waves of fire spread out, and the scorching heat seemed to melt the void into ripples, becoming extremely distorted. 3 figures flew out in the unparalleled explosion. Blood was spit out like a torrential rain. There were also scorching flames, lingering around the 3 people, constantly burning their bodies. Luo Chen's attack was so terrifying. The 3 people were defeated in an instant. Luo Chen showed contempt in his eyes, with his hands behind his back, overlooking all the monks who came to Dangshi Peak after hearing the news. No one dared to look at him wherever he looked. Everyone knew that a fierce man had come to Xianlan Immortal City. With one move, he defeated 3 monks of the same level in an instant. Chapter 232, Retreating the 5 Great Foundation Establishers. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Boom. Xiao Wanchen was blasted to the top of the mountain wall, making a violent explosion. He looked terrified, but his eyes were red. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. With a roar, he controlled the flying sword and shot it at Luo Chen like a galloping arrow. Luo Chen looked at this scene coldly, with his hands behind his back, motionless. The next moment, a broad hand emerged from his side and grabbed the flying sword tightly. The sword body was still shaking violently, as if unwilling to be controlled. The owner of the big hand was wearing a black linen robe, nodded to Luo Chen, and then turned into a blood-colored tornado and rushed straight to Xiao Wanchen. You are a defeated general, and you dare to break your promise. You have already chosen your death. In Xiao Wanchen's horror, the blood-colored tornado suddenly slammed into him. The huge palm cut through the heavy defense like cutting gold and jade, and pinched his neck. Crack. No nonsense. Wang Yuan pinched Xiao Wanchen's neck, picked up his body, and turned around. President, this villain has been killed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A foundation-building cultivator died. Like a dead dog, his neck was broken and he was held in someone's hand. At this moment, all the horses were silent. Everyone watched this scene in silence. The black-robed cultivator was so strong. He grabbed the flying sword with his bare hands, and the movement was like a tornado. Killing the foundation-building cultivator was like killing a chicken or a dog. However, following the gaze of the black-robed cultivator, everyone looked at the figure in the sky in fear. The leader of the Luo Chen society, Luo Chen. This one is the strongest. With one move, he seriously injured 3 people of the same level. What kind of existence is this? Perhaps, only those sects on the Xianjiao list of the Taoism platform, who are arrogant and have never lost, can compare with him. At this time, everyone came to their senses. No wonder Luo Chen is so arrogant and regards the 3 people of the same level as those who are selling their heads. He has the confidence to despise and the strength to disdain. Suddenly, there was a heavy cough. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Bianzhong holding his Taoist partner and flying tremblingly in front of Luo Chen. Not running away? Instead, approaching. What's the reason? Did they see the scene of Luo Chen's subordinates suddenly killing people? Under everyone's attention, Bianzhong smiled bitterly. Thank you for showing mercy. Everyone was stunned. They were beaten like this, and you still showed mercy? Only Bianzhong was sincere. Although the opponent's spell just now was extremely powerful and mighty, he could actually feel that the opponent still retained some strength. Especially after seriously injuring 3 people, the opponent did not pursue the victory. In that situation, if the opponent attacked, the 3 people would have no power to fight back. At least 1 or 2 would die. Luo Chen said lightly, if you say one move, it means one move. Bianzhong was stunned, looking at Luo Chen, and suddenly found that the disdain and contempt in the other's eyes were gone. He bowed deeply. Since we have already lost, my husband and I have no reason to stay here. Goodbye. Luo Chen looked at the 2 of them calmly. See you later. Bianzhong smiled bitterly and shook his head, and flew in one direction with the seriously injured LV Xiaoyan. At this moment, the 2 of them were injured. If they were to show off outside, they would probably attract the covetousness of others. At this moment, it is better to find a friend and ask him to take care of them. Watching the 2 of them leave, Luo Chen retracted his gaze. One stick of incense is up. As soon as the words fell, a series of escape lights flew out from the lanky flying boat and rushed towards Dangsha Peak. Then, there were screams. Those were all those who were reluctant to leave and were lucky. Until the screams stopped, the lanky flying boat slowly started and flew towards the halfway point of Dangsha Peak. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators gave way and did not dare to stop it. In the Green Valley, a large number of cultivators walked out tremblingly. 2 key refining monks stood outside the valley, looking up at the tall mountain. This man is too strong. His subordinate is not weak either. I'm afraid that it's not enough for our 2 families to send only one foundation building cultivator. Let's report the situation first. Well, I'll notify the clan right away. The 2 of them no longer hesitated and went to notify the forces behind them in person. Boom. A dull sound rang out. The huge flying boat slowly stopped on the huge platform halfway up the mountain. Min Longayu took a step forward, looking at this seemingly ambiguous scene, his eyes red. Min Longayu, the unworthy descendant of the Min family, is back. It was in this way. A figure appeared in front of him, and Min Longayu bowed his head and bent down quickly. President. No need to be polite. Luo Chen waved his hand, holding the white jade folding fan that Qin Liangjin had given him, and said leisurely, "How does it feel to be home?" Min Longayu opened his mouth, choking with sobs and almost unable to speak. After a long while, he said with difficulty, "Long Yu never thought that he would return in this way. Thank you for your kindness, I will never forget it. Don't mention death." Luo Chen looked at the misty mountaintop. Although you are not returning in the name of a member of the Min family, Luo Xianhu can be regarded as your new home. In this case, treat Dangsha Peak well in the future. Now I will give you a task. Min Longayu clasped his hands together. Please give your orders, President. Take people to investigate all parts of Dangsha Peak. Within a month, I want to see a brand new mountain protection formation. If you are short of spirit stones and materials, go to Sima Weiyuang. If you are short of people, go to Murin Kinglian, they will do their best to assist you. It won't take a month. Min Longayu said confidently, I have memorized the topography of Dangsha Peak since I was a child. I have studied the Min family's formation thousands of times. As long as there are enough materials, give me half a month, I can roughly arrange it. Min family formation? Luo Chen glanced at him and nodded with satisfaction. Then go. Min Longayu got the task and left immediately with excitement. Seeing his appearance of rushing at lightning speed, he didn't want to delay at all. Luo Chen was also looking forward to the formation he set up. From Shilan, he knew how amazing the formation of the Min family was. Under the siege of enemies several times their own, they persisted for a whole year. If it weren't for the fact that the Min family ran out of food and couldn't support their foundation, they could at least hold on. Min Longayu's current attainments in the art of formation are also related to his study of the second-level formation since he was a child. Although it is the second level, it is comparable to the third level. If there's this formation to protect, Luo Tian will be indestructible if the golden elixir doesn't come out. Luo Chen muttered, and then walked up the mountain. In the mountains, Li Yixin and Nanguangjin walked leisurely. Stepping on the rocky path, all you can see are tall pines and cypresses, quiet and lush. The trees of cycads and golden phoenix trees are dotted among them, embellishing the beautiful scenery in the mountains, making it seem like a prosperous place on earth. At the foot of the mountain, there are large areas of fire maples, spreading like clouds. Alice. Why are you sighing, fellow Taoist Li? Li Yixin stopped and looked at the cave filled with spiritual energy. I sighed because Luo Chen and I came from Daofeng at the same time. When we first arrived in a strange place, we should have been walking on thin ice. But he was bold and easy to earn a piece of spiritual land for Luo Xianhu to practice. Luo Chen is indeed extraordinary. Nanguangjin said. Li Yixin shook his head, it's not just extraordinary. Do you know how much the annual rent of Dangsha Peak is? Nanguangjin looked at him curiously. He has been healing in the cave for a while, and he really didn't pay much attention to it. I asked around in Binglin Palace to settle the Li family members. As a result, I learned about the situation of many spiritual lands near Xianlan City. Those spiritual lands cost thousands of spiritual stones a year, which is frighteningly expensive. Li Yixin paused and looked at the blue stone slab under his feet. This Dangsha Peak is one of the best. The rent alone costs 15,000 low-grade spiritual stones a year. So expensive. Yes, and the minimum rent is 10 years. Nan Guangjin took a breath. He shook his head repeatedly. Incredible, incredible, Luo Chen is really generous. Indeed, it is a big deal. Didn't you see that he also bought a new large flying boat? The grade. The voice stopped. Li Yixin smiled bitterly and said, I don't know what to do with my Li family. Nan Guangjin comforted, don't worry too much, everything will be fine. Will it be fine? Li Yixin didn't know the answer. She only knew that since leaving Daofang, she always felt powerless. It seemed that everything was beyond control. Just as the two were talking, a voice transmission fell into their ears. At the same time, a rough and fierce shout sounded from outside the mountain. Fei Changqiu of Shangguang sect, come to pay respects to the mountain. Li Yixin and Nan Guangjin looked at each other, their faces changed slightly. They knew why Luo Chen did not let the two of them take action before. Now, it was time for them to make a move. Zheng Lai and Zheng Shizhen of the Zheng family, come to pay respects to the mountain. Outside Dangsha Peak, a large number of cultivators gathered again. Unlike before, this time Luo Xianhu became the defensive party. Luo Chen stood out from the crowd and stared at the other party with cold eyes. The 3 foundation builders of Shangguang sect and the 2 foundation builders of the Jing family. All of them are in the early stage of foundation building. Together, they are a considerable force. However, he just sneered. What do you guys think? Fei Changqiu frowned and looked at the other party. As a single person, facing 5 foundation builders alone, he was still so calm? Thinking that the other party has a subordinate who is comparable to the foundation building force, he shouldn't be so confident. He calmed down and was about to speak. Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind him. What's the matter? Boy, this Dangsha Peak is not a place you can get involved in. If you know what's good for you, take your old, weak, sick and disabled and get out. Fei Changqiu looked at Lu Rong in confusion. He didn't understand why the other party was so angry. Luo Chen glanced at Lu Rong and sneered, have you swept the floor? You are talking so dirty. You. Stop making noise. Fei Changqiu interrupted Lu Rong and said calmly, Dao Luo Chen, right? This Dangsha Peak is indeed not something you can easily get your hands on. There are assets of my Shangguang sect and the Zheng family inside. It is a bit unethical for you to occupy it by force. Ethical? Luo Chen sneered, why didn't you tell the cultivators of Bingling Palace? I rented it with real money. Besides, you have been here for free for many years. I'm afraid you haven't paid the spirit stones to Xianlan Fairy City. If I tell this. Fei Changqiu's face changed slightly, and he immediately scolded, you dare. Why shouldn't I dare? Fei Changqiu narrowed his eyes, emitting a dangerous light, and stared at Luo Chen. Behind him, Lu Rong and another foundation building cultivator were ready to go. Do you know that after renting the spiritual land outside, you are responsible for your own safety? Even the law enforcement team of Xianlan Fairy City will not care about it anymore. Threatening me? Luo Chen grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He raised his hand slightly. The next moment, on Dangsha Peak, 2 huge spiritual power fluctuations of the foundation building period rose up. A black figure stepped forward and came behind Luo Chen fearlessly. Fei Changqiu's face changed drastically. The 2 foundation building monks of the Jing family also changed their faces slightly. Wasn't it agreed that there would be only 1 foundation building cultivator? How come it suddenly became 3? Moreover, the black-clothed monk, with a pair of devouring eyes, actually brought them a great threat. Lu Rong's expression moved, and he sent a voice message. Master, those 2 foundation building monks should have come to Xianlan Fairy City with Luo Chen. Fei Changqiu frowned. Does this mean that they will advance and retreat together? He took a deep breath and looked at Luo Chen. Do you really want to do this? You can try. I, Luo Xianhu, will not cause trouble, but I am definitely not afraid of trouble. Fei Changqiu hesitated. According to intelligence, Luo Chen alone had fought against 3 foundation building cultivators before. Although his realm was slightly higher than the other party, he asked himself if he could do it to this extent. If a fight really breaks out, it's not worth it. Forget it, you can do it yourself. Fei Changqiu shook his head and turned away. Lu Rong was very unwilling, but the Shangguang sect respected Fei Changqiu, so he really didn't dare to interfere. He looked at Luo Chen with hatred and followed him away. At this time, only the 2 foundation building cultivators of the Zheng family were left. Luo Chen's eyes turned and fell on the 2 of them. Two Taoist friends, are you going to visit me on the mountain? Zhang Lai looked at Luo Chen deeply, said nothing, and turned away. A fight that might have broken out was eliminated in a few words. This scene made the onlookers quite unhappy. What about the foundation building battle? They are still waiting to pick up leaks. Wang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the figures of several people fleeing far away. Turning his head, he saw Luo Chen with a calm face, as if he had expected everything from beginning to end. Since coming to Xianlan Fairy City, the foundation building cultivators are like worthless, and there are a lot of them everywhere. Wang Yuan sighed. Luo Chen's sharp eyes swept across the area of 100 miles. Wherever he passed, many casual cultivators felt like they were on edge, and then hurriedly fled. He said lightly, after all, it's not a small place like Dahofang. It's understandable that there are more foundation building cultivators. But are you really not afraid of offending these people? Wang Yuan was curious. Are you afraid? Luo Chen asked back. Wang Yuan shook his head. I'm not afraid, but there's no point in fighting meaninglessly. After a pause, he also felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Luo Chen, that who? Swish. Luo Chen turned around suddenly and stared at Wang Yuan. You can't move for the time being. He knew what Wang Yuan was thinking. The other party had been stuck in the great perfection of key refining for many years. If you want to advance to the foundation building stage, it is not feasible to rely on conventional methods. Only by using the blood evil soul-stealing array to devour those who have just established their foundation can you have the chance to break through. Hu perfectly meets this condition. But, no. Hu Quan's threat is still like a thorn in their side. Hu is the only means they use to clamp down on each other. Wang Yuan frowned. He knew what Luo Chen meant, but such a piece of fat meat was on his lips every day. Even though he was determined, he still couldn't bear the temptation of breaking through the realm and increasing his lifespan. Aren't you always improving the blood evil soul-stealing array? Now that there is an array master Min Longayu in the association, why don't you ask him for advice? Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and there was a flash of brilliance. That's right. His attainments in the array are too low. If he can learn something from Min Longayu, maybe it will be easier when the foundation is established. Luo Chen said leisurely, you can give the original formation of the blood evil soul-stealing formation, the heavenly soul-stealing formation, to Min Longayu. If he can master it, the strength of the Luo Xianhu may be greatly improved. Chapter 233, One Word Calms the Devil. With the retreat of Sheng Guangmin and Zheng's family, it was announced that Dangshi Peak had a new owner. From then on, those casual cultivators had to find another spiritual land. In Dangshi Peak, the monks of Luo Xianhu also began to get busy. Min Longayu led a group of people to explore the whole mountain, trying to set up a large formation to reproduce the glory of the Min family's formation. The medicine hall, headed by Grandma Yuan and Grandma Yuan Dongshen, was busy on the mountain. The original Dangshi Peak had hundreds of first-level spiritual fields, which were excellent for growing medicinal materials or spiritual rice. Unfortunately, no one has taken care of it for 100 years, and the casual cultivators have caused harm. The number of first-level spiritual fields has dropped sharply to more than 100. Even these more than 100 spiritual fields are in danger of insufficient spiritual energy and about to drop in grade. After the investigation, Grandma Yuan was really distressed. Recently, she led a group of monks from the medicine hall to walk in those spiritual fields. There are also grades, pull out all the plants, and plant many common spiritual herbs commonly used by Luo Xianhu. Even though the fields had been degraded to ordinary fertile soil, Granny Yuan did not give up. First, she used the Bigu burning technique to burn the chopped Qinggang wood into ashes, and buried the ashes in the fields. Then she asked Sima Wei Niang for 1,000 spiritual stones and went to Xianlan Fairy City. She bought a kind of spiritual grass seeds called Xiankan Yundao. After returning, she sprinkled these seeds on the ordinary fertile soil. You only need to plant Xiankan Yundao for 3 years in rotation, and then use the Gishu composting technique. With these 3 methods, these spiritual fields can be restored to the first-class quality in 3 years. We really wasted such good spiritual fields in the past. Most casual cultivators will not operate spiritual fields for a long time. But basically all sects will open up spiritual fields and cultivate spiritual plants. These may seem insignificant, but they are all important resources that can serve as the foundation of the sect. She was talking to Luo Chen. Seeing that Luo Chen was curious, she explained it carefully. After listening to this, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh that the spiritual plant husband was so profound. Can the ashes from the burning of Qingyang wood actually provides oil fertility? If the Dantang produces a lot of Qingyang wood ashes in the future, it can be used as a waste. Luo Chen thought about it. His eyes fell on Granny Yuan, who was hunched over and looked at Yuan Dongshen, who was busy in the field with a kind face. He used to be energetic, but after so many years, he has become very old. Especially during the period from Taishanfang to Xianlan Fairy City, he experienced a fight and became even older. His hair was gray and his body was hunched. Standing there, he was like a candle in the wind. I don't know how many years he can live. It seems that she noticed Luo Chen's pitying look. Granny Yuan said slowly, President, are you curious about my lifespan? Luo Chen hummed softly, curious about why the other party knew his thoughts. Granny Yuan smiled kindly, you are not the only one who has asked me this in recent years. Dongsheng has been asking me to rest, saying that he can take care of these things. But how can I rest assured? She turned around and looked up at Luo Chen. To be honest, I only have 1 or 2 years to live at most. Even though he had expected it, Luo Chen was still surprised. In that case, don't worry about these things, just enjoy your old age. However, Granny Yuan shook her head. No, I have lived to such an old age, and I have rested enough. Now I just want to pass on everything I have learned to Dongshen. He has actually learned almost everything now, but he lacks experience. He has mastered all the spells that the spirit plant husband needs to use, except for the second level Binghuo Burning Wasteland technique and Kusanaji Jengjin technique. President, can you promise me one thing? In his rambling words, he praised or scolded Yuan Dongshen, which contained earnest hopes. Suddenly, she begged Luo Chen. Luo Chen's face was serious, you can say whatever you want. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. This was not a high-sounding response. It was Luo Chen's heartfelt words. Although Granny Yuan was not his close friend, she had been silently supporting him since the establishment of Luo Xianhu. From the initial Dantan to the Yaodang. Even now that she has come to Dangsha Peak, she is still radiating the residual heat and reorganizing all the spiritual fields of Dangsha Peak. If the grand occasion of 100 years ago can be restored in 3 years, then apart from anything else, the hundreds of spiritual fields alone can become a foundation of Luo Xianhu. The other party really did her best. Granny Yuan smiled and shook her head, the president doesn't need to do his best. It's actually a very simple thing. She pointed to Yuan Dongsheng who was busy in the field. That kid, although he doesn't usually say it, has always been determined to peek into the avenue. But he's not young anymore, and his aptitude is really not good. So, I think the president must find a marriage for him when he's 60 and hasn't built his foundation yet. The incense of the Yuan family must not be cut off. Luo Chen opened his mouth. He never expected that the other party's solemn request would be so simple. Facing the eager eyes, Luo Chen took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will definitely remember this. That's good, that's good. Thank you, President. Seeing that the other party was about to bow, Luo Chen hurriedly held the old man's hand. He couldn't bear such a big gift. It has nothing to do with the level of realm. It's not just Min Longgao, Grandma Yuan and others who are busy in Luo Xianhu. The Dan Hall, the Qi Hall, and even the Jin Hall and the Zan Hall all have their own tasks. Under the leadership of Sima Xian, the Zan Hall built a lot of buildings on Dangsha Peak. Either demolishing the original buildings or filing in those randomly dug mountain caves. Then, under the command of Murin Kinglian, new buildings were rebuilt. The overall building complex is mainly distributed on the sunny front of Dangsha Peak. From bottom to top, it is lined up. Although the full picture cannot be seen in a short time, Luo Chen has seen the construction drawings. If it is completed, Luo Xianhu will have its own atmosphere. It is no longer a small-scale scattered cultivator force. Instead, it is a well-organized gang sect. The Dan Hall is very simple. Luo Chen is based on the idea of training Chu Lingjin. Let him take the Dan Hall cultivators to collect the underground fire caves at the bottom of Dangsha Peak. The previous planning of Sheng Guangmin and Zheng's family was too sloppy, purely for the purpose of earning spirit stones and dealing with things. What Luo Chen needs is a new underground fire alchemy room that can provide the greatest help for him and Luo Xianhu to refine pills. The test for Chu Lingjin is also in this aspect. For this reason, Tang Quan, Mi Li and other juniors were also assigned to Chu Lingjin by him, and he was fully mobilized. If they are short of manpower, they can also ask Sima Wei Niang for an application. The mission of the Weapon Hall and the Gold Hall is only one: reorganize the Green Valley. Long before they settled in Dangsha Peak, Luo Chen and Sima Wei Niang came to check it out. At that time, they saw it clearly. In fact, there is already a prototype of a small market in the Green Valley. And the flow of people is not small. If the Green Valley can be reorganized, Luo Xian who may be able to open up a new way to make money. Not only that, Luo Chen also gave all the remaining last batch of top-grade jade marrow pills to Gu Kai. Selling pills is secondary. Luo Chen looked at the woman whose demeanor became more and more beautiful, and said solemnly, "Your task is to find out a market of jade marrow pills in Xianlan Fairy City. This market is not only about price and popularity, but also competitors." Gu Kai asked curiously, "Competitors?" "The nourishing key pills of the spiritual medicine pavilion." Luo Chen shook his head, "Not just these." Gu Kai was stunned, and soon, as smart as she figured out what Luo Chen meant. Unlike the situation in Daofeng where only the spiritual medicine pavilion sells elixirs, in Xianlan Xiancheng, there are too many forces involved in the elixir business. On the big side, there are the spiritual medicine pavilion and the Kingdom Valley. On the small side, there are also many immortal cultivation families. In the middle, there are many gang forces, which also involve some unique elixirs. Even a small sect like the Shengguang sect, which mainly repairs magic tools, claims to have exclusive elixirs, right? Moreover, there are too many cultivators in Xianlan Xiancheng, and there may be some scattered alchemists hidden in the vast sea of people. Adding up these beings, there are probably no less than a handful of people involved in key refining stage cultivation elixirs. In this case, is the jade marrow pill suitable for sale? Is it suitable to become the main industry of Luo Xianhu? Everything is still unknown. No wonder he gave me so many top-grade chalcedony pills. If it were based on the previous price, that batch of chalcedony pills would be worth at least 50,000 or 60,000 spiritual stones. These thoughts flashed through Gu Kai's mind, and she immediately said, "I will handle this matter as soon as possible and send you the comprehensive investigation results." Luo Chen looked at her and nodded gently. "I'm at ease with you doing the work." Gu Kai smiled and was about to say goodbye and leave. The reorganization of Biao Valley was in full swing. Many of the casual cultivators who had left before were negotiating with Luo Xianhu, wanting to come back and continue their small business. As the master of the Golden Hall, she was also in charge of foreign relations. It was really a bit too busy. Before she left, Luo Chen suddenly called her. "Let Duanfeng come over." "Okay." Two figures, one in front and one behind, were on the mountain trail. As they continued to walk up, the mountain wind became stronger and stronger, and the clouds and mist lingering nearby became thicker and thicker. Duanfeng followed Luo Chen in confusion, wondering why the other party called him here. If it was about the matter of the weapon hall, he could just speak directly. Why didn't he say anything all the time? Mystifying. But Luo Chen, to the inner cultivators, was not this kind of character. If it was in the past, he might be able to figure out Luo Chen's thoughts. But now, as Luo Chen has been building his foundation for a long time, his mind is getting deeper. For many things, if he doesn't bring up a topic first, the people below can't guess what he is thinking. I can't figure it out. Duanfeng had no choice but to follow Luo Chen to climb the mountain, step by step. On the way, with a good view, he found several caves opened up by his predecessors. The concentration of spiritual energy is quite high, even far better than the unique cave he had in Xiaohun Mountain. Duanfeng wrote them down one by one, and then asked Sima Wei Niang to make some concessions and see if he could move here. It would take 2 or 3 years to reach the great perfection of key refining. If these caves with high concentration of spiritual energy can help, it may shorten the time a little bit. Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped in front. He didn't look back, so Duanfeng couldn't see the hesitation on his face. In the end, Luo Chen made up his mind. While Duanfeng was puzzled, he shook his hand and a cloth bag appeared in his palm. He handed it to Duanfeng. "Your stuff." Duanfeng was stunned for a moment and curiously opened the bag. Huanyang water, Liuli cream, and Shen incense. All of them are spiritual medicines needed to break through the foundation. Duanfeng read the names of these resources, and his face showed surprise. You prepared it for me. Keep watching. Yet, Duanfeng was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what Luo Chen meant by doing this, he was still very happy. Someone prepared the things needed for foundation building for him in advance. Anyone would be very happy. Hey, what kind of pill is this? The first level spirit pill can help cultivators quickly purify the spiritual power in their bodies and shorten the time from the 9th level of key refining to the great perfection. Luo Chen turned sideways, with his back to the floating clouds outside the mountain, and his eyes fell on Duanfeng. With the help of this batch of first level spirit pills, you may only need less than a year to step into the great perfection of key refining. Hiss. Duanfeng took a breath of cold air. He held the bag and felt it was a bit heavy. This gift is really heavy. In the Luo Chen Club, are there other people who have received such preferential treatment from Luo Chen? Or am I the only one? Isn't this too? Keep looking. Repressing his inner excitement, Duanfeng's eyes fell on a small piece of tuber. What is this? As soon as he held the tuber in his hand, Luo Chen's words came faintly. 800 years of heaven and earth roots can increase the chance of foundation building by 20%, and even if the breakthrough fails, it will not cause great trauma to the body. Its preciousness is no less than that of ordinary foundation building pills. So, Duanfeng turned over the tuber that looked like a tongue. He originally wanted to take a closer look, but his eyes fell on the small piece of paper. It was written with the words Duanfeng. And the familiar font, like lightning and thunder, exploded in his mind. Duan. Jin. Kun. He spit out these 3 words word by word, and his face was incredulous for a moment. Luo Chen patted him on the shoulder gently. I have opened Duan Kaiankan's storage bag and found these things in it. They are grouped together, and it is obvious that they are carefully prepared for someone. And this person is you. Ordinary words. In Duanfeng's heart, there was an uproar. How is it possible? That old dog took away my foundation building pill, killed my mother, and made me have no place to stand in the Duan family. How could he prepare all the resources from the 9th level of key refining to the foundation building for me? This is impossible. No. It seems possible. A long time ago, he has been sending people to persuade me to return to the Duan family. Was it Duan Rui's failure that made him desperate and put his hope on me? If so, it seems to make sense. But, in this case, what am I? I brought people to kill him and destroy the Duan family. Wouldn't I become a wolf-hearted and dog-like person? No, I am not wrong. I am doing this for revenge, for my mother, and for myself. But, Duanfeng. A loud shout, like a huge bell, resounded in Duanfeng's ears, mind, and heart. Duanfeng trembled all over and woke up in confusion. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Duanfeng suddenly couldn't accept that his enemy had become his benefactor. In this way, wouldn't it prove that all the things he had done before were wrong? Under such a major blow, cultivators are particularly prone to going astray. To use a different term, that is the inner demon. Just like Luo Chen, when he was in a low realm, he suddenly suffered a catastrophe of the inner demon. At that time, he survived by luck. But he didn't know the specific situation of Duanfeng. Therefore, he was deliberately called to a secluded place, and at the critical moment, he was awakened by the magic of Wa. At present, it seems that nothing bad has happened. Luo Chen, Instead of calling the president as usual, he subconsciously called Luo Chen's name. It can be seen that Duanfeng is confused at the moment. He looked at Luo Chen, his body trembling and his eyes confused. Painful regret, firm persistence, many emotions merged together to form an extremely distorted expression. Luo Chen took a deep breath and squeezed his shoulder heavily. I hesitated before whether to give you this resource. I know this will have a great impact on you. But after thinking it over, I decided to give it to you, because it is reasonable that Duan Kaiankan left it for you. In terms of interests, this is the spoils of war between you, me and Wang Yuan, and you already have a share. As for how you think about it, I can't give too much advice. As for Duan Kaiankan, I can only say that you did absolutely nothing wrong at the beginning. Don't doubt yourself. On the road of cultivation, you may make mistakes or even backfire. But never regret the decisions you have made, and don't doubt yourself now because of the past. This resource originally belongs to you, and you don't need any guilt. Did you hear clearly? The trembling body gradually calmed down. Duanfeng pinched the cloth bag, and it seemed that it was not as heavy as before. However, his mind was still full of ups and downs. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, I need to be quiet for a while. Well, go ahead. I'll let Su Xiaolin and Bianzhen take care of the weapon haul for you. Duanfeng turned around and walked down the mountain. He paused and said without looking back, Thank you. After that, his figure disappeared in the misty clouds. Luo Chen sighed, Why are you being polite to me? However, after handling this matter, he felt relieved. With Duanfeng's character, as long as he doesn't get stuck in a dead end at the beginning, he will adjust back later. That resource is really valuable and cannot be wasted easily. Turning around, he walked towards the top of the mountain. Now Luo Xian who is in a state of disrepair, but Wei Niang is in charge of the center for me, so I don't need to pay attention to everything. That frees up some time. Next, I will push the Kingaiden Mayadan method to the small success realm as soon as possible. Chapter 234, The Kingaiden Magic Pill is a minor success, and taking the Hiki Pill. Time flies, and good times are fleeting. Looking back, a year has passed. In the warm yet quiet room, Luo Chen held his breath and focused his attention on the wide sea of Qi. A vortex was spinning at a very fast speed. As his spiritual consciousness was withdrawn, the speed of the vortex's rotation became slower and slower. He carefully controlled the rhythm of the withdrawal of his spiritual consciousness. If you want to achieve a small success in the Kingaiden Mayadan method, you must operate it independently without the control of spiritual consciousness. Only in this way can you suppress the production of Dan poison. It took a year, and today will determine whether it succeeds or not. With a flash of thought in his mind, he no longer hesitated and completely withdrew his spiritual consciousness. In this instant, the vortex, which had been extremely weak and rotated extremely slowly, paused. It seemed that it was about to dissipate. Buzz! It seemed that it was used to the vortex in the sea of Qi. When it was about to dissipate, a drop of pure spiritual liquid dripped into it. At this moment, the stalemate vortex slowly spun again. Driving the free spiritual energy around, he entered it. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. The Kingaiden Mayadan method has been completed. From now on, I can continue to take pills to practice. He was not in a hurry to take the pills for trial. He was waiting for the small vortex to be completely formed. At this moment, it was still in the new stage and was very fragile. With nothing to do, Luo Chen opened the attribute panel. Lifespan 36/165, Spiritual Roots, Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Realm, Second Level Foundation Establishment 24 out of 100, Skills, Yimu Medicine King Sutra Perfect 475 out of 500, Bright God Breaking Evil Grandmaster 501/1000, 10,000 Beast Sutra 10/100, Spells, Second Level, Landslide Proficient 150 out of 200, Glazed Sky Curtain Proficient 102/200 First Level, Healing Grandmaster 700/500, Earth Mountain Technique Perfect 450/500, Wave Technique Perfect 450 out of 500, Sound Isolation Technique Perfect 351/500, God Scaring Technique Proficient 270/300, Great Perfection Spell, click to view details, Alchemy, Great Perfection of Jade Breaking Hand, Grandmaster of Suks in Hand 513/1000, Proficient in Huangxi Hand 170/200, Proficient in Hua in Hand 141/200. Proficient in Kingaiden Mayadan Method 201/300, Martial Arts, Great Perfection of Keishan Poba E Palm, Perfection of Xian Sanho 400/500, Entry of Wang's Secret Book 89/100, Skills, Second Level Alchemist, Great Perfection of Bigu Powder, Great Perfection of Zongmiao Pill, Great Perfection of Yuzu Pill, Proficient in Burning Blood Pill 204/300, Proficient in Tuangyao Pill 107/200, Entry of Emperor Liu Jiang 3/100, Achievement Points 10. Glancing at the lifespan, as expected, the age is 36 years old. Luo Chen was about to look at the next entry, but his eyes paused. 160-165 My lifespan has increased by 5 years. Strange, I haven't broken through the realm. In doubt, Luo Chen suddenly got something. That's it. It should be the chain reaction caused by the Kingaiden Mayadan method reaching the mastery level, that is, after the minor success. The sea of Qi cannot be polluted, and the foundation of Tao cannot be dirty. There is no early or late return, and there is Kingaiden to detoxify. This alchemy is not just as simple as detoxifying the poison. In the practice of day after day, it can also actively eliminate impurities in the body, making the body of the cultivator more pure and clean. It leads to the concept of impurity. In this way, if the body is good, it will naturally live a few more years. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. This alchemy is not bad. It can detoxify and nourish the skin. His skin has improved a lot in the past year. When he was young, because he was refining pills every day and gathered in front of the stove fire pit, his skin color was reddish. Now, it is not an exaggeration to say that his face is as white as jade and his skin is delicate. But men don't care so much about appearance. Luo Chen smiled and turned his attention to the realm. The progress bar of the second level of foundation building has only moved 22 points in a year, reaching 24 out of 100. This progress, to be honest, is too slow. Even though he didn't take any pills to increase his cultivation, he worked hard every day and persisted in practicing the Yimu Medicine King Sutra. For this reason, even his proficiency in the Yimu Medicine King Sutra was about to reach the Grandmaster level. In other words, if there were no pills, it would take at least 4 years to break through to the third level of foundation building. You know, this is based on the premise that he has a second-level spiritual vein cave. This is only the early stage of foundation building, which is the easiest stage to practice and the fastest stage to improve. If it reaches the late stage, Luo Chen remembered very clearly that when he was in the key refining stage, the early and middle stages were calculated in months. In the late stage of key refining, it increased by more than 10 times and was calculated in years. The spiritual energy required in the foundation building stage will only be more than that in the key refining stage. By then, it will not be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Pursing his lips, the joy of the increase in the upper limit of lifespan gradually subsided. At least, everything is moving in the right direction. There is nothing to say about the skills. He had already figured out that he needed to practice the Yimu Medicine King Sutra 20 times to barely increase his proficiency. He was still 25 points away from the Grandmaster level, which was 500 times. He could practice the technique 5 times a day with full power. 100 days. After muttering, Luo Chen focused his attention on another technique. Mingshan Posha. Grandmaster level. The earth fire evil extracted from Xiaohun Mountain had long been consumed. In order to practice later, he sent people to Xianlan Fairy City to purchase a batch of earth fire evil. Finally, with slow work, he was promoted to the Grandmaster level. The Grandmaster level Mingshan Posha gave him a great surprise. With a thought, the spiritual consciousness was released, and then suddenly rolled back. A thin film-like membrane was formed, tightly wrapping his sea of consciousness. Indistinctly, it seemed to have formed a defense mechanism. After removing the control, the spiritual consciousness gradually returned to the sea of consciousness. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The Grandmaster level Mingshan Posha was not an attack method, but a defense method. He could feel that under that layer of spiritual gold film, spiritual attacks from the outside world could be resisted. Could this change come from Wang Yuan's set of body refining exercises? In the martial arts column, there was an additional entry. Wang's secret book. In the past year, Luo Chen has focused on practicing the Kingyun Mayadan method. But this does not mean that he has done nothing. In addition to daily practice, he also practiced a set of boxing techniques from the secret book that Wang Yuan gave him. Anyway, it doesn't take much time, just sit in meditation for a long time every day, get up and move around, and practice this set by the way. This set of boxing is not known for body training and attack. Instead, it focuses on health preservation and defense. It combines part of the will and the soul, and emphasizes that every move and every style must extend the will with the body. Over time, Luo Chen has become much more energetic every day. Unexpectedly, after the Mingshan Posha Grandmaster, a defensive golden film was also formed. Perhaps we can do more research to solidify this layer of spiritual consciousness gold film and completely wrap it outside the sea of consciousness. Luo Chen knew that soul attack is always the most dangerous and extreme attack. There will be casualties in one attack. Gao Tingyun used the magic of shocking the soul on him, and it backfired on him. This is an example. It is extremely difficult to defend against soul attack, and you can only resist it. There is no such thing as the weak defeating the strong. If your soul foundation is deeper than his, you can resist it. If not, you will be injured. Moreover, Even if you resist it, you may become stiff and paused for a moment. Thus, you will reveal a huge flaw in the battle. It is decided that the practice of breaking the evil spirit of the bright god cannot be stopped. There is not much evil spirit in my hand. I have to buy some more. His eyes slid down. He came to the spell column. There is no need to look at the first level spells. The main ones are the 2 second level spells. Landslide and Glazed Sky Curtain have all reached the proficient stage. This is good news. But Luo Chen doesn't care. The shortcomings of this kind of large-scale spell are always very obvious. The old saying of spiritual power consumption is one thing, and the casting time is another. Unless, like the fireball spell, it is cultivated to the instantaneous level, and the scorching sun spell that is fused with it is also cast quickly enough. Only in this way can it be used against the enemy. Luo Chen practiced these 2 spells only because he valued their potential. Take your time, he said to himself. Luo Chen looked at the miscellaneous things on the attribute panel. He scrolled down 10 lines at a glance and paused at the column of elixirs. The blood-burning pill and the passing spirit pill have also reached the proficient level. This is related to the fact that he has taken time to refine several batches of elixirs in the past year. Now, he does not need these 2 pills. But the blood-burning pill can indeed improve the instantaneous combat power of the cultivator. The competition in Xianlan Immortal City is fierce, and a battle may suddenly break out one day. These blood-burning pills are the trump cards he prepared for the Luo Xianhu's high-level people and even the cultivators in the late stage of key refining. Facts have proved that the blood-burning pill is indeed effective in the battles of low-level cultivators. In the Battle of Xiaohun Mountain, Luo Xianhu was able to control casualties to a minimum. It was thanks to the blood-burning pill. Since then, Luo Chen did not refine it much because he was preparing to break through the foundation. As a result, during the Battle of Gaolangyan, Luo Xianhu suffered the largest casualties since its establishment. There were more than 300 people, but only 150 survived. Even his good friend Zhengwen stayed there forever. If there were a batch of blood-burning pills at that time, at least dozens more people could have survived. With the lessons learned from the past, Luo Chen would rather spend some time. As for the Zongmiao Pill, it was the foundation-building elixir prepared by Luo Chen for the monks in Luo Xianhu who were close to the great perfection of the key refining stage. Moreover, he also wanted to know whether the ordinary Zongmiao Pill would still work for him after he had established his foundation. If the inferior ones didn't work, then what about the middle ones? What about the superior ones? What about the best Zongmiao Pills? Compared with the best Zongmiao Pills and the best Yuzu Pills, these 2 were too useless for Luo Chen. But if the top-grade Zongmiao Pill is useful, Luo Chen would rather spend a lot of money to refine it. Spiritual medicine that can increase the foundation of the soul is too rare. In the process of brushing the top-grade Zongmiao Pill, these extra low-grade Zongmiao Pills will naturally not be wasted. Luo Chen knows very well how powerful the foundation of the soul is, and how useful it will be for breaking through the foundation. In fact, there is no need for too many Zongmiao Pills. A small batch of pills can give to Infeng and others a better chance of building a foundation when they build a foundation. The achievement points have reached 10 points again. Looking at the 10 achievement points, Luo Chen's heart was filled with ripples. After building a foundation, you can spend normal achievement points to get started with the corresponding second-level exercises, spells, and even pill recipes. He doesn't have any exercises to get started. In terms of spells, he has a very high talent. In other words, all his achievement points are actually prepared for the pill recipe. And the pill recipe? With a thought, 2 pill recipes appeared in his hand. One is an animal skin, which records the blood evil pill. The other is a bamboo slip, which records the Jade pill. Originally, it should be used to get started with a blood evil pill. This was my promise to Wang Yuan. But I have been exploring this recipe for many years, and even developed the blood-burning pill based on this recipe. No need for achievement points. Give me some more time and I can figure it out. Luo Chen is now quite confident in the way of alchemy. If it was an unfamiliar recipe, he would still be helpless and unable to get started quickly. But with a blood evil pill in his hands for so many years, he has already studied it thoroughly. Moreover, the problem of refining this pill has never been the difficulty of refining. The problem lies in the main materials. Therefore, he wants to save this achievement point. Jade pill. While muttering, Luo Chen thought about the effect of the Jade pill. For female cultivators, especially those who practice water and ice methods, it has a miraculous effect on cultivation. The effect is far better than the orthodox cultivation pills. This is not just recorded in the recipe, because the Bigu pill itself is a very popular pill in another domain. Its effect has long been known to the world. However, due to the distance and the difficulty of refining the Bigu pill, it is rarely circulated in the Yuding domain. If I can refine it, it will definitely be a huge source of wealth. But in this way, it is easy to attract the covetousness of big forces, so I still have to consider it. If the Zongmiao pill can make money, there is no rush to refine the Bigu pill. Thinking about these things, Luo Chen gradually made a decision. He plans to go out of retreat tomorrow and go to Luo Chen to see the market research situation of Gukai. A year. That batch of Zongmiao pills should be enough to collect market feedback. Time passed slowly. After Luo Chen took stock of his current attributes, time has come to morning. At this time, the tiny vortex in his Qi Si has finally taken shape. Even if it is not as strong as when it is actively used, it is actively running after all. In this way, when taking the pill, the medicinal power will first enter the vortex and then decompose. Luo Chen's mind moved, and 2 bottles of pills appeared in his hand. One is called Shanglongden, which is made by Kingdom Valley, and is at the 3rd level, reaching the lower grade. The other is called Hikidan, which is made by Yao Wang sect and sold exclusively by Zongmiao Pavilion. Needless to say, the quality is also of lower grade. These large sects seem to only sell lower grade elixirs to the outside world, and the price is extremely high. Except for auctions, the middle and upper grade elixirs are rarely sold to independent cultivators. The name of Hikidan is simple and natural, and has the same style as the naming of Yankidan and Huachendan. Next, we need to test the effect of taking elixirs in the foundation building period. Spiritual power conversion, number of times taken, and the power of Zongmiao method to clear and inhibit elixir poison. Finally, through experiments, I will clarify the general direction of my practice. Luo Chen first chose Hikidan. After all, it is a specialty of Yao Wang sect. Apart from other things, the quality is definitely guaranteed. There is a bottle in hand, and the standard quantity is 10. If you buy it at Zongmiao Pavilion, the current market price has risen to 600 lower grade spirit stones per bottle. It is really a bit outrageous. Although it was expensive before, at least 400 to 500 spirit stones per bottle is still within the normal range. The war has been going on like this. Not only are the prices of magic tools high, but even various cultivation resources have become more and more expensive. Alice, I don't know when it will end. Luo Chen sighed and swallowed the key combining pill into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, the Yimu Medicine King Sutra instantly started to work at full capacity. The spiritual power flowed through the body along the specific meridians and acupoints, thus bringing the key combining pill into the stomach. If it were in the past, the pill would have exploded at this time, and the huge medicinal power would be operated by the practice, and the stream would merge into the river, thus entering the Danshan Qi Si and becoming a part of the cultivator's spiritual power. In the middle, there is a process of digestion, release, transformation, purification, and finally returning it to one's own use. But this time, the huge medicinal power. During the operation of the Yimu Medicine King Sutra, after entering the Qi Si, it did not merge immediately. Instead, it was brought to the vortex formed by the Zongmiao method. No wonder it takes a minor success to work. Generally, cultivators can only practice one set of exercises at a time. When taking pills, most people choose their own life exercises. In this case, it is difficult to distract themselves from another set of exercises to dissolve the pill poison. Over time, the pill poison will remain. But after the Zongmiao method has achieved a minor success, it can be operated independently. With Luo Chen's full concentration, the huge medicinal power brought by the key combining pill entered the vortex. For a moment, the vortex almost collapsed. But with the help of the spiritual power around it that was so pure that it turned into liquid, it was finally stabilized. The medicinal power entered the vortex and rotated at a high speed. Waves of full medicinal power were transformed into spiritual energy, and then spiraled out and merged into Luo Chen's own spiritual power. It was during this process. Above, there were invisible wisps of gray and black substances that were thrown out of the sea of Qi. Luo Chen kept paying attention to the refining process of the pill. Until it was over. Open your eyes. Luo Chen lifted his clothes and touched the location of his belly button. Faintly, there was a feeling of sweat. Is this the performance of suppressing the poison? He casually cast a cleansing spell to keep himself clean and refreshed. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he can finally practice with the help of the pill. Even if the vortex formed by the Kingaiden method is not as effective as the active one, it can already suppress the production of a large number of new poisons. The remaining ones can be completely removed in the future. It is because I have an outstanding talent in magic. If it were someone else, it would take at least several years to achieve this step. And if you want to achieve great success, it will be even more distant. After sighing, Luo Chen began to estimate how much spiritual energy a key combining pill would increase. If it were someone else, they might only get an approximate result. But he has a system. The attribute panel can quantify it very well. He called up the attribute panel again and his eyes fell on the realm column. Second level of foundation building 24/100, no change. Is it the medicinal power of a key combining pill that is not enough to increase the amount of spiritual energy by one level? Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and he had a plan in mind. Next, spend more time to summarize an experiment. Chapter 235, Shenglong Pill, double the speed of cultivation. 20 days later, Luo Chen sat alone in the quiet room, looking at the attribute panel, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. Second level of foundation building 26/100, the progress point has jumped by 2 progress points. This is not the credit of the Hiki pill alone. In the next 9 days, he changed to Shenglong Pill. Before, without taking the pill, I relied on my own practice. With the help of the second level lower grade cave, I increased 22 progress bars in a year. It is equivalent to 2 progress bars every 40 days. Now with the blessing of the second level pill, the practice speed is just right, doubled. If there is no mistake in the middle, relying on the current practice speed, I will need about 1,000 years to complete the foundation building. This result made Luo Chen happy and disappointed. The happy thing is that he does have a way to increase his practice speed. The disappointing thing is that the increase is too small. Double? For those talented geniuses, it is already a huge improvement. But for him, it is far from enough. Sighing, Luo Chen put away his disappointment and cheered himself up. At least, I see hope. Double the cultivation speed is really not a small amount. Moreover, he still has a lot of room for improvement. Now, he is more concerned about the effects of the 2 kinds of elixirs. The Hiki pill is worthy of being the specialty of the Medicine King sect. The medicinal properties are moderate and peaceful, and the elixir poison is not much. The only disadvantage is that the medicinal power provided after refining is slightly inferior to that of the Shenglong pill. This judgment is not based on feelings. It is the result of his comparison in the past 20 days. It took a full 11 days to improve the first progress. He used the Hiki pill. After 11 days, Luo Chen took the initiative to change to the Shenglong pill. And this time, it only took about 9 days. It can be seen that the Hiki pill is not as good as the Shenglong pill in converting the medicinal power into spiritual energy. As the flagship product of the second-level elixir of Kingdom Valley, the advantage of the Shenglong pill is its huge medicinal power. But the disadvantages are also very obvious. The medicinal power is too huge. During the transportation process, it will cause great damage to the meridians, and it requires a high level of control from the cultivator. And it seems to have more elixir poison. After comparing the two, this is the result. To be honest, Luo Chen was not surprised. Yao Wang's sect has been able to stand in the world of immortal cultivation for nearly 1,000 years, relying on stability. The orthodox cultivation pills they refine, while maintaining the basic effects, are all based on not damaging the body of the cultivator. Kingdom Valley has only been passed down for a few hundred years. Now they can occupy a place in the Yuding domain, relying on bravery and diligence, and finding a new way. Therefore, in addition to the excellent medicinal power of Shenglong pill, the side effects are also very obvious. Any normal cultivator will choose Hiki pill. But in fact, in the world of immortal cultivation, those who are greedy for progress, or those who are oppressed by their lifespan and eager for success, will not look down on Shenglong pill. Luo Chen is the latter. He does not intend to use Hiki pill. Instead, he chooses to use Shenglong pill as the main pill for cultivation in the foundation building period. Not for anything else, just for the extra little bit of spiritual energy. Don't underestimate this little bit, a little bit adds up to a lot, and over time, it will be a few or dozens of cultivation progress. As for the many side effects of Zongmiao Pill, Luo Chen is not afraid. His soul has a deep foundation, and his control over spiritual power is the best among his peers. It's just the differentiation and transfer of medicinal power. As for more elixir poison, he is not afraid of itching because he has too many lice. Anyway, taking any elixir will cause elixir poison, and in the end, it will still depend on the Zongmiao method to solve it. In this case, he doesn't care about the extra 1 or 2 points. Finally, he doesn't care about the damage of Shanglongdan to the meridians of cultivators. In the past year, he has never stopped using the golden jade liquid. And his body is about to complete the transformation of golden muscles and jade bones. By then, he will be the second level of body refining in Wang Yuan's mouth. The superficial is the physical means, not his own flesh. The physique of the second level of body refining makes his meridians wide and tough enough. The collision of the medicinal power will not cause much damage at all. Even if there is a hidden injury, he can spend spirit stones to buy the meridian replenishing and moistening liquid to repair it. In a word, problems that can be solved with spirit stones are not problems. Kingdom Valley Zongmiao Pill, it seems I need to prepare more. There are not many Zongmiao pills in the storage bag now, and most of them come from the legacy of Duan Qianqin's storage bag. Luo Chen had already distributed the legacy of that storage bag. Duan Feng got the most needed foundation building resources, plus the top-grade magic weapon rattle. Wang Yuan got 2 top-grade magic weapons, many second-level resources, plus 150 medium-grade spirit stones, which is 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for Luo Chen, he left 50 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 top-grade spirit stone, and the low-grade magic weapon scabbard. It seems that Luo Chen suffered a lot. But in fact, there are still a large number of resources that he did not distribute. Instead, he asked for the consent of the 2 and put them into the Luo Xianhu, and converted them into a large amount of merits and gave them to the 2. Among them, the 2 iron balls wrapped in mithril were handed over to the weapon hall. After Duan Feng studied what they were, he planned to distribute them separately. Now the merits of the Luo Xianhu are not meaningless things. On the contrary, it is quite precious. Because, in addition to the conventional techniques, materials, and spells that can be exchanged, Luo Chen also added several foundation building experiences, the use of spiritual consciousness, and detailed explanations of spells. In addition, his improved nourishing spirit liquid and carefully refined Zongmiao pills were also put on the table. These things are all precious resources for the cultivators in the key refining stage. And they cannot be bought with spirit stones. They must be exchanged with the merits. The reason for this setting is also to stimulate the enthusiasm of the lower-level cultivators. Only when they are more active, the Luo Chen Association can develop better and earn more wealth. Naturally, the wealth that Luo Chen can finally harvest is far better than selling these resources directly. After all, if you sell them, you only earn spirit stones for a single resource. But if you put them up, let people see them, and let people exchange them, what you earn is the value created by the efforts of all people. Master, you are out of retreat. In the quiet cave, when Luo Chen stepped out of the quiet room, a beautiful figure flashed over to his side. Luo Chen looked helplessly at the lovely woman holding his arm. How many times have I told you not to call me master? But, you are my master. Bai Miling said seriously with clear and transparent eyes. Luo Chen shook his head and did not intend to argue about this matter. He came to the living room, stretched out his hand, and got 3 sound transmission notes. Bai Miling let go of Luo Chen's arm and flew leisurely in the cave. The illusory body passed through solid buildings, but was bounced back at the edge of the formation. During the flight, there was a faint and soul-stirring bell sound. It was a magic weapon that Luo Chen got in his early years. He named it the soul-slaying bell. The bell was not of high grade, and it was used only once when he killed Dan Xiu. Now that Luo Chen has established his foundation, a mere mid-grade magic weapon is of no use to him. If he sells it, it will only cost a few hundred spirit stones. So he gave it to Bai Miling. Bai Miling's body has been stabilized after taking a lot of essence from ghosts and evil spirits. In addition, she has been practicing the soul refining technique. She has now completely embarked on the path of ghost cultivation. Luo Chen doesn't know much about this path, so he can't give too much advice. He can only let her explore freely. After a long time, although Bai Miling has not completely recovered her memory, she has gradually remembered some people and things in the past. Luo Chen also took time to take her to meet Feng Xia, Gu Kai, and Muren Kinglian. When they first met, those people were shocked, happy, and full of emotion. Feng Xia, who had the best relationship with her, even cried. Bai Miling didn't feel anything, but just thought that the sisters were good people. In comparison, she still prefers to stay with Luo Chen. Since she became conscious, she has naturally been close to Luo Chen. It was Luo Chen who brought her out of the dark ghost den. It was also Luo Chen who captured a large number of ghosts for her, allowing her to condense the ghost's true body, and had a foundation for cultivation. It was Luo Chen who provided her with this soul-refining skill, which led her to an alternative path of cultivation. To her, Luo Chen was the master who gave her a new life. "Has anyone come to see me recently?" Luo Chen asked casually, holding 3 sound transmission notes. Over time, he no longer cared about Bai Miling's natural address. Bai Miling squatted in the corner, fiddling with the soul-nourishing wood and moonlight grass. She raised her head and said seriously, "Senior Li Yixun has been here, President Sima has been here, and a very vicious foundation-building cultivator has also been here." It was not surprising that the first 2 came to see him. But, a very vicious foundation-building cultivator? Who is that? Sitting on a stone chair, Luo Chen opened the 3 sound transmission notes one by one. "Dao Luo Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you very much. Recently, I have encountered many things and many troubles, and I have no one to tell. If Dao comes out of retreat, I hope to meet you by chance, and use your human experience to solve the confusion in my heart." Li Yixun. Luo Chen frowned. What happened to Li Yixun? His words revealed such a fragile meaning. This is not like the style of a true cultivator who has practiced hard for decades. While pondering, Luo Chen opened the second sound transmission note. "Is it Luo Chen? My name is Chu Kui. Let's have a drink and make friends if there is a chance." Chu Kui. After hearing this sound transmission note, Luo Chen was stunned. Chu Kui? Why is he looking for him? Luo Chen is not unfamiliar with this name. As early as the first day he entered Xianlan City, Su Xiaoliu mentioned the other party's illustrious reputation. A frequent visitor to the Taoism discussion platform. The top 10 strongest people on the Xianlan Immortal City Xianjiao list. The most important thing is that he is the only casual cultivator among the top 10. He is not a senior disciple of a sect, nor has he founded a sect like Luo Chen, but a real loner. It is said that the other party's cultivation is a real late foundation building stage. Such an existence would actually take the initiative to make friends with him. This should be the evil person Xiaoling mentioned. Let's go meet him when we have time to see what he means. Luo Chen didn't know many of the local foundation builders in Xianlan Fairy City. Except for people like Lu Rong who wanted to kill him as soon as they met. He mostly held the attitude of making friends in a friendly way. Deng Shipik didn't actually kill him that time. It's just that Xiao Wanjin, although he didn't have much ability, had a bad temper. If he lost, and he still tried to fight back. As Wang Yuan said, there is a way to die. Now that a great master wants to know him, he will naturally not refuse. If you make a lot of connections, you won't end up practicing in seclusion, and after coming out, the sun and moon outside will change to new sky. Finally, Luo Chen opened Sima Wei Niang's sound transmission note. After listening, Luo Chen's face was neither sad nor happy, as if he had expected it. "Xiaoling, I'm going to Dangsha Peak. Do you want to go with me to meet Fengsha, Kai and the others?" Bai Miling squatted on the ground, controlling the spiritual energy and watering the soul-nourishing tree with a shower. She said without raising her head, "No, no." Luo Chen sighed. "I don't know if it's because she switched to the ghost way or because she lost some of her memories. Bai Miling's personality is still the same, but she has no feelings for old friends other than him. She was very indifferent and distant when they met several times before. It seemed that they were just some people and things they knew. Well, you have learned how to control the 3 formations in the cave. When I'm not around, you take care of it for me. Don't go out, remember." Bai Miling still lowered her head and kept fiddling with the buds of the soul-nourishing tree. "Got it." Shaking his head, Luo Chen turned and left the cave. The 3 layers of formations opened and closed one by one. Then, there was the rumbling sound of a waterfall. Luo Chen subconsciously glanced at the cave next door, and there were faint shadows moving. But in the spiritual sense, there was no Li Yixun. Those people should all be members of the Li family. As early as half a year ago, Li Yixun took in a group of members of the 8th and 9th levels of key refining to live with her in the cave. The purpose is self-evident, that is, to maximize the use of this second-level lower-grade cave. But in this way, it will slow down my own cultivation speed. Luo Chen just sighed and did not dissuade him. Every family has its own problems. It costs a lot of spirit stones to rent a second-level lower-grade cave for 10 years. How can others be as rich as him? To enjoy an entire second-level lower-grade cave alone. As far as he knows, after Nangong Jin recovered from his injury, he also took Nangguang Qin and 2 younger members of the clan into the cave like Li Yixun. It can even be said that on this Xianlin Peak, most of the caves are not lived in by one person. Some are Taoist couples living together, some are family, and even friends share the house. Binglin Palace turned a blind eye to these situations and pretended not to see them. After all, the contract did not stipulate that a cave could only be used by one person. Most of the above regulations were that it was forbidden to destroy the basic configuration of the cave and to try to mine the spiritual stone ore under Xianlin Peak. If anyone violated it, especially the latter, he would be killed without mercy. That is why many people tried to find someone to share the rent with to share the expensive rent pressure. Luo Chen released the lanky flying boat and flew away from Xianlin Peak. Soon, he passed through the Xianaisheng Water Defense Formation and entered the Fairy City. At this time, the flying boat was transformed into land boat mode. It flew close to the ground and never floated up. His eyes fell on the streets that extended in all directions. Looking at the shops that were either simple and majestic or magnificent. Luo Chen pinched his storage bag. I don't think I can be called rich now. Without taking into account the working capital of Luo Xianhu, he didn't have much savings now. After renting the second-grade inferior cave, there were only 80,000 spirit stones left. This amount of money might be a lot for a casual cultivator who was building his foundation. But for Luo Chen, who was determined to live forever, it was very shabby. Let's not talk about anything else. He had reserved a second-grade superior cave at Binglin Palace. Once it was vacant, he would definitely rent it. And a superior cave costs 4,000 a month, which is 48,000 a year. Luo Chen's current wealth is barely enough for a year. For a true cultivator who often goes into seclusion for months or even years to build his foundation, how could the right to use a superior cave for a year be enough? Invisibly, a sense of urgency weighed on Luo Chen's heart. Get spirit stones, and get fucking spirit stones. Chapter 236, Good Guy? Ruthless Guy? The one who will die. If you want to get spiritual stones, there are 2 fastest ways. One is to kill people and rob treasures. After all, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without windfall. However, this is a path of practice, and if you are not careful, you will easily bury yourself in it. Xianlin Fairy City is not a small place like Daohofang and Liu Guangfang. It is not certain which knot will emerge a great master. At that time, if you fail to kill people, you will give away your property. Luo Chen will not take it. The second way is to be true, kind and beautiful, which is much more peaceful. Refining pills. Luo Chen has spent so much effort, even invested 100,000 spiritual stones, and also purchased Dangsha Peak for what? Isn't it to settle Luo Xianhu? With this force, he can refine pills on a large scale. Otherwise, he can only rely on himself. He once calculated an account, taking the top-grade Jade Marrow pill as an example. Without help, he can refine 2 furnaces of pills at most a day. The top-grade 4-elephant cauldron has 4 materials in 1 furnace, which means 8. Combined with a 50% pill success rate, the profit is about 700 spiritual stones. It seems that 20,000 a month, more than 200,000 a year, is a lot, right? In fact, the account is not calculated in this way. Before refining the elixir, you have to buy the raw materials and process them specially. This step alone will take no less time than the refining time. Then the time cost will be doubled. What about after refining? You have to sell it. If no one helps, you have to do it yourself, every time. It's the same as when he was a casual cultivator in Daohofang. He had to spend 2 or 3 days every month to set up a stall. In this way, the time will be even more. It seems that he can make 20,000 a month, but in fact, he can't even make 10,000 spirit stones a month. If you spread it out, it's only a few thousand spirit stones a month, which is only a little better than being a sacrifice for others. It's not as much as the free time of others. After all, a lot of time is wasted on refining the elixir. It is extremely disadvantageous for him to practice, study magic, alchemy, etc. What will happen if there is a force to help? This is very clear at a glance. Along the way, whether it is the Pashangang or the Luo Chen society, a familiar pattern has been formed. Special people purchase raw materials regularly. Another group of people handles the raw materials. During the alchemy process, 2, 3, or even 4 furnaces can be opened at a time to refine the pills at the same time. He doesn't need to worry about sales. The final profit result will be several times that of fighting alone. Apart from other things, in the 3 months since leaving Dahofang, Luo Chen devoted himself to alchemy and refined a top-grade jade marrow pill worth 180,000 spirit stones. This is not something that a casual cultivator can do at all. Otherwise, why do people say that most alchemists come from large sects and families? They have a unified channel that integrates top and bottom, from training to procurement, refining, and then developing the market and distributing to various places. Alchemists can save a lot of trouble and effort. A year has passed, and Luo Chen has gradually got on the right track. I can almost restart the alchemy business. And with the help of the first-level earth-fire cave, the efficiency may be even higher. Sitting on the flying boat, Luo Chen thought about these trivial things. When he was practicing normally, he was fully committed and never thought about these trivial matters. Now that he was going out, he naturally had to plan everything well. Senior Luo, long time no see, are you going out again? Under the suspension bridge. Su Jingnian, who was dressed spotlessly, waved and greeted Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled and nodded to him, then drove the flying boat, unfolded the flight mode, flew into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Among the monks who entered the city, there were some who were familiar with Su Jingnian. After Luo Chen left, he asked Su Jingnian curiously, "You are not so enthusiastic or polite to ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Who is this person that you treat so well?" Su Jingnian rolled his eyes. "This person is not an ordinary foundation-building cultivator." "Oh? What do you mean? Tell me in detail." Su Jingnian took a sip of hot tea. "Dank Shipik knows it. Could it be?" "Yes, this senior is the fierce dragon from outside. He broke into Dank Shipik and defeated 3 people of the same level with one move. Do you think you should be polite to such a person?" His friend suddenly realized. Indeed, it is not too polite to such a master. Maybe, when his realm is higher in the future, he will become an important figure in Xianlan Fairy City. Realm equals combat power, but it is not completely equal to combat power. There are also those who are high in realm but low in ability. For example, Luo Chen, who dares to defeat 3 people of the same level at the same level, shows how strong his combat talent is. As long as he can continue to grow, he will never be a weakling among the same level. But it's fine if you're polite. Why be so enthusiastic? You're a cultivator from the Ice Castle, you don't have to flatter me just because I pass by. Su Jingnian chuckled, "That's because this senior is very generous." Generous? How generous? His friend didn't think so. The foundation-building cultivators in Xianlan Immortal City were not generous. They were more stingy than anyone else for cultivation resources. How generous could a cultivator from outside be? Do you know my nephew? Liu Zi. Yes. He served as a guide for this senior for a period of time. The other party directly rewarded him with 2,000 spirit stones. Hiss. Such a generous gift. Not only that. Senior Luo thought Liu Zi was smart and hired him as the outer sect steward of Luo Xianhu, and he can also receive an extra salary every month. Su Jingnian smacked his lips and sighed. "I have worked hard in Ice Castle for many years, but I haven't earned the proper job for Liu Zi. But I didn't expect that he would arrange the job just by asking him to be a guide honestly for once. This senior Luo Chen is really a good person." After hearing this, his friends were envious. It is indeed rare to see a foundation-building cultivator who is generous and not stingy with work. Why haven't I met one? Just a good person? He has heard a little about the things in Dangsha Peak. One of the 3 casual foundation-building cultivators was killed on the spot, and his end was miserable. This master is definitely not a soft-hearted fat sheep. This is a ruthless man. Luo Chen acted very calmly about Su Jingnian's change from arrogant to respectful. He knew very well that no one would look up to him when he first arrived. Even if he was at the foundation building stage, others would only verbally respect him as senior. But when he showed his strength and the benefits that were tempting enough, then true respect would come naturally. It was not Luo Chen's intention to pull Su Xiaoliu into the Luotian Association. It was Sima Weiniang. She was busy letting the Luotian Association take root in Xianlan Fairy City, and there were many things to do when going in and out. In this process, Su Xiaoliu really provided a lot of help besides being a guide. After a while, Sima Weiniang had this idea. After reporting to Luo Chen did not refuse. In fact, accepting local casual cultivators is also a signal to the outside world that the Luotian Association wants to integrate into Xianlan Fairy City. At present, this signal is still very weak and no one cares. But if someone inquires about it, they will see it. A beam of light, like a meteor, broke through the sky. The cultivators in the Green Valley and the Purple Mist Bamboo Forest subconsciously looked up. Seeing that he went directly into Dangsha Peak, they retracted their gazes. That person should be the leader of Luo Xianhu. This is not someone they can afford to provoke. After the lanky flying boat entered Dangsha Peak, the speed slowed down. While flying, Luo Chen used his good eyesight to scan the entire mountain from bottom to top. Pieces of spiritual fields, dotted from the bottom of the mountain, circled up the mountain. In the meantime, many cultivators were busy in the fields. There are more than 100 first-level spiritual fields, on which high-quality spiritual rice that can be harvested twice a year has been planted. When the time comes, it will be enough to meet the internal needs. As for the other spiritual fields, they are still in the process of accumulating fertility. It will take another 2 years to restore to the first-level quality. During this process, only some crops with low economic value such as silkworm and cloud bean and cardamom can be planted. The main goal is to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for the land to upgrade it. In addition to the original spiritual fields, the monks of the medicine hall also opened up 20 additional spiritual fields in flat areas. In a similar way, the spiritual fields are upgraded. It can be imagined that after 3 or 4 years, these spiritual fields will be fully put into use. At that time, whether it is planting high-quality spiritual rice, or planting medicinal materials, special spiritual plants, it can bring huge benefits to Luo Xianhu. In addition to meeting their own needs, they can even sell them to the outside world. This is no longer a small fight. Grandma Yuan really intends to cultivate spiritual plants and develop them to the scale of a small sect. She is doing her best, but it's a pity. Luo Chen sighed. The flying boat came to a quiet courtyard halfway up the mountain. Outside the courtyard, all kinds of flowers and plants are planted. Now in the midsummer, the colorful flowers are so lively. And in the courtyard, it is also so lively. Or it should not be called lively. Because most of the people inside had sad faces. After putting away the flying boat, Luo Chen stepped in. President. Hello, President. President, you are here. When Yuan Dongsheng respectfully saluted Luo Chen stopped. Didn't you say that you still have 2 or 3 years to live? Why so soon? The scene of Grandma Yuan telling him how long he could live a year ago was still vaguely in his mind. But he didn't expect it. It's the 20 spiritual fields. Yuan Dongsheng said with a choked voice. My grandma felt that the spiritual fields that Luo Xianhu could use were still too few, so she wanted to open up some extra ones. But I didn't expect that there was a sleeping blackback stone dragon underground. The sleeping blackback stone dragon was disturbed and became furious, injuring many people. Grandma was at the scene and took it down personally. But because of this, she also moved her vitality. So, stone dragon, a common monster. It is often captured by cultivators and made into first-level medicinal material. Generally speaking, it is not a threat. But the blackback skink is different. It is an extreme temperament. It either sleeps and ignores the world, or it is ferocious and brutal, and dares to attack anyone. Even if it is a second-level monster or a third-level monster, it dares to bite it head-on. You can imagine how much effort Grandma Yuan spent to suppress it. She was already old and weak, and her blood and ki were extremely weak. Such a big fight can only accelerate the end of her life. In fact, a month ago, Grandma Yuan was paralyzed in bed and unconscious. This was mentioned in Sima Weiniang's sound transmission note. With a slight hum, Luo Chen walked straight into the room. The strong smell of medicine hit him in the face. It was even a little choking. Luo Chen seemed not to smell it, and his eyes fell on the bed. As if he had felt something in his heart, the old man who was unconscious before slowly turned his cloudy eyes and fell on Luo Chen. At that moment, Luo Chen knew that the other party was awake. The spiritual consciousness was released, feeling the other party's state. Luo Chen was shocked for a moment. The extremely weak soul was like a candle in the wind, about to go out. But every time it was about to go out, it stubbornly kept burning. This was, relying on amazing willpower, forcing herself to survive. And the purpose of her persistence until now was self-evident. There was no need to say more about reminiscing about the past. He opened his mouth and felt his throat was a little dry. Grandma Yuan Yujiao, the head of the Luo Xianhu Medicine Hall, has been in office for more than 7 years. During her tenure, she worked diligently. She dispatched medicinal materials for the Alchemy Hall, provided spiritual rice for the association, and tried her best to treat the monks and the association during many battles. Luo Xianhu is grateful to her. She is now working for the Luo Xianhu at Dangsha Peak. She has sorted out 400 spiritual fields and opened up 20 spiritual fields, making great contributions to the foundation. The head of the Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen, is here to verify the achievements and confirm that they are correct. Special awards include 20 bottles of top-grade jade marrow pills, 10 portions of nourishing spiritual liquid, and 3 Zongmiao pills. There is also a set of second-level water-attributed exercises that can be inherited by the Yuan family, and magic tools. The Yuan family can enjoy half of the income from the 20 newly opened spiritual fields for life. The calm and indifferent words carried an unquestionable flavor. In these words, Yuan Yujiao's merits and demerits in the last 7 years of her life were evaluated most pertinently. In particular, the 420 spiritual fields she sorted out and opened up for the Luo Xian who were well-deserved great contributions. Even if she dies now, these rewards will be distributed to her descendant Yuan Dongshen. While Luo Chen was saying these words, the old man's eyes became brighter and brighter. No longer turbid, they looked like stars. Finally, Luo Chen murmured quietly, "Don't worry, the spiritual fields of Dangsha Peak will be planted with spiritual plants every year, and the incense of the Yuan family will be passed on forever." After saying that, he pursed his lips and quietly turned away. Behind him, it was Yuan Dongsheng's sudden cry and low howl. Out of the yard, Murin King Lian stood in front of him. Luo Chen didn't look at her, his eyes were far away, just staring at the flowers and plants in the yard. "Have you written it down?" "Yes, I have. After the burial, all these rewards will be distributed to Yuan Dongshen." "Where is the cemetery?" "I have discussed it with the president before, and we plan to choose the area behind Dangsha Peak as the cemetery. In the future, those who have made contributions to Luo Xian who can be buried in the cemetery after death." "Okay, you will be responsible for the burial matters." "I am relieved." Luo Chen's eyes wandered, from the flowers and plants, and finally shifted to the people in the yard. Xiu Gu held Zhao Yiling's hand and sobbed outside the door. She has always been a member of the medicine hall, whether it was during the Pashingang period or after the establishment of Luo Xianhu. At the beginning, it was Granny Yuan who persuaded her to break the prejudice against Zheng Wen and brought this couple together. Now that Granny Yuan has passed away, she is the saddest person besides Yuan Dongshen. Zheng Yiling stood there in a daze, looking at the scene in the house, sucking his fingers subconsciously. Luo Chen waved his hand. Zheng Yiling broke away from Xiu Gu's hand and ran over. "Let's go and play with Uncle. Don't disturb your mother and the others." Zheng Yiling looked back. Xiu Gu forced a smile at him and waved. The child smiled, held Luo Chen's big hand, and left the yard. Walking on the mountain path, the crying behind him gradually disappeared. In front of him was the lively figure of a child jumping on the stones, climbing up the tree, and jumping on the steps. 6 years old. Calculate the time. I was born 2 years before I built my foundation. I was in seclusion for 3 years and came to Xianlan Fairy City for 1 year. Such a small thing, suddenly I can run and jump. Luo Chen's heart was cold. If a person dies, what can he leave behind? Is it blood, or incense? Or is it his evaluation of merits and demerits in a few words? What if I die? Suddenly. "Zia Long, what is your ideal when you grow up?" Zheng Yiling hung his hands on the tree branch, his round body swaying like a swing. He shouted, "Earn spiritual stones and marry a wife." "Oh!" Luo Chen's face froze. "Who taught you that?" The child flexibly flipped onto the branch, stood firm, and said as a matter of course, "Uncle Yuan taught me. He used to say to Grandma Yuan every day that he would marry a wife, have children, and inherit the incense of the Yuan family. Luo Chen frowned. But he didn't know what he was thinking about, and his brows gradually relaxed. Yes, everyone has their own ideals and ambitions. Chu Lingjun was influenced by him since he was a child, so he wanted to become a respected alchemist. Zheng Yilin, who grew up in the hands of a woman since he was a child, also had the family motto left by Zheng Wen before his death, which constantly irrigated his ideas, and naturally his ideals would also be affected. These are all personal choices, and he can't force it. Then what about himself? Compared with the incense bloodline and the great achievements, Luo Chen doesn't like these. Immortality. Only immortality. There are too many wonderful things waiting for him to witness in this world. 100 years is too short. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen grabbed Zheng Yilin. You've been a little wild lately. Have you learned to read? Have you read books? With Zheng Yilin frowning, Luo Chen led him to the Luotian Hall of Dangsha Peak. At the same time, Sima Hunyang, who was busy, heard something. Come to see me quickly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Pressure from the Upper Echelons? I will solve it. The pharmacy is reorganized and an outer gate is established. Thick beams and neat stone bricks. The new hall exudes minimalism. The new hall of Luo Chen is named Luotian Hall. There is no extravagance or waste. When it was first built, it was built to save spiritual stones. Luo Chen did not want anything magnificent or magnificent. Everything is difficult at the beginning, so now everything should be simple. When he arrived at Luotian Hall, Sima Wei Niang, Gu Kai, Duan Feng, and Chu Lingjun had been waiting for a long time. Without any nonsense, Luo Chen went straight to the point. First of all, it was the issue of the market for chalcedony pills that he was most concerned about. Kai, you tell me. Gu Kai nodded and told the investigation of the year. First, it's Huanayu. At present, there are no less than 10 stores in Xianlan Fairy City that can supply Huanayu, the main material of chalcedony pill, in large quantities. This means that when we refine chalcedony pill, we will not be strangled by others in terms of raw materials. The problem is that due to the war, the price of Huanayu has risen. We must pay attention to the cost. Listening to her introduction, Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It can be seen that the other party has really put a lot of thought into it this year. He only asked her to investigate the market situation of chalcedony pill, but he didn't expect that she even collected information on the raw materials of chalcedony pill. Secondly, there are competitors. There are a total of 15 kinds of cultivation elixirs suitable for low-level cultivators on the market in Xianlan Xiancheng. Among these 15 kinds, the Yankee Dam from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion and the Huanglong Dan from the Kingdom Valley are the most expensive. The current prices are high, with one bottle costing 120 and 110 spirit stones respectively. Compared with the past, there is a premium, which is also affected by the war. The other 13 kinds of elixirs come from the Behu Palace, Luoyan sect, and some immortal cultivation families. The elixirs from the big sects are all good, with guaranteed quality, and the prices are generally around 100 yuan. The elixirs sold by small forces have more or less some problems, similar to the early Judaification of our Yuzudan. Therefore, their prices, even if affected by the war, only hover around 90. Moreover, the market share is not much. He said so many words in one breath. Even though Gu Kai was a cultivator of the 9th level of key refining, he did not feel a little tired. It was not physical fatigue, but there was too much information contained in it. She had to remember where each elixir came from, what effects it had, and what the price was. When she spoke out, she had to make an evaluation based on what she actually saw. Only in this way could Luo Chen clearly understand the market situation. Seeing Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully, Gu Kai breathed a sigh of relief and added, finally, in my opinion, the market for low-level cultivation elixirs in Xianlan Xiancheng is already very saturated. We will encounter many difficulties if we want to squeeze in. Chu Lingjun asked curiously, what are the difficulties? Price competition, peer competition, and even. Gu Kai pursed her lips and hesitated. Luo Chen above said lightly, does it have permission from the superiors? Gu Kai nodded, indeed, I have inquired about it. There are 3 cultivation families whose elixirs, in addition to selling them, also paid an additional amount of spirit stones to the large sects they are affiliated with. After saying that, she smiled bitterly. To be honest, the batch of chalcedony pills that the president gave me, if it was in the past, it would have been sold in 1 or 2 months. But this time, I spent a lot of energy, through the black market, retail sales, and the market. It took me a full year to sell them all. Chu Lingjun, who has grown into a young man, felt a headache after hearing these difficulties. He thought that refining pills was difficult enough, but he didn't expect that selling pills would be even more difficult. After hearing this, Sima Wei Niang couldn't help but frown. She knew how much the chalcedony pills that the president took out were worth. About 50,000 spirit stones. It was a lot, but if it was spread over a year's income, it would be pitiful. If it continued to operate like this in the future, how could Luo Xianhu grow? How could it develop? Not to mention Luo Xianhu, even if it only supplied the president with cultivation, I'm afraid it would be beyond its ability. For a moment, she, the president, was in a dilemma. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen, who was in the upper position, was still calm. The large number of competitors is not a problem. This shows that the market is very broad and far from saturated. Our jade marrow pills are originally very low in cost. Moreover, I have improved the sequelae of the jadification of the Danshan, and the medicinal power is not inferior to ordinary key-nourishing pills. In this case, we can completely rely on the price advantage to force our way into the market. As for the pressure from the upper level, the 4 of them looked at Luo Chen curiously. Could it be that he can even solve this? You know, the upper forces of Xianlan Fairy City are all behemoths such as the 7 Jade Tripod sects and even the Yuanying upper sect outside the domain. Even if Luo Chen has repeatedly created miracles along the way. But at this level, can he find a way out? Facing the curious, uneasy and expectant eyes of the 3 people, Luo Chen whispered, I will solve the pressure from the upper level, you don't need to worry. It can really be solved. The 4 looked at each other, shocked, and admired Luo Chen more and more. Luo Chen's eyes fell on Chu Lingjun. The underground fire caves have been sorted out, right? Chu Lingjun nodded immediately. There is a first-level underground fire vein under Dangsha Peak. At the beginning, Sheng Yingman and Zheng's family opened up 20 underground fire caves for rent. After we sorted it out, we opened up several small caves and formed the large Dan room model that Master is familiar with. At present, only Kidding and I are using these 20 underground fire caves, and most of them are still vacant. It is well known that the underground fire veins in Yuding domain are abundant. As Luo Chen walked along, he saw many underground fire veins. In Dahofang, there is one in Wanbao Tower in the inner city, and one in the Duan family in Xiaohun Mountain. In Taishanfang, there is one in the Ho family in Chichen Mountain, and one in the Kang family in Taishan. After coming to Xianlan Fairy City, there are more underground fire veins. Dangsha Peak, Wutong Mountain, Shinggongmen, Wanbao Tower. A rough estimate is that there are no less than 2 hands. Even if they are all low-level underground fire veins, they are not a big deal. But it did provide a solid foundation for industries such as alchemy and casting. Chu Lingjun's arrangement was undoubtedly very reasonable. The underground fire caves needed by the alchemy hall and the weapon hall were separated. He also specially arranged the alchemy room layout that he was most familiar with for Luo Chen. Once he started to make alchemy, these trivial matters would not cause any trouble. Luo Chen was very satisfied with his apprentice, regardless of his cultivation. Especially since the other party could now steadily refine the lower-grade chalcedony pill, and was exploring the middle-grade chalcedony pill according to the chalcedony pill refining experience he left behind. This made Luo Chen very happy. Since everything has been sorted out, let's start preparing immediately and refine the chalcedony pill on a large scale. Wei Niang, how many spirit stones are left in Luo Xianhu's account now? The conversation turned to Sima Wei Niang. Sima Wei Niang knew all of these. He immediately replied, originally, there were only 20,000 left, and later, Hall Master Gu gradually added 50,000, a total of 70,000. After the operation of the Green Valley, Hall Master Duan Feng sold a lot of repaired magic tools and added 30,000 spirit stones. At one point, it reached about 100,000. However, after this year, after paying for staff salaries, purchasing materials, and daily expenses, 50,000 have been consumed. There is no way, when you first arrive at Dangsha Peak, It is the most expensive time. So, now there are only 50,000 working capital on the books. 50,000. For any casual cultivator, this is an untouchable huge number. However, for Sima Wei Niang, Gu Kai, Duan Feng, and other senior executives who have been handling large sums of money for many years, it is already a number that is not surprising. In fact, for the current Luo Chen, this amount of spirit stones is still too little. Take out 10,000 and purchase the raw materials of the Jade Marrow Pill on a large scale. 10,000 spirit stones can purchase the materials needed for refining the Jade Marrow Pill for 3 or 4 months. Luo Chen did not withdraw all the spirit stones on the books. He knew that any power needed to have sufficient liquidity to operate. Moreover, part of it was medium-grade spiritual stones. This was a strategic resource and could not be moved lightly. Just like the lanky flying boat. Under normal conditions, it could be driven by Luo Chen's spiritual power alone. But once the large-scale flying boat mode was deployed, a large number of medium-grade spiritual stones were required to drive it continuously. In addition, I have a list here. Please send someone to collect 10 copies as soon as possible and send them to the cave residents when the time comes. While Sima Wei Niang was puzzled, a piece of paper fell lightly into her hands. Blue smoke jade, Lingding vanilla. 10-year-old cold ginseng, Angelica, Polygonum multiflorum, motherwort, sky blue aloe. The dense names of medicinal materials made Sima Wei Niang's eyelids jump wildly. In particular, there were several medicinal materials that she was familiar with. They were the kind of medicinal materials that were particularly beneficial to female cultivators, and even if they were taken raw, they had good effects. Just by scanning them once, Sima Wei Niang couldn't help but feel curious. Is the president going to refine some elixir that is useful for female cultivators? While she was curious, Luo Chen's voice rang in her ears. Get them together as soon as possible, but divide them among people and buy them separately. Remember. Sima Wei Niang nodded heavily. She could feel how much Luo Chen valued this list. She planned to handle this matter herself. That was the end of the arrangement for the Jade Marrow Pill. What happened next would depend on the specific operation. Luo Chen changed the subject and talked about Duan Feng. Looking at the other person, the spiritual power fluctuations were smooth, almost overflowing. He praised, "You haven't slacked off recently, and you have already reached the great perfection of key refining." Duan Feng pursed his lips and nodded silently. He should have reached the great perfection of key refining so quickly. It would take at least several years. But the legacy left by Duan Qianqin was enough to push any key refining level 9 to the great perfection. His own talent was not bad, and he had already been close to the great perfection state. Now, it's just adding fuel to the fire and going to the next level. However, he was so calm. Sima Wei Niang felt sad. According to Luo Chen's promise, whoever among them reaches the great perfection of key refining first can buy the foundation establishment pill from Luo Chen at the original price at the auction. Among that group of people, the ones closest to the great perfection are her, Sima Wei Niang, Muren Qinglian, Duan Feng and Bian Zhen. Although she is busy with affairs, she is treated the best among the four. Logically, she should be the first to reach the great perfection. Unexpectedly, Duan Feng came later. Now, when do you plan to build your foundation? Duan Feng raised his head and said bluntly, "It's better to do it now than to wait. Since it has been perfected, why wait any longer? In these 2 days, I plan to use my savings to rent a second-level lower-grade cave house in Xianlan Peak to break through the realm." Full of vigor. It is worthy of the Duan Feng in his memory, who is decisive and kills people who aim to kill people who build their foundation in the key refining period. Luo Chen nodded. "Do you need help?" Duan Feng shook his head. "You've helped me enough. I've been studying the foundation building experience for more than a year. I'm very confident about the foundation building." That's true. Duan Feng's accumulation is not bad. Duan Qianqin's resources are specially prepared for him, which is definitely more suitable than Luo Chen's arrangement. In addition, Luo Chen's experience of building the foundation 5 times and the accumulated foundation building experience. If he doesn't even have this confidence, it's better not to attack. By the way, I vaguely know what's in the 2 silver balls. Duan Feng suddenly said. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, but saw that the other party was a little hesitant. Is there anything wrong? I'm just guessing. The specific situation will have to wait until I build the foundation and unlock the forbidden formation before I can get an accurate answer. As he spoke, He sent a small booklet to Luo Chen with his spiritual power. Luo Chen opened the booklet. What he saw, his pupils shrank. He looked at Duanfeng deeply. Okay, then I'll wait for you to succeed in building the foundation. Sima Wei Niang beside him listened to the two people's questions and answers. But the whole process seemed to have not involved the foundation building pill. This made her a little confused. At some point, Luo Chen had already looked over with a smile. Don't think about it. Duanfeng has another opportunity and doesn't need the foundation building pill for the time being. Sima Wei Niang was stunned. Then she was overjoyed. Even if she tried her best to control it, the slightly raised corners of her mouth still revealed the joy in her heart. Luo Chen smiled and didn't care. Now at his level, 1 or 2 foundation building pills are actually nothing. As long as you have the heart. As long as you dare to pay the price. It's better to get the foundation building pill than a casual cultivator. Next, Luo Chen and Sima Wei Niang discussed some affairs in the meeting. It involves contact with 2 nearby forces. One of them is the Zheng family. They were enemies before, but since they have settled down, they still have to make friends as much as possible. After all, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. It's not beautiful to become bad neighbors. According to Sima Wei Niang's meaning, it is to invite the other party to settle in Bigu Valley and continue the previous business. After a brief contact, the other party didn't seem to be as persistent as expected. Profits are attractive. The Green Valley is not big, but because of the scattered cultivators who have lived in Dangshi Peak for 100 years, it has indeed cultivated a bit of a business atmosphere. It is not impossible to run it as a miniature market. In the past year, some of Gu Kai's elixirs and Duanfeng's magic tools were sold through the Green Valley channel. If we manage it well, we can hold a small auction in the Green Valley in the future. Whether it is to accumulate fame or earn spirit stones, it will be worthwhile. Facing Sima Wei Niang's proposal, Luo Chen agreed very much. Don't talk about the Luo Xianhu. At the beginning, the Pashangang had its own private black market. His jade marrow pill was still well known in that black market. Grandma Yuan has passed away, but the medicine hall cannot be without a master for a day. I have 3 candidates here, Bian Zhen, who has a high level of cultivation, Feng Xia, who is very familiar with medicinal herbs, and Yuan Dongshen, who is very knowledgeable about spiritual plants. President, who do you have in mind? Luo Chen thought for a while and said slowly, the medicine hall is very important. It involves the 2 lifelines of my Luo Chen Association. The 2 lifelines are the Dan Hall and more than 400 spiritual fields. The former is fine, Luo Chen is in charge of it personally. But the latter is not valuable now, but after years of operation, the income will definitely be very high. It can even be said that many small sects are self-sufficient by operating spiritual fields. So, there must be someone with a high level of cultivation to take charge. Although Bian Zhen joined my Luo Chen Association later, his loyalty has been verified along the way. He can be the master of the medicine hall. Sima Wei Niang hummed. In fact, she also thought so. Bian Zhen is so strong that it is a bit of a waste to let him be inferior to Zhou Yuanli. However, when an amateur leads an expert, it is easy to cause trouble. So, Feng Xia and Yuan Dongsheng's tasks must be increased. Appoint them as the elders of spiritual plants and spiritual medicines in the medicine hall, and take charge of each place. Bian Zhen can be in the middle to take charge of the overall situation. After hearing this arrangement, Sima Wei Niang was convinced. President, it's a good idea. Luo Chen smiled. What kind of good idea is this? It's just that there are so many talents in Luo Xianhu. Just think about it and arrange 1 carat for 1 position. However, the handling of Bian Zhen also derives a problem. After many wars, most of the surviving cultivators in Luo Xianhu are elites. And they have gained a lot and their realms have been improved. Just in the past year, there have been 3 more people at the 9th level of key refining. These people must not be simply idle. I heard that you set up an outer sect. Sima Wei Niang was stunned, and then nodded quickly. It imitated the big sects and set up an outer sect. But at present, there are only the external deacon Suzai Alio and a few errand-running key refining mid-stage cultivators. Luo Chen stroked his chin. After thinking for a while, he said, you go and make a plan to see if you can draw a group of people who have no special talents but good strength from the association and arrange them to the outer sect. This group of people will be responsible for some trivial matters that the major halls are not involved in the future. To the outside and to the inside, Connect the halls. There will be an elder in the outer sect, and you will be in charge of it. Sima Wei Niang silently remembered it in her heart and planned to implement it later. This small meeting was almost over. Luo Chen stayed in Dangshi Peak for one night, and attended the funeral of Grandma Yuan the next day, and then took Duanfeng back to the fairy city. After returning, Duanfeng went to rent a cave and planned to build a foundation. But Luo Chen plunged into the prosperous fairy city. His figure began to appear in major shops. Now that the main direction of cultivation has been determined, a large-scale purchase is inevitable. Chapter 238 Kingdom Zhuan Yunzi, Duanfeng in seclusion. Senior, this is the Zongmiao Pill you asked for. Looking at the densely packed jade bottles in front of him, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. How much spiritual stones? The maid swallowed her saliva and said carefully and flatteringly, 550 spiritual stones per bottle, a total of 10 bottles, thank you for your patronage, 5,500 spiritual stones. Luo Chen frowned. Isn't it 500 per bottle? Seeing that he was unhappy, the maid was terrified. The price has increased recently. This is the market situation. Please forgive me, senior. Luo Chen was not angry with the maid. What made him unhappy was that everything was rising in price now. Second-level pills are expensive, and they are necessary for daily practice. It seems that each bottle is only 50 more. But for long-term purchase, it will cost tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Even if he is richer than ordinary casual cultivators, he can't bear such consumption. Suppressing his unhappiness, Luo Chen said patiently, I buy in bulk, don't you have corresponding preferential measures in your store? Hearing this, the maid's eyes lit up. Fear gradually faded, and enthusiasm suddenly emerged. I was just about to introduce it to you, senior. If you buy pills in our Kingdom Valley, as long as you spend more than 10,000 spirit stones at a time, you can be promoted to distinguished 9 pattern customer. 9 pattern customers can enjoy a 95% discount every time they buy pills. If you live in the Immortal City, you can also enjoy free door-to-door delivery of pills. Only 95% discount? Luo Chen cursed Kingdom Valley for being stingy, but his hands were very skillful. Then give me another 25 bottles of Zongmiao pills, and give me a discount according to the standards of 9 pattern customers. The maid was stunned for a moment. She hurriedly explained, there is no discount for the first purchase, only the second time. As she spoke, she couldn't continue. Facing Luo Chen's calm and deep gaze, she lowered her head. Senior, wait a moment, you want too many pills, I have to go to the pill warehouse to retrieve them. After she left, Luo Chen couldn't help shaking his head. After all, it is the industry of a large sect. Even if they are already taking those preferential measures, they are still high and mighty and can't let go of their face 95% off. It's like sending away beggars. Moreover, their employees are not well trained. They didn't actively promote the VIP system at the beginning, and they didn't know how to adapt in the subsequent communication. In comparison, the group of female cultivators in Luoxianhu Jintang, under the training of Gu Kai, are much more outstanding. While Luo Chen was waiting, a young figure walked to the counter. Dao Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. The other party smiled slightly and took out a jade card with 9 cloud patterns printed on it, similar to the logo of the Kingdom Valley sect. This is your 9 pattern VIP card. Inject the spiritual power mark, and you can enjoy discounts with this card in the future. In addition, this jade card involves spiritual consciousness transmission. If it is inconvenient to go out, you can transmit the sound thousands of miles away and let our people deliver the elixir to your door. Luo Chen hummed and put the jade card in his arms. However, looking at the other person's face, there was still a hint of doubt. The man didn't take it seriously and immediately introduced himself. My name is Yiyun, from the Yuxuanhe family in Kingdom Valley. Everyone praised me and gave me the Taoist name Zhuan Yunzi. Just like in the martial arts world, only the top masters have nicknames. In the world of immortal cultivation, only those who have achieved excellence in a certain aspect or are powerful are qualified to be given a Taoist name. Luo Chen's Taoist name Dan Chenzi was actually not worthy of the name at first. It was just that Mishu who forced him to give it to him in order to open up the market for Chalcedony pills. The Taoist names of beings like Tao Ho Shengren and Shixiangzhu are worthy of the name. Now, the man in front of him actually has a Taoist name. It can be seen that he is, well, refining pills. The rich elixir energy lingering all over his body shows that the other party has made great achievements in the way of alchemy. Luo Chen put away his puzzled face and nodded to the other party. Taoist Zhuan Yunzi. Zhuan Yunzi smiled slightly and looked at Luo Chen. You are so young, but you bought so many pills in large quantities. I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Luo Chen pulled his lips and was a little speechless. He didn't know whether he should say it or not, so what else could he say? Of course, on the surface, he still pretended to be listening attentively. You might as well speak frankly. Although the pills are good, you can't rely on them too much. Otherwise, when the pills are formed, there will be residual poison. Luo Chen smiled. I thank you for your kindness. It's just strange that you sell pills in Kingdom Valley. I didn't expect you to say that. Zhuan Yunzi was stunned, and then laughed. I don't know why, but I feel particularly close to you when I see you. Thank you very much. While the two were talking, the maid had already brought enough Shenglong pills. Together with the previous ones, they were all discounted by 95%. A total of 18,287 spirit stones. Zhuan Yunzi decided to wipe out the remaining 87 spirit stones. As for the first time, there was no discount, and it was never mentioned again. After collecting the pills, Luo Chen did not leave directly. Instead, he asked curiously, does your store have any mid-grade or high-grade Shenglong pills for sale? Zhuan Yunzi looked at Luo Chen and thought to himself that the other party had indeed taken his words to heart. Now he has begun to want to change to higher-grade Shenglong pill. What a pity. Sorry, Kingdom Valley never sells high-grade pills directly. This is the rule from above, and I can't do anything about it. Luo Chen sighed. That's really a pity. He carefully looked at Luo Chen, his clothes, his demeanor and his conversation. Zhuan Yunzi thought for a while and took out an invitation card with 9 cloud patterns printed on it from his storage bag. Dao looks like a person with a lot of wealth. The next large-scale auction in Xianlan Fairy City will be jointly held by our Kingdom Valley and Ice Castle. With this invitation, Dao can participate directly without capital verification. Luo Chen was surprised. He took the invitation card. After flipping through it, he saw that it had already recorded the names of many rare treasures. There were even a few magic weapons. There were also special products from Kingdom Valley and Ice Castle. The top-grade Shenglong pill was clearly visible. He carefully put it away and said, I will definitely attend the meeting when the time comes. When leaving the store, Luo Chen couldn't help but look back again. Zhuan Yunzi stood in front of the counter, seemed to have sensed something, turned his head, and smiled at him again. Shaking his head, Luo Chen walked to the street. Strange, how can a person have both life and death, and still be so prominent? Muttering, Luo Chen walked for a while, turned around and went into another store. Food Fragrance Pavilion. A box of Lai Shen Xiang, 10 bottles of Bigu. Luo Chen entered the store and attracted a lot of attention. It had nothing to do with his realm of foundation building. It was because he was a male cultivator. And in the Food Fragrance Pavilion, most of the people were female cultivators, and there were very few male cultivators. However, he was a guest when he entered the door. Soon, a maid came up to serve him. Lai Shen Xiang, one of the 3 incense, a second-level spiritual incense, is much cheaper than elixirs. But a box of 12 sticks would cost nearly 300 spirit stones. When Luo Chen paid for the spirit stones, he felt a little pain. Because he was not sure whether Lai Shen Xiang would still be useful to him. The calming incense commonly used in the key refining stage currently had little effect. He had to choose another spirit incense, otherwise his proficiency in the Mu Yaga Wang Sutra would be too slow. But he bought Baihuolu without hesitation. First, it was cheap. As the sweetest of the 4 flavors and the main product of Baihua Palace, this thing had a particularly large output. It was about quantity, not price. Second, this thing was one of the 3 main ingredients for refining Yuludan. The 3 main ingredients of Yuludan were blue smoke jade, Lingting herb, and Baihuolu. He asked Luo Xianhu to buy the first 2 for him. As for the remaining main ingredient, he chose to buy it himself. While it was convenient, it could also ensure that the medicinal materials in the recipe were kept as much as possible and would not be leaked. Although even if it was leaked, ordinary people would not be able to refine it. But it is important to keep a little. This is the lifeblood of the alchemist. If it is not allowed to be seen, it should be kept. Even if it is seen, the specific size should not be felt. Before returning to home, Luo Chen first visited Duanfeng. The other party was making the final preparations before building the foundation. Next, he would break through the foundation in one fell swoop. The time may be 3 to 5 days, or 1 or 2 months. It is extremely rare for Luo Chen to build the foundation for a year. This is related to the fact that Luo Chen prepared 5 spiritual medicines for building the foundation. Moreover, the second-level spiritual environment of Xiaohou Mountain is not natural, but artificially created. He also spent a lot of time to refill the spiritual stones needed for the formation. In contrast, Duanfeng did not have these problems. In order to increase Duanfeng's success rate in building the foundation as much as possible, Luo Chen did not mind the trouble and personally explained to him the key points of building the foundation. Even under Duanfeng's somewhat unnatural look, Luo Chen personally injected a ray of pure spiritual power into his body to simulate the process of the Danshan turning into Qi, with spiritual energy surging and flushing the meridians of the whole body. During this process, he naturally restrained himself. Duanfeng experienced it with full concentration. Finally, he said thank you to Luo Chen with a very complicated mood. You don't have to thank me. You usually call me president, but privately, you and I are still brothers who walked out of the courtyard. I also hope that you can succeed in building your foundation. The road is long, and it would be too lonely if I were the only one walking alone. Not only you, I also hope that Qin Liangchen, Kai and others can also succeed in building their foundations. Luo Chen waved his hand and said something. It was sincere and sincere, without any pretense. Duanfeng was really moved. He handed the control method of entering and leaving the cave to Luo Chen. If I haven't come out in a month, it means I have failed to build my foundation. Either I will be seriously injured or I will die. When the time comes, you will collect my body. Watching the dragon-breaking stone fall, the concealing formation was activated, and clouds and mists gathered. Luo Chen murmured, it should be successful. He asked himself that he was not a star of misfortune, and he even had a little luck. Most of the people around him were healthy and safe. On the contrary, his enemies were often in trouble. In this case, he did not want to do the corpse collection action. I still want to hear the long roar that broke through the barrier. He flicked his sleeves and turned around. The clouds went up, and in the cave, a Chinese ghost story had been waiting for a long time. Master, you are back. Chapter 239. Do you want him to succeed? Getting started with Jade Pill. The incense of sandalwood wafts and the smoke curls. A Taoist sits cross-legged in a quiet and cold room, his hands turned upside down, palms facing the sky, and he is doing a seemingly ordinary spiritual formula. In the mist, the Taoist's face is not so calm. Instead, it looks a little ferocious. His lips are half open and half closed, and between breaths, the sandalwood turns into 2 green dragons of air and drills into his nostrils. At that moment, it seems that a great pressure is leaking out of the quiet room. This is a sign that a cultivator cannot control the outward spiritual consciousness, which often only appears in those who have just entered the foundation building stage. Now it appears on Luo Chen, which is particularly rare. Suddenly, Luo Chen groaned and opened his eyes, as if lightning flashed in the room. The empty room is generating electricity. He flicked his finger, and a spiritual power shot towards the half-burned sandalwood. Swish! The sandalwood went out, and the fragrance lingered. Luo Chen couldn't help but press his hand on the center of his eyebrows and rub them gently. It's worthy of being called the fierce god incense that can only be used by those in the late stage of foundation building. It's so stimulating to the soul. If I hadn't woken up in time, I'm afraid that if I continued to absorb it, my soul would be too excited and fall into extreme fatigue after the excitement. He took a deep breath. Looking at the half-stub of sandalwood, he thought in his heart. This fierce god incense is a kind of spiritual incense developed by the master of incense in Bigu Palace. The conditions for use are harsh and the price is very expensive. But the effect is really worth the money. Just half a stick of spiritual incense made his soul enter an excited state. From the previous 5 times a day, he could only operate his life skills, but now it has increased to 7 times. 2 more times. In terms of the efficiency of the increase, it is insignificant. But if he persists for a long time, the benefits to Luo Chen will be considerable. If I can completely absorb a whole plant of Lai Shen incense, the number of times I can practice the technique may be increased to the limit of 10 times. In this way, even without the help of elixirs, I can increase my cultivation speed by nearly half. In the final analysis, my rather conceited soul foundation is still not enough. From the use of Lai Shen incense, Luo Chen gradually figured out the gap between his current soul foundation and other foundation building true cultivators. Stronger than the early stage of foundation building. Not as good as the late stage of foundation building great cultivators. He should be in the middle stage of foundation building, and at the upper level, very close to the late stage of foundation building. It's a pity. When building the foundation, the spiritual energy washes through the meridians of the whole body, the danshan turns into a sea of qi, and the soul can be released to form spiritual consciousness. This is the best time to reshape the foundation of the great Dao. The stronger the soul foundation at that time, the greater the increase in spiritual consciousness will be after the foundation is built. I thought it was strong enough, but I didn't expect that it was still not enough. Shaking his head, Luo Chen no longer thought about it. He just felt sorry, but did not regret it. The most urgent thing at the time was to build the foundation. There is no reason to suppress the realm just to increase the soul foundation without limit. If it happens again, he will still choose to invest all his energy into breaking through the foundation without hesitation. Moreover, it is not that there is no way to remedy it now. If it were someone else, they might just have to endure it helplessly. Endure for 10 or 100 years, let the years accumulate the soul foundation bit by bit, and normally reach the late stage of foundation building. But he has a shortcut. Zongmiao Pill. Now it's just that the lower grade ones are useless. Then what about the middle grade ones? What about the upper grade ones? Or even the top grade Zongmiao Pill? Luo Chen has made a decision. While refining a large number of yuzu pills at Dangsha Peak, he also needs to refine Zongmiao pills to try to improve his proficiency. Moreover, even if this kind of pill has the hidden danger of entering the dream, it will definitely not lack a market. If the middle grade and upper grade ones are useless, he can also make a profit through internal consumption of Luo Chen Club or external sales. Thoughts flow endlessly. Thoughts are mixed. The gradually excited mental state gradually calmed down. Luo Chen looked inside his key sea. The first layer was already full, and the second layer had accumulated a quarter of the spiritual liquid. The harvest from the work of yesterday night was indeed a little more than before. The specific data is not available yet. But it shows that Shenglong Pill and Lai Shangxiang are indeed effective for him. Persevere. One day, the 9 layers of Qi Si will be filled, and my golden pill will be born in that majestic spiritual power ocean. 3 days later. Outside Xianlin Peak, a beam of light slowly flew in. The reason why it was slow was that it was compared with the foundation building true cultivators who often came and went here. In fact, compared with the bottom layer, the key refining cultivators in the first level upper grade caves, this escape speed is still faster. It's just because the owner of the escape light is Min Longgao, who has been in the great perfection of key refining for a long time. While flying, he looked at the tall peaks around him, and the clouds and mists were dense between the cliffs. In the dimming, there were caves hidden in between. There were spirit beasts climbing and cranes flying. The huge waterfall hangs from the sky, and sometimes spirit fish leap and run, trying to swim upstream. But under the might of heaven and earth, they are unwilling to fall. In the midst of the dazzling scene, following the guidance of Yuju, Duanfeng landed in front of a platform. The small courtyard outside was vacant. It is not appropriate to say that it is vacant. There are only some flowers and plants that have no value to cultivators, and they are simply beautiful. It can be seen that the owner of this house has no intention of living here for a long time. As if knowing his arrival, the clouds and mist gradually dissipated, and the formation disappeared. Min Longgao tidied his clothes and walked in. When he entered, he saw Luo Chen in a grey Taoist robe, busy in a room. He just looked for a while, and then said in surprise, "President, are you setting up the alchemy room?" Luo Chen did not even turn his head, busying himself. But he still answered. Xianlin Peak provides an underground fire exit for each second-level cave. I'll arrange it first, and then let the monks of Binglin Palace come to pull the underground fire up. It's useless if you don't use it. Boom. The 3 legs of the 4-elephant cauldron landed steadily on the open ground. The underground fire exit happened to be right below. Although it is still a bit rough and not as well arranged as the monks of Alio Mountain. But it is much better than the alchemy room I built at the beginning. Luo Chen turned around with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Have you brought all the things? Min Longgao nodded quickly, took out a storage bag, and handed it to Luo Chen respectfully. Everything is in it. Some materials have also been carefully processed by Chu Lingjun and his men according to your instructions. Luo Chen did not shy away. In front of Min Longgao, he opened the storage bag and poured out all the things inside. A dense pile filled up a corner of the living room. Squatting down, Luo Chen began to check the processing of each medicinal material. For a long while, he let out a long sigh. Not bad, Lingjun has improved his material processing skills. No need to send it back to buy again. Turning his head to take a look, he found that Min Longgao was a little absent-minded. After a little thought, Luo Chen knew what he was thinking. But he still asked, "What are you thinking about?" Min Longgao answered absent-mindedly, "I just think that the spiritual energy in your cave is very abundant. If a key refining cultivator cultivates here, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort, and he will enter the key refining great perfection early." He said one thing and meant another. You have already reached the great perfection of key refining, so why would you care about these things? With a slight smile, Luo Chen walked out of the cave. Min Longgao followed subconsciously. When he came to the platform outside, his eyes fell on a relatively lower rock wall opposite. Luo Chen pointed with his hand. Duanfeng is in it. Grunt. The sound of swallowing saliva was clearly audible. Min Longgao stared at that place, muttering, "I don't know if he succeeded." "Do you hope he succeeds?" "Of course." This answer was without any hesitation. It was almost blurted out, and it came from the heart, as if it was decisive. Luo Chen smiled. If Feng Xiao was to answer this question, it would not be surprising to have this answer. But Min Longgao and Duanfeng are not related. It is quite interesting that they have such absolute support. He looked at each other with a look of scrutiny. Suddenly, "You don't have confidence." Min Longgao looked up in astonishment and met Luo Chen's eyes that seemed to be able to see through his soul. He shook his head quickly. "No, how could it be possible? I am full of confidence." "Really?" Luo Chen shook his head. "I don't believe it." Min Longgao opened his mouth, and finally a little dejected. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he said bitterly, "The president's eyes are sharp, and he really saw through my inner thoughts at a glance." Luo Chen smacked his lips. This was not seen with his eyes. It was Min Longgao's reaction, told to him personally. He hoped Duanfeng would succeed more than anyone else. Not because of any interests or emotions. He simply hoped that the other party's success would give him some confidence when he breaks through the foundation in the future. It's that simple, that's all. After all, in terms of background, means, and realm, Min Longgao, is much stronger than Duanfeng. It doesn't make sense that Duanfeng can succeed, but he can't. So, he hopes Duanfeng will succeed. Alice. I don't know why, the more I prepare, the more I feel unsure. It's been more than 3 years since I reached the great perfection of the key refining stage, and I think my spiritual power is more refined than anyone else. My soul is not weak, and my weakest physical body has been gradually replenished under the medicinal bath of the Yuan Pei Lingai this year. But, speaking of this, Min Longgao paused, looking at the cave on the opposite mountain wall with envy. I envy Duanfeng very much. He can rush to the foundation building stage right after key refining is completed. Unlike me. The longer you delay, the more afraid you will be. Hearing these words, Luo Chen nodded secretly in his heart. Cultivation is a slow process, accumulating little by little, the more solid the better. However, breaking through the realm has always been about making a strong effort, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Luo Chen, also had no time to care about other things after the key refining stage was completed. He put aside everything and rushed to the foundation building stage. It seems that he has built the foundation 5 times, but in fact, he held on to the breath in his heart and finally completed it in one go. Preparation should be done before the realm is completed, instead of a cramming after the completion. Of course, he would not say so on the surface. Don't think too much. There are 1,000 opportunities for 1,000 people. Everyone's path of cultivation is different. Looking at the uneasy Min Longgao, Luo Chen said leisurely, you major in the art of formation. Isn't it about being thorough and well prepared, setting up a great formation, and controlling everything? I think it's the same when it comes to your personal realm breakthrough. Min Longgao was stunned. He silently muttered Luo Chen's words, constantly thinking about it. After a long time, he came back to his senses. This time, there was finally a little more confident light in his eyes. Before Luo Chen was prepared, he bowed deeply to Luo Chen. Thank you for your advice, President. Luo Chen paused, then waved his hand. Just a few words, not really advice. Okay, I have something to do, you go. Min Longayu hummed, controlled the flying sword, and left Xianlin Peak. Looking at his back as he left, Luo Chen rubbed his prickly chin, and his stubble appeared again. Those words, wouldn't they really work? I was just trying to comfort him. But if they really work, it would be a blessing in disguise. Min Longayu has established his foundation, which is always a good thing for me. Glancing at the cave house opposite, Luo Chen suppressed his expectations and turned to enter the cave house. As soon as he entered, he saw a petite shadow carrying the piled medicinal materials. One by one, they were placed on the shelves that Luo Chen had purchased in advance. They were classified and in order. The grades were separated, the medicinal properties were separated, and the taboos were separated. The neat and eye-catching arrangement made Luo Chen almost think he had entered Baikeodang at first glance. The advantage of this arrangement is definitely much better than the messy arrangement he had before. At least when refining the elixir, he would not be in the dilemma of not being able to find the medicinal materials he needed. I almost forgot, Xialing, you used to be a maid in Baikeodang. Under the tall shelves. Bai Miling's ghost body flew up and down. Hearing Luo Chen's words, she turned her neck 180 degrees and turned her head strangely. Really? I just think that this is the most comfortable and natural position. Lively and innocent tone. Just the way she spoke made Luo Chen feel creepy. Don't turn your head like this next time, be like a normal person, okay? Gurgle. Bai Miling turned her little head back, turned around, and said as a matter of course, but I'm a ghost. Luo Chen's face became serious. No, you are a human. You are cultivating a ghost body, but your heart is still a human heart. On the road, don't treat yourself as a foreign object. Bai Miling pouted. She didn't understand these words. Luo Chen wouldn't talk much. The soul-refining true skill that the other party mainly cultivated was originally incomplete, lacking some core things. This led to Bai Miling's lack of emotions even if she recovered some memories. And there will always be deviations in her cognition of self. Maybe when she cultivates the soul-fixing oath, the situation will be better. While muttering, Luo Chen came to the alchemy room. His eyes wandered between the 4 symbols cauldron and the dazzling array of medicinal materials on the shelf. With a flip of his palm, the 100-flower dew appeared in his hand, and was dragged by the spiritual power to a conspicuous position on the shelf that Bai Miling had deliberately left out. Now that all the materials for the Jade pill are complete, it's time to try to get started. As a second-level alchemist, how can I stick to first-level pills every day? Not to mention cross-level alchemy, but at least I should have some pursuit. Refine the second-level Jade pill and become a genuine second-level alchemist. With a slight smile, a yellow bamboo slip appeared in Luo Chen's hand, and at the same time he opened the attribute panel. Jade pill, second-level complete pill recipe. Do you want to get started? Get started. In the skill column, the Jade pill entry slowly emerged. With a thought, 10 achievement points turned into streams of light and were injected into it. In an instant, the entry glowed. After calming down, Jade pill getting started 1/100, the previous error in purchasing Shenglong pill spirit stones has been corrected. It should have been 18,000, but it was calculated as 16,000. It was not calculated as 550, but as 500. Xiao was confused. Chapter 240, just a small amount of spirit stones and I will help you make them. At the door of the alchemy room, a petite figure squatted on the ground, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on the ground. The yin qi loomed, sometimes forming sharp claws, leaving sharp marks on the ground. Her eyes always followed the busy figure in the alchemy room. The ground fire was blazing. The spiritual power was flowing. Sometimes a foundation building fire was injected into it, making the fire more vigorous. One by one, the medicinal materials entered the huge alchemy cauldron in a fixed order. Some medicinal materials were not put into the cauldron directly. Instead, they had to go through magic and special processing before entering the cauldron. From time to time, Bai Miling could still hear the figure talking to himself. The Beiholu is used as a base to wrap all the medicinal liquids. This is the foundation, but it is also the key step to form the final pill film. The treatment cannot be perfunctory like the third time. The Huangxi hand and Huaiyan hand must be used simultaneously. Cold ginseng, angelica, polygonum multiflorum, motherwort, aloe vera, These auxiliary materials are not as rough as the simple fire method. It is not written in the pill recipe, but if the water method of alchemy is used for preliminary treatment. While talking to himself, Luo Chen stared at the pill cauldron with a burning gaze. The external spiritual consciousness is constantly checking the changes of the medicinal materials inside, and every change must be recorded in his mind. The pill success rate brought by the system seems to be fixed. But Luo Chen has already figured out that he must treat it carefully every time, otherwise the guaranteed pill success rate will fail. The same is true for brushing proficiency. Take the current Zongmiao Pill Wenjing as an example. If he just runs it briefly, it will take at least 40 or 50 times to improve his proficiency. If he goes all out, he can improve the efficiency to 20 times, and then improve his proficiency a little. Now refine the Jade pill. Luo Chen was the same. In fact, it was different from refining pills in the key refining stage. With the help of the external spiritual consciousness, he could better observe the various subtle changes in the process of extracting the medicinal materials and making pills. In this way, the feedback obtained every time he refined was far greater than before. Even the proficiency, even if the pill was not successfully produced, was slightly improved. Now this Jade pill is worthy of being a second-level pill. The complexity of the refining method is far better than the first-level pills, such as the Zongmiao Pill and the Wonderful Pill. In many places, water and fire methods are even required, and two kinds of alchemy are used in parallel. However, there are also great benefits to doing this. That is, the proficiency of alchemy is increasing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. If this continues, I believe that it will not be long before all these alchemy techniques can be fully mastered. It's time for Lingting Vanilla. Luo Chen's heart moved, and his eyes fell on the bottom of the shelf, those green grasses planted in pots, exuding vitality. As one of the three main ingredients of Jade Pill, Lingting Vanilla is a second-level spiritual herb, and one plant costs 20 spiritual stones. The most important thing is that this kind of medicinal material cannot be processed in advance. It must be picked on the spot and used as medicine on the spot. In this case, a kind of alchemy technique must be used, Su's in hand. Moreover, it takes a very high level of Su's in hand to deal with this kind of spiritual herb that needs to be processed on the spot. Luo Chen was not in a hurry. His Su's in hand has reached the master level, and it is not difficult to deal with Lingting Vanilla. A vanilla was picked, and several strands of spiritual power were intertwined to form a fine net to seal the cut. Lingting Vanilla was moved to the alchemy cauldron. The fine net suddenly extended upwards and cut a hole into a well shape. Only the grass core in the middle slipped into the cauldron. It is this section of the grass core that is needed. The general technique, no matter how it is picked, will pollute the Lingting Vanilla, so that the medicinal power of the grass core is mixed. Only the fine spiritual power net formed by the pure heart hand can achieve the goal of washing away the pure water without being evil, leaving only a pure heart. Remove the spiritual power. Luo Chen took a deep breath. The next step is to extract the jade smoke from the blue smoke jade and integrate it into the pill. Finally, seal it with 100 flowers due to form a pill film. The pill is left to stand for a day and a night in a frozen environment, and then it is considered a success. The previous steps are almost done. At this point, we can't give up all the previous efforts. To process the blue smoke jade, we need the alchemy skill of the jade hand. This aspect is Luo Chen's strong point. When he was refining the Zongmiao Pill, he processed the main material Huanayu every day, and he had already brushed the jade hand to the great perfection level. Now, using it to process the blue smoke jade is just a small test. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why Luo Chen chose to start with a Jade pill instead of the blood evil pill. In this regard, he has an extremely solid foundation. One step after another, proceeding. If there were people who didn't know anything about this, they would be dazzled and stunned when they saw the complicated alchemy techniques that Luo Chen used during the day's refining process. Is it that serious to refine an elixir? A true high-level alchemist would not bother to answer him. Why can alchemists be among the best in the 100 arts of cultivating immortals? Income is one aspect, it is related to practice on the one hand, and the entry threshold and difficulty of climbing are another. For other 100 arts of cultivating immortals, if you have a little talent, you may be able to go deep into it. But alchemy is not the same. Talent, hard work, resources, persistence, understanding, are all indispensable. There is no shortcut to alchemy. What is needed is that the elixir is formed under your hands, And finally it is perfected, and you can say it lightly, nothing special, only practice makes perfect. Luo Chen has all the above conditions except talent. And the system gave him talent. It's not right to say that. That talent is what he made up for himself with a proficiency of other skills. So, Luo Chen could say with a clear conscience, I have achieved my current alchemy accomplishments thanks to my own efforts. Xiaoling. Come on, come on. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Luo Chen, holding a white moon-like round plate in her hand. Wisps of cold air were coming out of the round plate. White jade ice plate. A low-grade magic weapon. Made in Xianfen City and sold in Wanbao Tower, it is specially used to hold some wine, fruits and vegetables that need to be frozen. Now, it is just right for freezing the Jade pills that have been left to stand for formation. Luo Chen waved his hand, and his signature pill collecting technique appeared. 10 round, icy pills flew towards him like swallows returning to their nests, and finally fell into the white jade ice plate without attracting a trace of dust. Holding the ice plate, Bai Miling asked curiously, did it succeed? Success. According to common sense, it needs to be left to stand for a day, and 4 cloud patterns appear, before it is considered successful. But Luo Chen gave the answer confidently, as if he had predicted the future. Nothing else. On the system panel, the Jade pill had increased by 10 points of proficiency. This meant that he had finally refined the first batch of Jade pills. The pill refining was completed, and Luo Chen rarely showed a trace of fatigue. It was not that the pill was too difficult to refine. It was that the process was too complicated and trivial. It took a whole day to refine a batch of Jade pills. During this day, he could not be distracted, which was really torture. But there were also benefits. The control of spiritual power and spiritual consciousness became more and more meticulous. Luo Chen was confident that he was the best among the casual cultivators in this regard. Even if he faced the high-ranking sect members, he would not be inferior to them. He simply cleaned up the pill room. Luo Chen came to the living room and simply estimated the cost of refining Jade pills. The cost of one portion of raw materials, due to the impact of the war, rose to about 100 spirit stones. It was not very stable. Calculated by 10 portions, that would be 1,000 spirit stones. Now at the entry level, the success rate of pills is 10%. 10 portions make 1 low-grade Jade pill. It seems that the low-grade Jade pill cannot recover its cost without improving the success rate. The market price of the second-grade low-grade pills has long been stable in the world of immortal cultivation. Generally, it starts at 300 yuan, and those involving cultivation are around 500 yuan. If it is related to breaking through the realm, the price is hard to say. Basically, it is in a state of having a price but no market. For example, the foundation building pill. In fact, the foundation building pill is also a second-grade pill, but the starting price at the auction is basically 2,000 spirit stones. The transaction price is even more like 4,000 or 5,000, and it is not uncommon to soar to 10,000. The Jade pill cannot be compared with a foundation building pill. The pills it is benchmarking should be the Shenglong pill and the Hiki pill. Considering that this kind of pill has an additional bonus for female cultivators, it can slightly increase its value. In other words, it is not excessive to set a price of 600 yuan for more than 500 yuan. Considering the impact of the war, the prices of various materials have increased significantly, so it is reasonable to set a price of 700 yuan. If you calculate it this way, when Luo Chen raises the success rate to 20%, 30%, or even 50%, the benefits will be terrifying. It's a pity that I can't do this. The innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. This Jade pill is not my main means of obtaining wealth and resources. Its role should be a stepping stone. Luo Chen's eyes flickered. Before refining the Jade pill, he had already made plans in his mind. Now that the pill is done, some subsequent things should be put on the agenda. Xiaoling, what are you doing over there? Suddenly, Luo Chen caught a glimpse of Bai Miling's innocent appearance lying in front of the white jade ice plate. Bai Miling raised her head in a daze. I didn't do anything. What about you? I just think that the smell of this pill is very nice. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Can you take the Jade pill? Bai Miling shook her head quickly. No, I don't have a physical body. How can I take it? However, I took a few breaths of the pill energy emitted by this pill, and it made the yin energy I accumulated flow faster. After hearing this, Luo Chen was thoughtful. He did not drive by milling away, letting her lean against the Jade pill. He cast a cleansing spell on himself. Luo Chen, who felt a little refreshed, walked out of the cave slowly. Calculating the time, it has been almost a month, and Duanfeng has not come out of retreat. I am afraid. Haha, it is Brother Luo Chen. A heroic voice suddenly came from above. Luo Chen was surprised and looked up at the person who came. A figure was high in the sky, looking at Luo Chen with a smile. Luo Chen's face was surprised. Is it Chu Kui Taoist? Luo Chen had obtained several sound transmission notes after he came out of retreat with a minor success in the Kingaon magic pill method. However, except for Sima Wei Niang, the owners of the other two sound transmission notes have not been seen for a long time. Li Yixin seemed to be busy with something and had not returned to the cave for a long time. The owner of the other note was a powerful casual cultivator named Chu Kui. I thought it was just a polite gesture, but I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to greet me today. It's me. Luo Chen pursed his lips, glanced at the direction of Duanfeng's cave, and then extended his hand to invite him. Why don't you come down and have a chat? Chu Kui didn't say anything polite and immediately landed in front of the platform. Luo Chen waved his hand, and a simple wine glass and wine pot appeared on the stone table on the balcony of the cliff. You said you wanted to drink before, why not today? Chu Kui took the wine pot and smelled it. Your wine is not good, drink mine. With a flip of his wrist, an exquisite wine pot appeared in his hand. This is a second-level spiritual wine produced by Bei Fang. It is extremely delicious. Taoist friend, would you like to try it? Luo Chen took a deep look at the other person. This person is very outgoing. He didn't have any taboos. He picked up the glass of wine filled with spiritual energy and drank it all. The wine went into his throat and flowed down. Although the taste was mellow, it was also mediocre. Is this also a second-level spiritual wine? Luo Chen was wondering, and suddenly his face changed slightly. Chu Kui on the opposite side smiled and held the wine glass. How is it? It tastes good. Luo Chen nodded slowly. It is worthy of being a second-level spiritual wine. What is the name of this wine? It's the name of the market, Bei wine. Good wine. Good wine. Luo Chen praised twice without any intention of going against his will. He could feel that the wine aroma was flowing into the sea of qi, and the hot wine aroma was rising straight up. Stimulated, part of the spiritual energy cloud he had accumulated before was being purified faster and turned into drops of spiritual liquid, dripping into the sea of qi. The practice in the early stage of foundation building is not complicated. It is just to turn the process of spiritual energy turning into liquid when breaking through the foundation into a daily routine. Usually, Luo Chen practices the technique and absorbs the spiritual energy diffused by the spiritual vein under the cave into his body. At this moment, the spiritual energy has only undergone the first purification of the technique. In the body, it is still in the form of gas. In the form of a spiritual energy cloud, it hangs high above the sea of qi. Only by practicing the technique again and purifying it, can it be transformed into spiritual liquid and fall to the bottom of the sea. The spirit pill can accelerate this process. Unexpectedly, this second-level Bei wine also has this effect. It is only slightly weaker than the spirit pill. With a thought in his mind, Luo Chen already had the idea of buying a lot. But unexpectedly, Chu Kui laughed. Fellow Taoist, don't look at me like that. The production of Bei liquor is really rare. This is just one of the rewards I received for ranking in the top 10 of the Taoism forum last year. Luo Chen asked in confusion, but you said, this is the specialty of Bei Fang. Yes, it is a specialty. But it is only supplied to Yuding Sword sect. So that's it. No wonder the Taoism forum can give such a reward. Luo Chen felt very sorry. Whether it is the spirit pill or Bei liquor, such resources that can purify spiritual power are always very rare. Even in the spirit medicine pavilion of Xianlan Fairy City, they are rarely sold. If they appear occasionally, they will be snatched up immediately. Unless you stay there every day, you may never see it in your life. Fellow Taoist Luo, where are you from? I heard that you have a gang under your command. Luo Chen briefly explained his history. As for the Luo Chen Society, he also mentioned it in a few words. Unexpectedly, Chu Kui was very interested. Running a gang in Xianlan Fairy City is full of troubles. I heard that you encountered a lot of trouble when you first settled in Dangsha Peak. It was the Shengguang sect. Oh, and the Zheng family. They are not easy to deal with. They seem to be calm now, but who knows where they are hiding something bad. Dao, you have extraordinary means. I heard that you defeated the 3 foundation building sects with one move. You even forced the 2 major forces to retreat on their own initiative. How impressive. However, there is a saying that you can only steal for 1,000 days, but you can never be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Don't you want to completely solve these 2 troubles? Listening to Chu Kui's familiar words, Luo Chen always felt that something was wrong. Especially the last few sentences. He showed a puzzled look on his face. Dao Chu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Ahem. Chu Kui cleared his throat, and his familiar look disappeared, instead revealing the style of a master with a deep and majestic demeanor. He said calmly, I am Chu Kui, a frequent guest at the Taoism Forum, and I am in the top 10 of the Xianjiao list. Among the casual foundation building cultivators, I am the best. Thanks to the Taoist friend from Xianchang for giving me the Taoist name Xiankazi. I am a man who is eager to help the weak and likes to fight for justice. People like the Shangguang sect who take advantage of others' misfortunes and are scoundrels should be killed by everyone. Luo Chen frowned. No problem. Speak frankly. Chu Kui waved his hand. For just a small amount of spirit stones, I will help you kill them. Chapter 241. Duan Fen came out of retreat, successfully built a foundation, and the spiritual stones were in place, and they were all crushed. Just a small amount of spirit stones, I will help you kill them. Luo Chen, who was simple and kind, was greatly shocked after hearing these careless words that did not conceal his murderous intentions. Are all the people in Xianlan Fairy City so unrestrained? He couldn't help asking, do you have a grudge against them? Chu Kui blinked, no grudges in the past, no grudges today. Then you. Oh. Isn't this a matter of urgent need and needing what others need? Taoist Luo, don't you have this need? Chu Kui patted his broad chest and said confidently, leave this to me, you don't have to worry. Luo Chen shook his head. He and those 2 forces are far from the point of fighting against each other. It can even be said that with the efforts of Sima Wei Niang, the relationship between the Zheng family and the Luo Xianhu has gradually eased. The other party will soon move into the Green Valley again. As for the Shangguang sect, it is nothing more than a matter of losing some face. If it is for this, a big fight will be made. Then the immortal cultivators should stop practicing, and just fight with magic weapons every day. Of course, we still have to be on guard. The current Luo Xianhu is in a state of recuperation. As long as we can get through this period, the Luo Xianhu will be able to take root in Xianlan Fairy City. Starting a war likely? It is unwise. Seeing Luo Chen shaking his head, Chu Kui was extremely disappointed. The disappointed look fell into Luo Chen's eyes. He couldn't help but ask curiously, since fellow Chu is so righteous. I believe there are many people in Xianlan Fairy City who need your help. Why did you come to my Luo Xianhu? Chu Kui said as a matter of course I think you can afford it, so I asked you to pay the price. Luo Chen's eyes flashed. Chu Kui smiled and filled another glass of Tebe wine for the 2. I'm not asking for information, but you are not as poor as others think. Oh? How do you know? Chu Kui pointed at the ground below him, and then pointed at the mountainside. When you first came to Xianlan, you rented a second-level cave house, and even found the Ice Castle monk to make an appointment for a second-level top-grade cave house. This is not something that a poor monk from another place can do. Maybe some people will think you are pretending. But I don't think so. After all, if you can easily rent Dangshi Peak for 10 years, you must be very wealthy. Luo Chen nodded in understanding. He knew that his series of actions to come to Xianlan Fairy City were not secret. As long as you ask a little, you can find out something. This violates the personal code of not showing off your wealth. But he is not alone, he has a force under him, and he has also shown considerable strength. Only in this way, with both money and strength, will he and Luo Xianhu have fewer obstacles in their initial development. Managing a force is a completely different concept from being a lone cultivator. The latter is extremely careful, saving their lives is the most important thing. The former, however, is best to be bold and open, and put interests first. Only by showing enough strength can you get the respect of others. What Luo Chen couldn't understand was, since you have no grudges against Shangongmen, why don't you go find them? Then, turn around and deal with my Luo Xianhu. Tisk. Chu Kui sneered. Those poor guys can't afford the price of asking me to take action. Luo Chen became interested. He smiled and asked, I wonder what the fee standard is for fellow Taoist Chu to take action once. That's easy. Chu Kui's eyes lit up with golden light. For example, to deal with a force composed of cultivators in the early stage of foundation building like Shengongmen, 100,000. As long as you have 100,000 spirit stones, I can take action on your behalf once. If you want to deal with cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, 200,000. I will also accept orders from cultivators in the late stage. However, the specific price needs to be negotiated. For example, does the other party have any powerful magic weapons? Does he have any big background behind him? And so on. In a word, as long as the spirit stones are in place, any enemy will be absolutely crushed. Luo Chen was stunned. Is the job of taking orders to kill people divided into so many details? Moreover, isn't this price a bit outrageous? 100,000, 200,000, those ordinary foundation builders without strong life skills will need to save up for many years. He drank a glass of wine and swallowed his saliva. Luo Chen put down the wine glass. I don't know how you usually make a living. Chu Kui sighed and said distressedly, how else can you make a living? I don't have any skills, but I have gained a little in fighting. So usually, I rely on the rewards from the Taoism discussion platform to serve as a sacrifice to a few small immortal cultivation families, and occasionally take some commissions to make a living. Alice, it's all hard-earned money. Luo Chen nodded in approval. Yes, it's hard-earned money. You sweat, others bleed. Chu Kui also saw that Luo Chen is not the kind of person who is full of fighting and killing. This business today will definitely not be done. But since the second-level spiritual wine has been treated to people, good relationships must be established. Your development of power is different from ours. There are too many aspects involved. There will always be something in the future. I hope that fellow Taoists will remember me when the time comes. Again, when the spirit stones are in place, smash them all. Luo Chen naturally agreed. It must be of great benefit to him to be able to meet such a person who is a top master in the foundation building stage. Moreover, others don't want anything but spirit stones. Any problem that can be solved by spirit stones is not a problem. As long as the elixir business is on the right track, Luo Chen will soon not lack spirit stones. Just when Luo Chen wanted to say something, he saw Chu Kui turned his head and looked at a certain place. Luo Chen felt something in his heart and looked over at the same time. The next moment, the clouds and mist suddenly dissipated, and water vapor filled the air. A sharp new vitality suddenly spread from the lower part of the mountain. Chu Kui's surprised voice came to his ears. Which lucky person is this, who has advanced to the foundation building stage and become a fellow of my generation? Luo Chen stood up suddenly. Sorry, today's drink is over. Chu Kui raised his eyebrows and realized something. Then we'll meet again someday if we're lucky. Sure, I'll treat you then. Chu Kui bowed and took another look at the cave with rising momentum, summoned Bai Yun and left Luo Chen's cave. After he left, Luo Chen looked at the concave cliff cave opposite with a little expectation. It was Duan Fen. At that moment, the other party clearly exuded the momentum of the foundation building period. This means that it has reached the final moment of the breakthrough. At this time, it is most taboo to be disturbed by others. But unfortunately, there are countless cultivators on Xianlin Peak. Chu Kui is a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, and he noticed it at the first time. Luo Chen's soul is very strong, and he quickly felt it because of the close distance. Now, as the momentum spreads, more and more people have also discovered the scene of Duan Fen building the foundation. A stream of spiritual consciousness spreads out unscrupulously. Trying to find the specific location, Luo Chen frowned and said without turning his head, Xialing, guard the cave. Then, he jumped out and landed outside Duan Feng's cave in the blink of an eye. He did not hide his own spiritual power fluctuations of the foundation building period, which he had collected so harmoniously. His sharp eyes swept all around. Everyone, there is nothing to see. The Immortal City has ordered that no cultivators on Xianlin Peak should be disturbed from practicing. Go back. In his public spiritual consciousness transmission, the spiritual consciousnesses that were chasing him paused for a while and then withdrew. Just as Luo Chen said, fighting is also prohibited on Xianlin Peak. If anyone violates the ban, no matter which of the 7 sects of Xianlin Immortal City is on duty, they will be severely punished. They are just curious. There is no need to get into trouble because of curiosity. Feeling that all the spiritual consciousnesses have retreated like a tide, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though his soul is strong, but under the gaze of so many spiritual consciousness, he also felt a huge pressure. Among them, there are many who are in the middle or even late stage of foundation building. Turning around, Luo Chen stared at Duanfeng's cave, resisting the urge to go in and take a look. When breaking through, it is very taboo to be disturbed. Even when he was building his foundation, Nan Guangjin tried to find him, but was stopped by Wang Yuan himself. Now the times have changed. It is his turn to protect Duanfeng. It should be soon. Muttering, Luo Chen set up a defensive formation outside the cave, just in case. 3 days later, a long whistle suddenly exploded, and then it was released and retracted, without any echo. In Duanfeng's cave, 2 figures sat opposite each other. Looking at Duanfeng, whose aura was sharp and whose spiritual power fluctuated like a tide, sometimes emerging and sometimes retracting, Luo Chen smiled with relief. Congratulations, little Taoist fellow Duan. Duanfeng originally wanted to put on a show and say Taoist fellow to Luo Chen with great emotion. But the other party's little Duan almost made him lose his temper. Shaking his head, he still smiled. Finally, I have established my foundation. There was a sigh in his words. It seemed that just 5 short words explained the difficulties along the way. Luo Chen personally poured him a glass of spiritual wine to congratulate him. After the 2 of them clinked their glasses, Duanfeng said with emotion, establishing the foundation is so difficult. If you hadn't simulated it for me before the retreat, perhaps I would have failed in the step of gathering the surging spiritual power and turning it into liquid. Luo Chen naturally knew how difficult it was to establish the foundation. He had relied purely on his strong willpower to hone himself step by step. The hardships vary from person to person, but those with poor qualifications will always have a much harder time. Suddenly, Duanfeng stood up. While Luo Chen was surprised, the other party left the stone table and bowed deeply to him. Thank you for your support along the way. Duanfeng is grateful. Luo Chen opened his mouth and then grinned. You kid. He didn't dodge after all. Instead, he accepted the greeting openly. What are you going to do next? Duanfeng thought for a while and said, the technique is not a problem. I just need to practice the foundation building chapter of Kanghe Duan Langju step by step. In the past few years, the main focus is on stabilizing the realm. Luo Chen nodded, which was as it should be. After he built a foundation, it took him 3 years to completely stabilize the realm. Now Duanfeng's completely uncontrollable spiritual power fluctuations show that his state is not good. In this state, if he encounters a battle, it is the most dangerous. Just like Ho Hu. It was not long after he broke through the foundation building, but he hurriedly left the Yan League and was so bold as to look for someone to fight. Moreover, he dared to use magic weapons in the battle. Too naive? Combat power is never stronger than others because of a high realm and good weapons. The power that can be truly mastered is your own strength. In this regard, Wang Yuan is the best. Luo Chen is also doing very well now. Even though he has many killing moves, in previous battles, he often uses the means that he is most confident of. Instead of using the Fiery Sun technique mindlessly because the Fiery Sun technique is strong. Any means must be used at the right time and in the right occasion. However, Luo Chen sighed, well, then you should go into seclusion for a few years. Kitten, I will let Liu Qiang and your disciples take care of you more. He sighed because he felt that Luo Chen who was short of manpower. However, in the face of Duanfeng's stabilization of his realm, no matter how short of manpower he had to give way. Unexpectedly, Duanfeng smiled. He shook his head, I don't have to go into seclusion to stabilize my realm. Huh? Luo Chen was surprised. Duanfeng smiled and said, have you forgotten the way I refined my spiritual power when I was in the key refining stage? Luo Chen frowned and recalled carefully. Soon, he remembered. In his memory, Duanfeng used the forging materials of the magic weapon to refine his spiritual power step by step during the casting process. Could it be that after you build your foundation, you can still use this trick? Duanfeng nodded gently. Indeed, this is a derivative method of the combination of my Duan family's weapon skills, and it was also taught to me by that old man. He paused, and although his expression was a little unnatural, he was still more open-minded than before. I can successfully build my foundation because of your support. I can't repay you in other ways. Luo Chen who is your hard work, so I should naturally contribute. Luo Chen sighed. Actually, I'm not that anxious. No. Duanfeng disagreed. Although you may not pay much attention to the weapon hall, I found that the weapon hall still has a promising future last year. If it is managed well enough, it can also bring considerable profits to Luo Xianhu. What's more, after building the foundation, the demand for resources will increase greatly. I can't build my foundation and wait for you to give me a panacea. The last sentence was said with a bit of a teasing tone. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he was not a babysitter. If the weapon hall could be run, it would be the third source of income after the alchemy hall and the medicine hall that managed hundreds of spiritual fields. Walking on 3 legs is better than 1 or 2 legs. As the master of the weapon hall, Duanfeng could also greatly increase the spiritual stones he could get. That's right. Suddenly, Duanfeng turned his palm and 2 spheres appeared in his hand. The spheres were silvery white, and the silver substance on them was flowing like liquid. Seeing the 2 spheres, Luo Chen's heart moved. Are you sure? Duanfeng nodded solemnly. It's confirmed. These 2 things are indeed magic weapon embryos. When he spoke, his breathing was clearly audible and quickened by 3 times. Not only him. Even Luo Chen, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but pursed his lips. Chapter 242 Doing Business with Ice Castle. As the oldest family in Daohofang, the Duan family has been passed down for 300 years. Its foundation is far superior to that of the Li family and Mishuhua. In addition to the ancestor who founded the family, 2 more foundation-building people have emerged in the past 300 years. Moreover, in this process, the rulers of the Duan family are not just greedy for local power. They often try to send outstanding disciples of the family to large sects. Duanfeng's father is one of them. In this case, after the demise of the Duan family, the inheritance that Luo Tian would get was a bit pitiful. Later, Luo Chen unlocked Duan Qianqin's storage bag and gained another sum of resources. But if you really count it, it's not an exaggeration. At best, it's about the same as an ordinary immortal cultivation family. But the Duan family is rooted in Daohofang. Daohofang is adjacent to millions of mountains and has extremely rich resources. Mishuhua, a casual cultivator who was lucky enough to build a foundation, can earn a huge asset. There is no reason for his Duan family to be so shabby. It was not until Duanfeng studied the 2 balls that Luo Chen gave him that Luo Chen knew where the Duan family's wealth had gone. This is a casting technique that my Duan family learned from Xianfan City. It is mainly based on mithril, mixed with 4 second-level materials to form a forbidden ball. Generally, this method will not be used easily, because the mithril forbidden ball itself is very expensive. But in one case, it must be used. Duanfeng talked freely, his eyes always fixed on the 2 balls. A ray of spiritual consciousness, somewhat unfamiliarly, was released from his body. Then it fell on the mithril forbidden ball. Duanfeng was a little bit struggling. This was the first time he took the initiative to use the external spiritual consciousness after building his foundation. The next moment, on the mithril forbidden ball, the silver-white liquid rolled back like flowing water. Then, a ball of liquid came into view. Luo Chen was surprised and said, "The magic weapon embryo looks like this." That's because it hasn't been finalized yet and some materials are missing. As he spoke, Duanfeng's mind moved, and the silver-white liquid completely covered and wrapped it again. Sure enough, only treasures like magic embryos are qualified to use the mithril forbidden ball. Duanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this method has been successfully used in my Duan family before. Luo Chen hesitated and said, "Zegogitu." Duanfeng nodded, "Yes. That defensive magic weapon took 300 years to complete. First, the main material is hard to find, and Geshu's henjing needs to be collected and added bit by bit. Second, the Duan family's casting technique is also average. Therefore, the mithril forbidden ball must be used to seal it at all times to ensure that the embryo does not miscarry." The embryo does not miscarry? Why does it sound weird? Luo Chen complained in his heart. Then, he looked at the 2 forbidden balls with care. "Then do you know what direction these 2 embryos are made of?" Duanfeng nodded. "If nothing unexpected happens, the forbidden ball I just opened is the most common embryo of a flying sword magic weapon. It has water attributes and is currently missing 2 main materials. As for the other one, I don't know yet. But judging from its age, it is even older than a flying sword embryo. Perhaps it is something left by the first generation of my Duan family." Luo Chen said expectantly, "If it can be successfully cast, that would be great." He is not short of magic weapons now. For defense, there is the black chess of Lan Ke. For attack, there is also the mysterious fire sword. But no one would dislike having too many magic weapons. Whether it is Duan Feng, who has just established his foundation, or Wang Yuan, who has already reached the second level of body refining, or the monks of Luo Chen who are at the 9th level of key refining and close to establishing their foundation. They all have potential needs for magic weapons. If they get 2 magic weapons, it will greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. If you can find those 2 main materials, maybe I can cast this flying sword magic weapon. Huh? Can't you only cast medium-grade magic weapons? Luo Chen looked at Duan Feng half-believingly. Duan Feng snorted, "Who are you looking down on? I successfully refined a top-grade magic weapon last year." Luo Chen chuckled. He spent a lot of time in seclusion last year, and he really didn't know these trivial matters. However, this is a magic weapon after all. It's so familiar. Duan Feng can also vaguely sense Luo Chen's thoughts. His face straightened. This is really not difficult, because this embryo is almost perfect, only 2 materials are missing. According to my guess, maybe Duan Qianqin has been trying to cast it. If there's material, I just need to melt it in and then shape it. Luo Chen also said seriously, as far as I know, the material is one aspect of the formation of magic weapons. But the formation is also a big problem. Are you really sure? If it was before, I really didn't know. But now. Duan Feng chuckled, "Have you forgotten that there is a formation master in our Luo Chen club?" Luo Chen woke up instantly. Min Longyu. But, he doesn't know how to cast weapons, right? Duan Feng said confidently, "Not all casting masters are proficient in formations. Most of the time, casting is done by a team. A magic weapon is made from scratch, and the process has its own division of labor. The same is true for the most critical formation." When he said this, Luo Chen completely understood. In the past, when Duan Feng was casting or repairing magic weapons, he was always surrounded by the casting apprentices he brought with him. They either helped him process the ore or helped him control the temperature. Even when engraving the key formation, there were often people taking turns. Casting weapons is different from alchemy. The core work of alchemy still has to be done by the alchemist himself. But casting weapons is more like building a house, which can be divided into different tasks. The difficulty and threshold of the 2 are different. Otherwise, how come Luo Chen can often see forces that are good at casting weapons wherever he goes? In that case, then tell me the materials you need. If I meet them, I will help you keep an eye out for them. Duan Feng did not delay. He could feel that if these 2 magic weapon embryos were really refined, given Luo Chen's personality, it is very likely that one of them will be given to him. As for the other one, it should belong to Wang Yuan. After all, these 2 magic weapon embryos also came from Duan Qianqin's storage bag. According to the amount of effort at the time, Wang Yuan should have a rich spoils of war. Then, the 2 of them exchanged for a while. Then Luo Chen left. The other party had just established his foundation and was not so free. Whether it was to stabilize the realm or to switch to the foundation building chapter of the practice, it would take time. After leaving Duan Feng's cave, Luo Chen rushed home. After 3 days of guarding the way, he was a little tired and needed a little rest. However, on the way home, he caught a glimpse of a figure nearby. The other party was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at the direction of Duan Feng's cave with a lonely expression. It's him. No one could connect this man who is now disabled in the lower body and could only sit in a wheelchair all day with a genius Nanguangqin who was famous in Dahofang and full of vigor. However, the truth is so cruel. The battle in which the Bai family swept through Liu Guangfang and surrounded the Nanguang family was extremely brutal. Nanguangjin let Nanguangqin escape first, and then he went on a killing spree without any scruples. But Nanguangqin, who escaped, was not so lucky, and was besieged by more than a dozen robbers. Even though he relied on his father's means to save his life, he also paid the price of his legs being crippled. At this moment, he should have known the news of Duan Feng's foundation building. After all, when he was building his foundation before, the spreading spiritual power fluctuations also attracted Nanguangjin's investigation. Luo Chen blocked there, and Nanguangjin naturally knew about Duan Feng's attack on the foundation. The other party was once defeated by his own men. Now, he has stepped onto the road of foundation building one step earlier. If he is not injured, I am afraid he will be close to building his foundation. Luo Chen sighed in his heart. without any thought of greeting. Return to the cave. Check the state of the Jade pill. After being frozen and still, the medicinal power is finally stable, all bound in the small pill. Luo Chen took one. The recipe says that this medicine is very effective for female cultivators, but it doesn't say that it is useless for male cultivators. I'd like to try it out. 2 days later, Luo Chen stepped out of the cave in high spirits. He tried the Jade pill. It was still effective. The medicinal power was about 70% of the Hiki pill, which was much worse than the Shenglong pill. The main problem was that it was not fully absorbed. Even after 2 days, he could still feel a cold and gloomy air stagnating in his sea of qi, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. If he wanted to completely dissipate this cold and gloomy medicinal power, it would take at least another day. It was to dissipate, not to completely absorb. If it could be completely absorbed, the medicinal power would not only be 70% of the Hiki pill, but would exceed the Hiki pill, and even be more than the Shenglong pill. In comparison, female cultivators would not have this concern when taking the Jade pill. They could completely use this cold and gloomy air for their own benefit. No wonder this pill is basically used exclusively by female cultivators, especially female cultivators who mainly cultivate water and ice. The extra bonus is quite large. In this way, I have a better grasp of my subsequent plans. While he was calculating in his mind, Duanfeng had already left the cave. The two looked at each other, and then flew away from Xianlin Peak tacitly and headed straight for Luo Chen Club. Duanfeng has established his foundation. This rumor had already spread in Luo Chen Club a few days ago. When President Luo Chen and Duanfeng arrived at Dangshi Peak together, the rumor became a fact. For a time, all the cultivators of Luo Chen Club, big and small, were boiling. The reason for the boiling was not only because there was one more foundation building cultivator in the club. There was also Luo Chen's generosity. Although it was said that President Luo Chen was generous and tolerant, it was just a legend. After many years, Luo Chen Club has not seen a second foundation building cultivator. Who knows if he is like Mi Shuhe and Wang Hechao. But with Duanfeng's foundation building, all rumors, speculations, and uneasiness were broken. President Luo Chen really didn't mind his subordinates building a foundation. Especially after Duanfeng held an internal foundation building ceremony and shared his foundation building experience with a group of 9th level key refining cultivators. Everyone was shocked by Luo Chen's behavior. Before building the foundation, he simulated the most dangerous place in the foundation building process for Duanfeng. When building the foundation, he personally took action to protect Duanfeng. All these, combined with Luo Chen's words and deeds on weekdays, who would not really respect him? And in this way, everyone saw hope. Duanfeng can do it, why can't they? This foundation building ceremony is only for internal. Moreover, only cultivators who have reached the 9th level of key refining from the Luo Xian who were invited. It's not that the Luo Xian who is stingy. It's just that the place is different. It's no longer a place like Daofang where you can become a hegemon in the foundation building process. In Xianlin Immortal City, the foundation building true cultivation has a certain status, but it is also insignificant. After all, there are so many foundation building cultivators coming and going in this place, and there are also many high-ranking people from various sects. If you just build your foundation successfully, you will have a big ceremony. Not only will it not improve your reputation, but it will easily cause people to sneer. Therefore, this ceremony is limited to the internal high-level people. During the ceremony, all the high-level cultivators of Luo Xian who expressed their congratulations to Duanfeng. Most of them were sincere. After all, there is one more foundation building cultivator in the association, and the strength is stronger. With their protection, it will be relatively easier for them to build their foundation in the future. Even if it is not that one person's success will bring prosperity to the whole family. But no matter what, it is a situation of mutual assistance and mutual benefit. There are also a few who, in addition to sincere congratulations, are not without envy and jealousy. After all, Duanfeng was only very powerful before, and his realm was not outstanding. There are also many people who are a little deeper than him, such as Sima Wei Niang, Muren Qinglian, Bian Zhen, and even Min Longgao, who is a great perfection in the key refining stage. Unexpectedly, he got there first and walked ahead of the road. Luo Chen didn't care about the thoughts of the people below, and he was too lazy to speculate. In his opinion, Duanfeng's foundation building was only good for him, Not bad. In this way, Luo Chen would always have a foundation building cultivator sitting in, and he could save more time to practice. Time. Just 2 words, but it is the standard that can really distinguish between foundation building cultivators and key refining cultivators. Key refining cultivators are busy all day long. The concept of time is usually days and months, and at most a few years will pass. But in the eyes of foundation building cultivators, the concept of time has been unconsciously shortened. Luo Chen felt deeply about this along the way. At the beginning, whether it was Liu, the shopkeeper of the spiritual medicine pavilion, or Tian Xingzi of this headlong black market, they always used adjectives such as soon and not long when talking to him about things related to time. At first, he thought it might only take a few days. Later, he found that this soon could easily be several months or even years. At that time, he realized that the concept of time of high-level cultivators was completely different from that of low-level cultivators. As he built his foundation, this feeling became more profound. A retreat might last for 1 or 3 years. If his realm continued to rise, he might need 5 or 10 years. This time was just a blur for the person who was in retreat. But for his relatives and friends, it might be a long journey in life. When he came out of retreat, the people around him might die without knowing it because their lifespan had come to an end. And the forces under his command could easily encounter many storms during the long period of time. True cultivation after foundation building. True cultivation after foundation building. Only after building the foundation can you become a true cultivator. Luo Chen didn't want to find that his friends and Luo Chen who had become yesterday's news after he came out of retreat for a long time. Although Wang Yuan had the strength to build a foundation, he was not a mainstream cultivator in the current foundation building period. He could sit in the camp to prevent danger. But when it came to negotiations at the foundation building level, it was really difficult for him to come forward. Now that Duanfeng had built his foundation, he solved this embarrassment. The internal foundation building ceremony ended. Duanfeng mentioned something in front of Luo Chen. I want to marry Feng Xia. Luo Chen looked at the uneasy woman standing next to Duanfeng, and he smiled slightly. This is a good thing, there is no need to report to me so formally. Seeing that Luo Chen had no intention of objecting, Feng Xia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, since Luo Chen established his foundation, His Majesty has become more and more serious. Originally, she didn't care about this matter, just thinking it was the suppression brought by the realm. But after the incident between Xu Lingjun and Mi Li, she became a little uneasy. If she and Duanfeng were also obstructed by Luo Chen at that time, what should she do? Duanfeng smiled slightly. I just told you a message, how can it be a report? You must remember to send a gift when the time comes. Good boy, so this is your idea. Luo Chen laughed and scolded, and asked about the time of the wedding ceremony. Duanfeng seemed to have made up his mind. After my realm is completely stable, I will hold a wedding ceremony and become a formal Taoist couple with Sister Xia. No problem, I will ask Luo Xianhu to give you a grand ceremony, and the atmosphere will be just right. Luo Chen laughed and said to Feng Xia, Sister Xia, congratulations. Feng Xia opened her mouth, and tears filled her eyes without her knowing when. She said hoarsely, thank you. These 3 words, but her emotions were extremely complicated. I don't know whether she thanked Luo Chen for helping her and Duanfeng, or thanked Luo Chen for helping Duanfeng. Luo Chen accepted this thanks with a laugh. Feng Xia is a good woman, and her realm is not low now. She was one of the few people who were promoted to the 9th level of key refining in Luo Xianhu last year. Luo Chen doesn't know whether there is hope for foundation building. But she is definitely worthy of Duanfeng. Or, this is what Duanfeng owes her. After all, along the way, everyone has seen Feng Xia's dedication to Duanfeng. After chatting for a while, Luo Chen left the space for Duanfeng. There are still many friends who want to chat with Duanfeng. But he himself came to the side hall. There was a person who had been waiting here for a long time. Sixth son, are you used to staying in my Luo Chen club? After joining the Luo Chen club, Zongmiao Pill lost his previous impetuousness and became more mature and stable. Facing Luo Chen, he behaved more respectfully. President, everything is fine, much better than when I was a casual cultivator. Luo Chen shook his head, it's just that you didn't want to be bound before. Otherwise, with your relationship with your uncle, which foundation building force would not want to recruit you? Zongmiao Pill smiled bitterly, with a complicated expression. In the past, he was young and naive, thinking that a casual cultivator was carefree, unfettered, and free. But some things are really helpless. The complicated expression means that he may have some twists and turns in his story. But Luo Chen is not interested in knowing these. With a flip of his wrist, a jade bottle emitting cold air fell into his hand. Under the control of his spiritual power, it slowly flew in front of Su Zongmiao. Your uncle Su Jingnian seems to have a good relationship with Elder Shi Boying of Binglan Palace. Su Zongmiao looked at the jade bottle in front of him in surprise. He nodded. Yes, there is some connection. President, what do you want me to do? It's very simple. Ask your uncle to deliver this bottle of jade pill to Elder Shi. Just say that someone wants to do business with Zongmiao. Jade pill. Su Zongmiao's eyes widened. Chapter 243 Yimu Medicine King Sutra, Grandmaster Nearly Evergreen. Jade pill. In Binglan Palace. The old woman sat up straight on the recliner, her cloudy eyes shining brightly, her back straight, and she didn't look old at all. She waved her hand. The jade bottle in Su Jingnian's hand fell into her hand. Su Jingnian looked at the old woman with white hair with a complicated look, and then lowered his head. Since Luo Chen asked him to do this, he would naturally try his best. It's not that he was afraid of the other party's realm, but now his nephew Su Zongmiao is a deacon in Luo Xianhu. Moreover, jade pill, other cultivators may not care about it. But for Zongmiao, which is mainly composed of female cultivators, it is definitely a top-level elixir. It is also a great achievement for Su Jingnian to present it. After a long time, Shi Boying put down the jade bottle in his hand, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. She raised her head and looked directly at Su Jingnian. You mean, Luo Chen wants to do business with us for the jade pill? Yes. Do you know where the jade pill comes from? Does he have the channel to buy it from Fenghe domain, or does he refine it himself? It's still unknown, but I tend to think the latter. Oh? What do you mean? Su Jingnian said seriously. Luo Xian, who came from Jideng Daohofang and settled in Xianlan Fairy City for only a year. It is impossible for them to have a channel to purchase from Fenghe domain. Shi Boying nodded. In fact, it has nothing to do with a purchase channel. Jade pill is a popular pill even in Fenghe domain. It is usually only supplied to Fenghe Palace, and most of the pills leaked are low-grade pills, and the quantity is very small. The reason for this situation has nothing to do with the materials, but with the difficulty of refining. Ordinary casual cultivators may not know that the recipe of jade pill is not difficult to find. They have one in Zongmiao. But this pill is too difficult to refine. According to the second-level alchemist of the Ice Castle, to refine this pill, at least 3 alchemy techniques must be mastered. Not only that, but one must also be proficient in water and fire alchemy at the same time, and be able to transform calmly during the refining process. Generally speaking, an alchemist who can achieve this level is no longer as simple as an ordinary second-level alchemist. A third-level alchemist can refine it. But they don't have a third-level alchemist in the Ice Castle. There is one in the Kingdom Valley. However, the market for the jade pill naturally screens out male cultivators, who account for the largest proportion of the number of people in the immortal cultivation world. This pill is still a second-level pill, and the profit is not high. Generally, a third-level alchemist will not spend his mind on this kind of pill. It is difficult and can't earn spirit stones. This is the embarrassing situation of the jade pill. Then Luo Chen, is your attainment in alchemy so high? Shi Boying was a little unconvinced. Su Jingnian said with certainty, he is indeed an alchemist with good alchemy attainments. The establishment of Luo Xianhu is a tool he uses to serve his own alchemy. As far as I know, this person was able to skillfully refine first-grade high-quality elixirs many years ago. He also has the energy to improve some ordinary elixir recipes. If it is said that after he builds his foundation, he can refine jade pill, it is also very likely. After hearing this explanation, Shi Boying was still a little skeptical. She thought about it and sent a voice transmission. After a while, Shi Lan ran in from outside. Under her questioning, Shi Lan told her everything she knew about Luo Chen. After learning that the other party was financially strong and even rented Gangsha Peak for 10 years in one go, Shi Boying finally dispelled his doubts. Financial resources are the true embodiment of alchemy attainments. A truly powerful alchemist never lacks spirit stones. Luo Chen is so rich now, which shows how strong his alchemy skills are. Jade pill business. Since it can be refined, you can just sell it directly. Why do you have to find me, Bingbao, to do it? After Shi Boying confirmed it, she thought of more. While she was thinking, the other two did not speak. You go down first. I will inform you of this specific news soon. Su Jingnian nodded and left. Shi Lan blinked her eyes, thinking a little. Shi Boying soon, but Luo Chen waited for a long time. For 3 months, he had not received any news. But this kind of thing, you can't urge others. Therefore, he could only vent his energy on cultivation and pill refining. In 3 months, under his leadership, Luo Xian Hudantang started a large-scale alchemy movement. Different from the ordinary ground fire in Xiaohun Mountain before. The ground fire of Dangsha Peak is a good fire vein of real grade. Therefore, the efficiency has been greatly improved. In 3 months, nearly 20,000 jade marrow pills were refined. In fact, Luo Chen felt that he still had spare energy and could refine more. However, he restrained his greedy thoughts. Instead of refining more jade marrow pills for profit, it is better to use the extra time to refine the pills he needs more, such as Zongmiao Pill and Yulu Pill. In this process, good news kept coming. First of all, his alchemy skills, Huangxi Hand and Huayin Hand, all broke through to the mastery level, bringing 2 achievement points. This made him more relaxed in refining Yulu Pill. Secondly, it was Chu Lingjun. The other party finally refined a medium-grade jade marrow pill. This is absolutely good news. You know, Chu Lingjun is only less than 20 years old. At this age, if he refines a first-level medium-grade pill, if it is spread out, it will probably cause a sensation in the entire Xianlin Immortal City. Even the 7 sects of Yuding will come to snatch him. Maybe someone will say that he has poor qualifications? What a joke. With this kind of alchemy talent, even if the big sects stuff a large amount of natural materials and treasures into his stomach, they can still push him to the foundation building stage. For those who are truly talented, qualifications are never a problem. This talent was a bit exaggerated. But in fact, it was as it should be. With Luo Chen, the master who had studied the jade marrow pill to the level of great perfection, there was absolutely no problem in terms of refining skills. What is most needed in alchemy is proficiency. It is the successful experience accumulated after repeated failures. Chu Lingjun received the greatest support from Luo Chen in this regard. When he was in seclusion, Luo Chen ordered Luo Xianhu to fully support Chu Lingjun's experiment in refining pills. In the subsequent major alchemy, Chu Lingjun also served as the first assistant to help Luo Chen. When Luo Chen was resting, he asked him to refine the pill himself. He watched and instructed him on the side. Regardless of success or failure, he would also summarize 1 or 2. In general, Chu Lingjun was able to refine the middle-grade jade marrow pill at this age, which was pushed out by his talent, master, and vast experience. When he saw Chu Lingjun collect 15 middle-grade jade marrow pills, Luo Chen was so happy. In great joy, he also rewarded him with a small spirit-gathering array. The only requirement is that this matter cannot be spread outside. And the medium-grade jadeite pills he usually refines must be registered under Luo Chen's name. It's not to encroach on the other party's achievements, but to protect the other party. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Luo Chen really understands this principle too well. With the help of the small spirit-gathering array, you can speed up your practice. Assisted by elixirs. Luo Chen paused and reminded, it is necessary to take elixirs, but you must not be greedy. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Chu Lingjun happily accepted the spirit-gathering array. He also remembered Luo Chen's instructions deeply in his heart. The master will not harm him. Seeing the other party's happy look, Luo Chen also felt relieved. In addition to refining pills, he also spent some time on the cultivation of this disciple. The elixir, tranquilizing incense, and nourishing spirit liquid every month have never been cut off. Now, even the small spirit-gathering array has been given to the other party. With multiple approaches, the other party's cultivation speed has also greatly increased. With the talent of 4 spiritual roots, it is possible to build a foundation. What those big sects can do, Luo Chen is also confident that he can do. Isn't it just taking resources to fill it? He can also provide resources to supply a mere key refining stage disciple. Moreover, as Chu Lingjun can stably refine the middle-grade jade marrow pill in the future, the income generated is already good. In fact, Luo Chen doesn't even need to support him. Chu Lingjun can be self-sufficient. Wait, Luo Chen, really needs to do is to be guided by a wise master and be a big umbrella of protection. After finishing a day of alchemy work, Luo Chen drove the flying boat and hurried back to Xianlin Peak. It's not that he has to practice in the second-level cave, but because the last good news about him has lasted for a long time. Recently, it is in the verification period. Master of Yimu Medicine King Sutra 501, 1000. In the cave, Luo Chen looked at the void with a burning gaze. On the attribute panel, in the column of skills, the entry of Yimu Medicine King Sutra was flickering. Grandmaster level. After several months of continuous practice, and adding Lai Shangxiang twice a day, he finally raised his proficiency in his life skills to the Grandmaster level. This change had already occurred 2 days ago. However, there was no clear change after the Grandmaster level. But Luo Chen felt that something had changed. Therefore, he had been paying close attention to his condition in the past few days. This time, looking inward, he finally found a significant change in his danshan. With a thought, a drop of spiritual liquid appeared on his finger. That was his liquefied spiritual power. When the key refining was perfected, the spiritual power was purified to the extreme of the key refining period and appeared dark blue. After the foundation was established, it still maintained this color. But in the past 2 days, he condensed new spiritual liquid, and the color had changed. The dark blue turned green, full of vitality. It was endless, as if it was immortal. This sign seems to be the Immortal Evergreen Sutra. Surprised, Luo Chen faintly confirmed his guess. The Chongchun Gong and Yimu Yaowang Sutra that are circulated in the world of immortal cultivation are actually abridged versions of Yaowang sect's Immortal Chanking Sutra. Only some of the characteristics are intercepted, and some of the most important characteristics are deleted and modified. For example, actively purifying spiritual power, continuous spiritual power, and everlasting vitality. It can be said that the Yimu Yaowang Sutra that Luo Chen practiced before was just a name only. Every time it is operated, there is no additional bonus except absorbing external spiritual energy. But after reaching the master level, this second-level technique that was born from the Immortal Chanking Sutra finally has a bit of a real appearance. Luo Chen can clearly feel the power of this drop of spiritual liquid in his hand. Compared with the spiritual liquid condensed before, it is more pure. The power is also greater. Let me try it and see how effective it is. How to test the effect of spiritual power? The answer, of course, is magic. Fireball, entanglement, healing, earth-shaking. Under Luo Chen's best efforts, this drop of spiritual liquid released all the spells he mastered. Although it was only the smallest degree of performance, it also showed the strong spiritual power of the foundation building true cultivation. Normal key refining cultivators cannot do this. After performing it, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. I have 5-element spiritual roots, so I can cast 5-element spells. I never discovered it before, but now I know that the spiritual power generated by the main cultivation method can have such a big bonus for the same series of spells. Yes. In the experiment just now, whether it was the fireball or the earth-shaking technique, there was not much difference from before. The power increase was also very small. But when it came to the entanglement and healing techniques, the effect was particularly obvious. It's almost doubled in power. The Yimu Medicine King Sutra? That's right. This set of skills should have increased my power in wood magic. In this way, the great perfection of the entanglement technique will not be so useless. It can become a small killer move of mine. And the healing technique, maybe I can push it to the great perfection, maybe it will have miraculous effects. Muttering to himself, Luo Chen ended the experiment on the Grandmaster level Yimu Medicine King Sutra. It's just over temporarily. He could sense that this set of skills would have many changes after reaching the Grandmaster level. It's just that the time is too short, so it can't be shown for the time being. Next, as long as he persists in practicing, he will be able to grasp the essence of it sooner or later. Just when he was ready and was about to continue practicing, suddenly, his heart moved. After leaving the quiet room, he saw Bai Mealing floating around the cave formation. Seeing Luo Chen, she pointed outside expectantly. There is a sound transmission note. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand. The sound transmission talisman outside, which was like a headless fly, came to his hand in an instant. Dao Luo Chen, tomorrow morning, Xianlin Peak Yi Cave Mansion, waiting for you, Shi Boying. Yi Cave Mansion. Luo Chen's heart moved slightly. There are many caves on Xianlan Peak, roughly divided into 5 levels. A, B, C, D, and E. They correspond to the 3rd level, 2nd level upper grade, middle grade, lower grade, and even 1st level upper grade. For example, the one he lives in now is Dingshiki Cave Mansion. Numbers do not represent good or bad. The concentration of spiritual power in caves of the same grade is not very different. He can live here only because the previous cultivator gave up the lease. But the number that can be ranked first can more or less represent something. Yay! This is already the best and highest ranking 2nd level upper grade cave mansion, below the 3rd level cave mansion. Then Shiboying actually has such a high status? Luo Chen was puzzled, but his heart was still full of expectations. The other party is now meeting him to discuss the business of Yuludan. That's good. Luo Xian who has a lot of jade pills in stock, and they are worried about when to start selling them. If we can reach an agreement here, then I will really have an endless supply of spirit stones. The next morning, Luo Chen washed up and changed into a brand new and clean top-grade robe. His long black hair was combed back and a Taoist hairpin was inserted. When he walked like a dragon and a tiger, but he was also natural and unrestrained. Bai Miling flew beside him with a mirror. Master, you are so beautiful. Luo Chen looked at her speechlessly. How could he use the word beautiful to describe a man? But looking at himself in the mirror, he did feel that he had changed a lot from before. His bone structure and facial features did not change much. The main thing was his skin color, temperament, and the calm and confident look between his glances. His skin color was not bad, it was brought about by his success in body refining and his minor success in the Kingitun Mayadan method. But the rest was cultivated bit by bit after going through too many things. The ancients often said that if you have poetry and books in your belly, you will be elegant. But it is not just poetry and books that can change a person's temperament. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. I, Luo Chen, have traveled more than 10,000 miles. With a chuckle, Luo Chen turned and walked out. He looked up at the unseen fairy mountain peaks, and then rose up like a rock with a wind, rolling up countless white waves of huge waterfalls. His body flowed, and the clouds rose. He jumped over the mountains and came to a place covered with ice and snow. Luo Chen landed step by step, and shouted from a distance. Luo Chen of the Luotian Society came to visit fellow Taoists. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244: A War Without Gunfire. In the cold and desolate cave, Luo Chen held his breath and sat upright on the ice chair. There was a reason for him to be so serious. Because, sitting opposite him, there was a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. I didn't expect that this person would come to discuss business with me in person. Luo Chen's heart was in turmoil, a little worried, but also a little expectant. No other reason. Because the person sitting opposite was Tan Taiyu, a true disciple of the Ice Castle Foundation building, and also the leader of the Xianlan Fairy City law enforcement team. The powerful cultivation of the late stage of foundation building spread without any disguise, giving people a great sense of oppression. Suddenly, the momentum was withdrawn. The tough, handsome female cultivator who looked like a man, a pair of cold eyes fell on Luo Chen. This jade pill, did you refine it? Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and nodded gently. Yes, it was me. Tan Taiyu played with a jade bottle in his hand. You don't just want to do the jade pill business, do you? Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't show it. What do you mean, Taoist friend? Tan Tai looked at him, his face as hard as ice, without any change in expression. If you just want to sell the jade pill, even if the market is not big, the huge Xianlan can still take it. You came to my ice castle, I think it's because you have just been promoted to the foundation establishment stage, and you are not proficient in refining pills, so the output is not high. Instead of exchanging spirit stones to get your money back, it is better to maximize its value. So, using the name of my ice castle to do things is your main purpose. Am I right, Dan Chenzi? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect the other party to figure out his psychology so well. The Taoist named Dan Chenzi mentioned at the end clearly showed that he had specially investigated him. It seems that the other party really spent some time in the past 3 months. In this case, he doesn't need to hide it. As Taoist fellow Tan Tai said, I do have this intention. Tan Tai did not expect that the other party would be so calm after he revealed his thoughts. However, since the words have been spoken, there is no need to beat around the bush. It is not that easy to use my ice castle name to do things. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I know that. So, I am also very sincere. Talk about your sincerity. The Jade pill will only be supplied to Ice Castle within 10 years, especially to Taoist fellow Tan Tai. After 10 years, within 100 years, the Jade pill may be sold to the outside, but Ice Castle still has the priority to purchase in bulk. As for the price, I promise that I will never raise the price. The low-grade Jade pill is only sold for 500 spirit stones per bottle. The price of the second-level elixir involved in cultivation on the market is more than 500, or even more than 600. Moreover, it is obvious that there is a trend of continued increase. The most important thing is that the Jade pill is different from ordinary cultivation pills. For the Ice Castle female cultivators, who are mainly female cultivators and mainly use water and ice elements, the price is even higher than all the second-level pills. In this case, if there is a large supply of Jade pill, Ice Castle is willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. 600? No. They can even offer a price of 700 or 800. Now Luo Chen promises to charge 500 spirit stones per bottle, and will never raise the price. His sincerity is obvious. In particular, he also learned from Fang City to specially supply spirit wine to Yuding Sword sect and made a special supply of Jade pill for Ice Castle. This is very comfortable. You know, in the Yuding domain, the sects that are mainly female cultivators are not just Ice Castle. The 100 Flowers Palace is also known to have 3,000 female cultivators. This kind of sincerity, I think the other party will be very satisfied, right? Unexpectedly. Not enough. Huh? Luo Chen frowned slightly. I don't want 10 years. Tan Tai said indifferently, 100 years. Within 100 years, the Jade pill can only be specially supplied to my Ice Castle. If I find out that it has been leaked, 100 years is 100 years. Luo Chen agreed without waiting for her to finish her words. Tan Tai looked at Luo Chen deeply, and then nodded gently. Senior sister, please see me off. Shi Boying, who had been silent, stood up. Luo Chen bowed to Tan Tai, and then followed the old woman out. It was not until they left the cave that the cold that penetrated into the bone marrow gradually dissipated. Fellow Taoist Shi, I really trouble you this time. As he spoke, Luo Chen handed over a jade bottle. Shi Boying was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously took it. She wanted to refuse, but after finding out that it was the Jade pill, she still accepted it silently. Then, a smile appeared on her old face. It's not a problem. It's just good for the sect. I'm just doing my job. This is for you. A snowflake-shaped magic weapon fell into Luo Chen's hands. He couldn't help but look at it carefully. The grade was not high, but it contained a unique and extremely cold meaning, which made people feel cold when they touched it. This is the iconic emblem of my Ice Castle. You can print it on the store under your name to show that I am a vassal of Ice Castle. It's hard to say about the future, but as long as my Ice Castle is on duty in Xianlan Fairy City, no one dares to provoke you. Even if it's another sect's turn in the future, I think they will give you some face. Shi Boying rarely said a lot of words in one breath. Hearing her say this, the big stone in Luo Chen's heart finally fell. In this way, Luo Xian, who can be said to have truly taken root in Xianlan Fairy City, have their own livelihood. Their own strength also has 2 or 3 foundation-building combat forces. There is also a backer behind them. One is indispensable. Next, we can start doing business and earn spiritual stones for cultivation. Luo Chen thanked him. Then he discussed with the other party the number of Jade pills to be supplied each year, when the payment would be paid, and other trivial matters. In this way, the matter came to an end. Then I will take my leave first. Fellow Taoist, take care, I won't see you off. Well, goodbye. Looking at Luo Chen's elegant figure riding away on the cloud, Shi Boying tightened the jade bottle in her hand, feeling a little uncomfortable. She has lived in the Ice Castle for a long time. This time, it was also because of her old age and the lack of manpower in Xianlan City on duty in the Ice Castle that she went out to handle chores for the sect. She has never encountered such a thing. Bribery. Don't say it, This feeling is quite wonderful. After putting the jade bottle away, she adjusted her mentality and returned to the cave. Have you agreed? A cold voice came. Shibuya couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She said respectfully, it's settled. Luo Chen is not yet proficient in refining the Jade pill. So in recent years, the supply of pills may be unstable, and no more than 5 bottles a year. If outsiders heard this, they would probably laugh at her. Is the transaction of just 5 bottles of pills worth both parties being so serious? But only the 2 parties know what it means. If you are not proficient, you can only provide 5 bottles a year. Then what about after you become proficient? 10 bottles, 100 bottles? Even more. Therefore, Tan Taiyu extended the special supply time to 100 years. Such a long time is enough for the other party to improve his proficiency, and she can also get enough benefits from it. Shibuya just came to her senses when she was outside. Although she is old, she really doesn't think as far-sighted as Tan Taiyu in this regard. 5 bottles? It's not much different from what I expected. Tan Taiyu glanced at Shibuya. Don't report this to the sect. The quantity is too small. It won't be enough to claim credit, but it will easily cause trouble. Shibuya was surprised. He reacted immediately. The other party wanted to intercept this batch of pills for their own practice. Even if it is a low-grade Jade pill, for female cultivators, the effect is far better than the medium-grade key combining pill provided by the Medicine King sect. With the help of this batch of pills, I'm afraid the other party will be able to advance to the 8th level of foundation building soon. After she agreed to this, she asked another question curiously. Why don't you recruit this person into my ice castle? Ice castle is a large giant sect dominated by female cultivators. But it doesn't mean that there are no male cultivators in the sect. Some male cultivators who are suitable for practicing the ice castle method will also be accepted into the sect. But most of the time, they will be sent out after they have achieved some success in their cultivation, and they will be specially responsible for handling various industries for the sect. Moreover, there are also powerful female cultivators in the sect who have formed a Taoist couple and have lived in the ice castle for a long time. Luo Chen can refine the Jade pill, which is a panacea that can help the female cultivators in the ice castle. According to common sense, he should be recruited. Facing the other party's cold eyes, Shibuya suddenly came to her senses. If she recruits him now, wouldn't it be equivalent to sharing Luo Chen's resources with other people in the sect? It seems that he noticed her inner doubts. Tan Taiyu said coldly, this is a different time. Under the current situation, our sect will not easily recruit outsiders. Especially someone like Luo Chen, who comes from Daofeng and has an ambiguous relationship with the Jading Sword sect. Shibuya nodded. Suddenly, she caught a message in the other party's words. Yuding Sword sect. Could it be that our ice castle has formed an alliance with Luoyan sect? Be careful what you say. Tan Taiyu shouted, and then said indifferently, Senior sister, some things can be known to the heart, and there is no need to publicize them. Shibuya took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Indeed, such things cannot be said to the outside world. The current situation in Yuding domain is that Luoyan sect has joined forces with Aleo Mountain and Kingdom Valley to fight against Yuding Sword sect and Yanmen. The former is powerful, and the latter has a deep foundation. If Ice Castle hastily announces it to the outside world, it will easily cause a huge trouble. It is better to do everything quietly. However, thinking that after Ice Castle joins, Luoyan sect will unite the power of the 3 sects, and the chances of winning are quite high. If Luoyan sect succeeds, can my ice castle no longer be limited to that bitter cold land? Luo Chen did not know why ice castle, which the sword sect had fought hard for, unknowingly turned to Luoyan sect. He only knew that after arriving in Xianlan Fairy City, he was shrouded in the uneasiness in his heart. With the ice castle badge in hand, the smoke finally disappeared. Hey! Now I have a backer. Luo Chen did not hesitate. He left the city and headed straight for Luo Xianhu. A meeting was held as Luo Chen arrived. You can start selling the Jade Marrow pill. It was just a simple sentence. But it aroused everyone's emotions. Sima Wei Niang asked curiously, President, have you solved the pressure from the upper level? A snowflake magic weapon appeared in the middle of the hall. Luo Chen injected spiritual power, and the snowflake slowly rotated. Ice Castle! Ice Castle! Exclamations came from several monks in the hall. Luo Chen threw his hand, and the magic weapon fell into Sima Wei Niang's hands. Print the logo of this item on the flag of my Luo Chen, and you won't encounter any trouble in the future business. Everyone looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen actually solved this biggest problem in a short time. Ice Castle badge. In this case, doesn't it mean that Luo Chen has flattered Ice Castle and become its vassal power? Maybe not so formal. But at least, it can avoid many difficulties from all sides in Luo Chen's future business. Sima Wei Niang took a deep breath and said heavily, I will implement it immediately. Not only she will be busy. The monks of Luo Chen's War Hall and Golden Hall will also start to get busy. If the Dan Hall and the Medicine Hall are the busiest when refining pills, then when selling pills, it is the time for the Golden Hall and the War Hall to exert their strength. Now, there is only one question that needs to be considered. President, how much is the price of the Jade Marrow Pill? Gu Kai asked. Luo Chen did not hesitate. The price of the middle-grade Jade Marrow Pill is 40 spirit stones per bottle. The price of the top-grade Jade Marrow Pill is set at 85 spirit stones per bottle. Hearing this price, Gu Kai almost blurted out. So low. Not only her, but also the rest of the people in the hall were incredulous. You know, the price of the Jade Marrow Pill is usually 50 for the middle grade and 90 for the top grade. Now that the war is going on, the price of raw materials is rising. They don't follow the tide, but lower the price. This. Facing a group of people who don't understand, Luo Chen said lightly, we need to open up the market with low prices and squeeze out the market of low-level cultivation pills other than Yankee pills and Huanglong pills. Wait until we get in and occupy the market share, then we can slowly increase the price. This is a war, only those who survive can earn spirit stones. Do you understand? Price war. This is a very simple business concept. But for cultivators who put profit first, giving up profit is more painful than killing them. Even if many people know this truth, they are unwilling to lower the price. Luo Chen is naturally unwilling to do so. But he knows that only by occupying enough market share can the profit be great. Besides, with a price of 40 or 85, will Luo Chen really not make any spirit stones? Not necessarily. With his success rate, in terms of cost control, he is far superior to the same level of alchemists. Therefore, price war is what he is least afraid of. Luo Tian will need this war. Only by occupying the market of low-level elixirs refined by small families and small forces can we talk about the future. This war is no less fierce than the Battle of Xiaohou Mountain back then. Everyone, cheer up. Only by winning this war can everyone have a future of cultivation. Every word is like a devil's voice, but it makes people eager to move. Maybe there were doubts at the beginning. But Luo Chen has been thinking deeply and making every decision the most correct. Everyone has already trusted him very much. After his explanation, everyone's heart was full of motivation. We are not just selling elixirs, but also fighting a war without gunpowder smoke. Only by winning can there be a future and sufficient cultivation resources. Chapter 245, Zhang family of Gunlongji, Dangsha Palace in the south of the city, 400,000 a year. 30 miles away from Xianlan Ferry City, there is a steep and wide ridge that runs through 7 peaks of different sizes. This place is called the Rolling Dragon Ridge. It has a first-level spiritual vein, and there are occasional wildfires on the ridge, forming a unique natural environment. Various resources are spread across the 7 peaks and the ridge that seems to be formed by a rolling earth dragon. Such a spiritual place is naturally the dream place for low-level cultivators to practice. Not to mention climbing the ridge, the mountains below the mountain alone have more or less spiritual energy comparable to the concentration of first-level spiritual veins. However, this place has long been owned by someone. Ordinary casual cultivators dare not disturb it. Rolling Dragon Zhang family. A well-known foundation-building family of immortal cultivators within the scope of Xianlan Ferry City. With a deep background, it is rumored that the ancestor who founded the family was a fake Dan realm from the N League. Although that ancestor has long passed away, he has left a good foundation for the family. This foundation is not just spiritual stones and magic tools. It also includes connections, understanding of cultivation, and a skill that the entire family can rely on for a living. Alchemy. The Zhang family is one of the few immortal cultivation families that make a living by alchemy. They are rich in a first-level elixir called Huazi pills. This elixir contains a lot of spiritual energy. Although the medicine is violent and can easily damage the meridians during cultivation, it is at least an orthodox cultivation elixir, and the price is much cheaper than the first level elixir of Zongmiao Pavilion and Kingdom Valley. Therefore, it is also very popular among casual cultivators. Over the past hundreds of years, the Zhang family has made a good living by making Huazi pills. Not only has it established its position as the master of the 7 peaks of the rolling Dragon Ridge. Now, there are 3 foundation-building true cultivators in the family at the same time. The Supreme Elder has the 6th level of foundation building, and is only 1 step away from the late stage of foundation building. The head of the family, Zhang Qijian, is also in the middle stage of foundation building. Among the younger generation, there are also people who were promoted to the foundation building stage 20 years ago. In this way, there are 3 generations of old, middle and young, and 3 foundation building cultivators in one family. It is really glorious. However, outsiders only see their glory, but not their current predicament. Huazi pills are indeed popular. However, this pill is expensive and difficult to refine. The chief alchemist in the clan has been refining for many years, but can only steadily refine medium-grade Huazi pills. In this case, the income is far less than what casual cultivators think. Nowadays, the income from Huazi pills can only barely support the 3 foundation-building true cultivators. As for the clan members under fuse, it is difficult to do. In order to save resources, the head of the family, Zhang Qijian, who knew that he had no hope of forming a pill, even gave the 2nd-level cave house in Xianlan Peak to his son for use. However, it rains when it rains. While he was still thinking about how to increase income and reduce expenditure and open up another source of income for the family, the basic business of Huazi pills suddenly began to decline. When did it start? Zhang Qijian suppressed his anger. He has not been practicing so hard recently, so he has more time. So, he specially counted the account books for the past year. It would be better if he didn't count. As soon as he counted, he noticed something wrong. In the past, after the resources supporting the 2 foundation-building true cultivators were consumed, there were often tens of thousands of spirit stones left to cultivate the younger generation of the family. However, in the past year, this surplus has become less and less 20,000, 10,000, 5,000. In the past 3 months, even the cultivation resources of the ancestor and his son have been affected. Not to mention, the resources for the younger generation of the family have been directly cut off. Such a big thing, no one informed him. The Zhang family cultivator looked at his expression that was almost like a volcanic eruption, and couldn't help trembling, and couldn't even speak clearly. I don't know, it seems to be the last 2 months? No, it seems to be a year ago? Not right. Calm down, what are you trembling for? Zhang Qijian glared at him, and the pressure of his spiritual consciousness was like a basin of cold water poured on the other party. The other party shivered and spoke even more incoherently. Scared, Zhang Qijian took a deep breath and swept his eyes over the people in the hall. These people, blessed by the family, their lives are really smooth. He was arrogant outside, but he was not ambitious inside. He even began to neglect the family's most important medicine business. If he hadn't been idle and checked the account books, he would not have found such a big financial loophole. Go and check it for me. Find out what time, what people, and what happened that caused the whereabouts of my Zhang family's medicine business. Within 3 days, no, 1 day. I'll give you 1 day to hand over all the information to me. With a wave of his hand, the people below hurried out of the hall and got busy. Period. Seeing this group of people fleeing in panic, Zhang Qijian was so angry that he smashed the expensive wooden table with a slap. I'm afraid we can't find anything with these good-for-nothings. I have to go there myself. After changing his appearance, restraining his breath, and disguising himself, Zhang Qijian stepped into Xianlan Fairy City. This was the first time he stepped into this huge fairy city after he gave the 2nd-level cave to his son, who had just entered the foundation building period. It must be said that after entering the city, he was extremely envious of those fellow foundation builders who went in and out of the major shops and bought cultivation resources wantonly. However, today's purpose is not this. Instead, he wanted to find out the reason for the decline in the Zhang family's elixir business. In fact, this reason is also relatively easy to guess. It is nothing more than the increase in raw material prices, which has led to an increase in the cost of elixirs and a decrease in profits. Or, there are competitors. As for the problem of his own elixir, he has never thought about it. It is already a great thing for those with like casual cultivators to have cheap elixirs to take. How dare they be picky? He planned to find a familiar fellow foundation builder first and ask about the recent situation of Xianlin Xianchen. However, before he took a step, he was stopped by a cultivator in the key refining stage at a crossroads. Dao, do you want to know about the Zongmiao Pill? At this moment, Zhang Qijian's realm revealed to the outside world was the middle stage of key refining. It was a very rough cover-up. The foundation building cultivator could see through it at a glance. But in the eyes of ordinary key refining cultivators, they would only regard him as a person of low cultivation. He asked curiously, "What kind of elixir is that?" The cultivator smiled and stuffed a piece of paper filled with words into his hand. "What is this?" As far as the eye could see, the paper was about 1 palm wide and 2 palms long. The small page was filled with all kinds of words. Zongmiao Pill, a must-have for key refining cultivators to practice at home. Top-grade products are only sold for 85 yuan, and the store is offering a big discount. Zongmiao Pill, revitalize men's masculinity, and you will not be surprised that the road will never end. You can enjoy bliss while practicing hard. Peeling spirit liquid, Bigu powder, a wide range of products filled the entire page of white paper. On the back of the white paper, a route map was drawn. Starting from entering the city, passing through Nanyang Street, Lingxiao Street, all the way forward, almost crossing a quarter of the distance of Xianlin Ferry City, and finally stopped at the remote Yulu Street. The route is so detailed that it is simply outrageous. There are even some specialty shops marked along the way. It can be said that even if you don't care about the elixirs on the front, just the route map at the back is of great collection value to casual cultivators. Especially those casual cultivators who have just come to Xianlin Immortal City. No matter whether they are in the key refining stage or the foundation building stage, they will not refuse such a route map. With this map, at least you have an idea of some areas of Xianlin Immortal City, and you don't have to be ripped off by local guides. Zhang Qijian took the paper and said, "What is this?" "A flyer for Dangsha Palace." The cultivator who distributed the flyer laughed. Zhang Qijian suppressed his impatience and asked seriously, "I mean, are these pills really sold so cheaply? They can't be low-quality pills. Also, what kind of power owns this Dangsha Palace?" "Dangsha Palace is naturally owned by my Luo Chen Society." The Luo Chen Society monk said proudly, "As for the price of the pills above, you can go into the store and take a look. You will definitely return with a full load. Oh, by the way, our Dangsha Palace is a bit far from here." The route map on the back of this flyer marks a small road that can be reached as quickly as possible. Seeing that he couldn't get any specific information from him, Zhang Qijian didn't ask any more questions. Just then, a beast cart came by, and he waved his hand and got on the car directly. The Luo Chen Society monk was still talking, but when he saw him get on the car, he was stunned. Then he muttered, "He is still a rich casual cultivator, and he took a beast cart when he entered the city." Inside the black python beast cart, enduring the faint smell of the monster corpse, Zhang Qijian carefully read the flyer. Pills worth 80 spiritual stones? A top-grade one. His intuition told him that this Zongmiao Pill might be the culprit that squeezed his Huazi pills. Dangsha Palace, Luo Xianhu. Zhang Qijian's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered these two names. Yulu Street. An inconspicuous little street in Xianlin Ferry City. It is mainly composed of talisman leather shops, talisman ink shops, herbal medicine shops, and an inn. Because of these shops related to talisman making, this street is always full of some strange smells. As a result, the business of the inn is not very good. Only some poor casual cultivators, who want cheap accommodation, will come here to stay temporarily. A year ago, this street attracted a new neighbor. As soon as he arrived, he rented a vacant 3-story building. It is located in the center of Yulu Street and is very eye-catching. Basically, anyone who enters this street can pay attention to it at the first time. At first, everyone didn't take this new neighbor seriously. Later, it was discovered that there were many female cultivators inside. They are all young and beautiful, and speak very nicely. Their words make people feel like they are at home. Not only that, they also give some fruits and snacks from the store to their neighbors from time to time. After a while, the relationship between everyone improved. Not long after, the store opened. Dangsha Palace. The main business is elixir, and there are many categories. Even if some of the things in it, such as Bigu San and Peiyuan Lingyu, are just common goods on the market, they are cheap. Those neighbors come to visit for nothing, and they are soft-mouthed and short-mouthed. Later, they also help to promote Danksha Palace. If they meet customers who can't find the way outside, they will often give them some pointers. Gradually, the business of Danksha Palace gradually improved. There are many reasons for the improvement. For example, the maids here are all eloquent and speak well. For example, the things here, whether it is elixir or magic weapon, are all good quality and cheap. Even the poor casual cultivators can afford it. There are other reasons, which everyone has seen. At this moment, on the third floor of Danksha Palace, Luo Chen, wearing a white Taoist robe, is flipping through the account book. Opposite him, Gu Kai and Suzai Aliu are standing with their hands clasped. Perhaps it is because Luo Chen's cultivation is becoming more and more profound, or perhaps it is because His Majesty is becoming more and more important. The two of them are respectful and dare not breathe. Glancing at the two of them from the corner of his eye, Luo Chen continued to look down at the account book. 1 year. All the previous expenditure costs have been earned back, and there is even a surplus. A year ago, he took the initiative to rent this 3-story building from Binglin Palace. The rent paid is extremely cheap. Firstly, it is because Yulu Street is too remote, and it is mainly for the supply of raw materials, without a commercial atmosphere. Secondly, it is also related to his cooperation with Tan Taiyu. The rent of this store for a year only needs 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is definitely cheap in Xianlan Fairy City. The same area, if it is a little more mainstream, can be counted in tens of thousands. Having this shop is a good thing for Luo Xianhu's business. It can put up a sign. In particular, it can also find a safe and formal sales point for the goods produced by Luo Xianhu. Although Biao Valley is good, it is too remote after all. After Wang Yuan killed Xiao Wanchen, it really lost a lot of popularity. It is not a one-day job to raise popularity and business atmosphere. Therefore, Luo Chen chose to take a two-pronged approach. Develop inside and outside the city at the same time. In addition to his daily practice, this year, he put aside all spell practice and spent almost all his time on alchemy and talent training. In a year, he continuously refined 7 moon jade pills and 4 moon jade dew pills. In the middle, he also refined a large number of Zongmiao pills. Such a huge alchemy project, in addition to his own profound soul foundation and superb alchemy attainments, also requires the cooperation of the Dantang monks. The results are extremely gratifying. A total of 40,000 jade medallions were refined. Not only that, under his daily supervision and guidance, Chu Lingjin was finally able to refine the middle-grade jade medallion stably. Although the success rate was not high, and the number of pills in each furnace was not as stable as Luo Chen's, but at least it could be produced stably. Luo Chen cultivated more than one talent. Melee. He was also his training target. This talent, who was buried by Mi Shuhe at the beginning, actually had a certain talent for alchemy. It was just that Mi Shuhe forced her to refine the difficult jade medallions from the beginning, so naturally there was no effect. Luo Chen's cultivation of melee, or rather, it should not be called cultivation, but letting her go. At first, he just asked her to help. Later, he gave her the unimportant Bigu powder to refine. Bigu powder was just an ordinary pill that was not of grade, and Meili got the hang of it very quickly. After many years, she had already accumulated a solid foundation for alchemy. In this year, Luo Chen finally let her start refining first-grade pills. However, it was not the Jade Marrow pill. It was the Wonderful Pill. Luo Chen was more familiar with the refining of the pill that made him earn his first pot of gold and started from scratch than the Jade Marrow pill. It was not about the number of times he had refined it. It was the gradual process that he had experienced too deeply. From the initial iron pot to the wood furnace, and then to the earth fire. It can be said that in Luo Chen's eyes, there was no secret in the refining of the Wonderful Pill. Meili also knew the Wonderful Pill very well. At the beginning, Tang Kun often failed, and the other party did not dare to disturb Luo Chen, but discussed it with Meili many times in private. It can be said that although Meili had not yet mastered it, she was familiar with all the problems in the refining process of the Wonderful Pill. After Luo Chen let her master it, with Luo Chen's guidance, she solved the problem. In addition to the foundation of alchemy that she had accumulated for many years, it didn't take a few months to refine the inferior Wonderful Pill. In this way, the types of pills that Luo Xianhu could sell to the outside world gradually became richer. The main ingredients are the top-grade Jade Marrow pills refined by Luo Chen, and the middle-grade pills refined by Chu-Lingjin. The Miao pills refined by Mi Li are used as embellishments. Pian Lingai is the simplest. You only need to match the medicinal materials. The casual cultivators can take it back and make it by themselves. The profit is the processing fee. Bigu powder is not difficult either. At the beginning, Luo Chen was not the only one who refined and sold it in Dahofang. He found a few people in the Dantan to refine it, and finally cultivated a cultivator who specialized in refining Bigu powder. It can be said that except for Zongmiao Pill, Burning Blood Pill, and Jade Pill, Luo Chen refined almost all the pills he knew as much as possible. So they were put on the shelves of Dangsha Hall. Not only that, Dangsha Hall also sells the magic tools of the kitten. Those magic tools were not refined by the kitten, but the spoils accumulated by Luo Xianhu after many battles. The best ones were kept by Luo Xianhu for their own use. The rest, after patching up and repairing a few, can also be put on the shelves. In addition, Feng Shui and Yuan Xiao also picked up their old business. Beans, beef jerky, milk tea, popcorn, and so on. They even developed snacks such as fried silkworm beans and 10 fragrant cardamom on the original basis. It can be regarded as a waste of crops that have no economic value in the process of cultivating the spiritual field. Finally, the current Dangsha Palace was formed. This seemingly incongruous but diverse store has a wide variety of products. However, in this way, when calculating the cost and profit, it is a very tedious task. In the early days, mistakes often occurred. So Luo Chen had to come to check the accounts from time to time. Later, Gu Kai, the head of the Jintang and the manager of Dangsha Palace, gradually sorted out the various accounts after becoming familiar with them. Luo Chen also developed a habit before. So he would come to take a look from time to time. Now, he is looking at the general ledger for the past year. The Dangsha Palace in the city has a gross profit of about 300,000 spiritual stones a year. The elixirs I refine and the magic weapons of the weapon hall account for the majority. I have seen the Biao Valley before. The gross profit is about 100,000. The profit structure is also mainly from me and the weapon hall. The alchemy level of Chu-Lingjin and Mi Li needs to continue to improve. Now the annual income, added up, only accounts for about 10,000. If it is just for individual casual cultivators, 2 key refining cultivators can earn more than 10,000 a year, which is naturally not cheap. But for the current Luo Xianhu, it is just icing on the cake. Compared with Luo Chen at the beginning, it is far inferior. But Luo Chen doesn't care. He is very patient with the two. Continuing to cultivate them, there is definitely a lot to look forward to. A gross profit of 400,000 a year, which is more than most foundation building forces. It is only because I am an alchemist that I can have such income. Luo Chen once again affirmed the importance of his honored alchemist. Then, he calculated the number of spiritual stones he could use. Chapter 246. A distinguished guest is coming. Gross profit. The reason why it is just gross profit. Because, it has not deducted various costs. Raw materials? This is actually not much. The raw materials of the Jade Marrow Pill are only 5 spirit stones. Even if it is affected by the war and rises to 6, it is just a drizzle. Add to that the loss of his refining Jade Pill, Zongmiao Pill and other pills at a loss. The total cost is only 40,000 spirit stones. In terms of rent, Dangsha Hall charges 5,000 spirit stones a year. There will be no price increase for the time being. He and Ice Castle are still in the honeymoon period and can continue to get this preferential price. The main cost is still labor. After working hard for a year to refine pills, it can be said that the monks in the Dan Hall and the Medicine Hall are almost exhausted. In this case, Luo Chen must give a lot of rewards in addition to the basic salary. These 2 halls alone consume 60,000 spirit stones a year. The War Hall is responsible for protection and transportation, but there is no need to give rewards, just maintain the basic salary. It is about 60,000 spirit stones a year. The Gold Hall is responsible for sales, which is the most important link besides refining. In addition to the basic salary, Luo Chen did not give rewards, but commissions. For every bottle of elixir sold, whether it was the Jade Marrow Pill or the roughly processed Pian spiritual liquid, he promised to give a commission of 2 spirit stones. Given that there are not many female cultivators in the Golden Hall and their realm is not high. After giving extremely high treatment, the expenditure cost is only 20,000 yuan. Calculated in this way, The cost of ordinary cultivators is about 140,000, plus the cost of materials and rental, it is only 180,000. It is the high-level cultivators who consume the most. For the high-level cultivators of Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen's salary is far higher than that of ordinary lower-level cultivators. Not to mention Sima Wei Niang and Murin Kinglian. For old people like Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang, they only get 300 to 400 spirit stones a month. Even so, a group of people at the 9th level of key refining together get 60,000 a year. You know, this group of people is the smallest group of people. In addition, there are two people, Wang Yuan and Duan Feng, who enjoy a monthly salary of 3,000 spirit stones. At least 30,000 spirit stones per person a year. After all these calculations, the annual expenditure is at least 300,000 spiritual stones. After doing the math, even though Luo Chen had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked. No wonder Wang Hechao was so stingy at the beginning, and almost never gave a fixed salary to his monks. No wonder Mi Shuhou is unwilling to help Pashan send out a second foundation building cultivator, which would consume at least 30,000 to 40,000 spiritual stones a year. How could ordinary foundation building forces support such a huge cost expenditure? Only he, Luo Chen, has the ability and the courage. If Wang Hechao were alive and saw Luo Chen being so generous, he would probably scold him for being stupid. However, Luo Chen saw it more clearly than anyone else. These expenses are extremely necessary. Those people also receive the rewards they deserved. Without their efforts, there would be no such huge income. Apart from other things, Duan Feng gets 30,000 a year. Is it a lot? Not at all. First of all, he is a foundation building cultivator. Secondly, the annual output income of the weapon hall is also 80,000 to 90,000 spiritual stones. The 400,000 is not just the income of the alchemy hall. Finally, after Duan Feng brings out the people from the weapon hall, they can also produce and sell by themselves, which is also a stable source of income. As for Wang Yuan, is 30,000 a year too much? It seems that he has no output, right? However, along the way, Wang Yuan always provides combat power guarantee for Luo Xianhu. In the Battle of Fu Family, he broke through the indestructible fortress. In the Battle of Xiaohun Mountain, he resisted the pressure of Duan Qianqin head-on. In the Battle of Gaolingyan, he defeated Hohu by crossing the level. When he moved into Dangsha Peak, he even killed Xiao Wanchen brazenly to establish the prestige of Luo Xianhu. It can be said that he gets 30,000 spirit stones a year, which is too little. If Chu Kui from Xianlan Fairy City comes, he will have to pay 100,000 for each move. Not to mention the various instructions that Wang Yuan has given to Luo Chen along the way. It is for this reason that Luo Chen offered Wang Yuan a high price for offering sacrifices in the foundation building period a long time ago. As for the others, in addition to their hard work, Luo Chen also suffered the hardships of low-level cultivators, so how could he not give them generous rewards? What's more, after a year, I made a surplus of 100,000 spiritual stones. 100,000. Net income, pure profit, belongs only to Luo Chen. Which casual foundation building cultivator can earn so many spiritual stones? Even Chu Kui, a late-stage foundation building cultivator, has to ask for a lion's mouth to earn hard-earned money, and it depends on whether there is an opportunity. I'm afraid that the sect's foundation building can't do this. This is one low-grade magic weapon a year. No, it can even buy 2 or 3. This is the value that an alchemist with his own power, can create. In fact, this is not the case when Luo Chen is in full-strength alchemy mode. What if it is full-strength Luo? Not making Jade pills, not refining Zongmiao pills, and slightly reducing the time of cultivation, then the value he can create will be even greater. It's just that Luo Chen will not put the cart before the horse. He also wanted to save more time for cultivation after Luo Xianhu got on the right track. What does it mean to get on the right track? Hundreds of spiritual fields can all generate income. The weapon hall can produce and sell by itself. In the Dan hall, Chu Lingjin and Mi Li have grown up and can be independent. Even the war hall, Sima Wei Niang and Sima Xian have recently been planning to find some side jobs for them. Let's not talk about anything else. Those spiritual fields need manpower to grow. The war hall has dozens of powerful late-stage key refining cultivators. If they have nothing to do, it's good to learn a few spiritual planting techniques and plant some fields. Farming in leisure time and rolling up sleeves to fight in wartime. This is the healthy operation mode of the war hall. Cultivating every day. What can a group of key refining cultivators refine? The only thing is that they are afraid of over-refining and damaging their brains. It can be said that Luo Chen's plan for the future is very clear and goal-oriented. At that time, Luo Chen, whose income will not only rely on the current Dan Hall and the weapon hall that picked up bargains. Thinking a little far. Retracting thoughts? Luo Chen began to calculate how to make the most of this huge amount of spiritual stones. Invest in yourself. With 100,000 yuan, you can buy almost any low-grade magic weapon. Even if you add a little, you can try to buy a medium-grade magic weapon. But he will never do this. He already has 2 magic weapons. And they are both offensive and defensive. No matter how many magic weapons there are, no matter how high the grade is, he can't use them at the foundation building stage. Improving cultivation is the most important thing. Maybe, I can consider changing to another cave. Luo Chen recalled the second-grade upper-grade cave of Tantai and Lingyazi. Compared with the lower-grade cave, the concentration of spiritual energy there is doubled. If he can practice in such an environment, his cultivation speed will definitely be greatly improved. However, there has been no empty second-grade upper-grade cave, which makes him have money but nowhere to spend it. Purchase other resources that are useful for cultivation. Luo Chen's heart was slightly determined, and he planned to take time to visit the major stores in the city. There must be a lot of good things he doesn't know about, such as Tebe wine. Wanbao Lao can also go around more often. I heard that a new flying boat was recently launched, which can sail on land in the fairy city. It seems to be a simplified version of his lanky flying boat. As soon as it was launched, it was sought after by cultivators. With the research and development capabilities of Wanbao Lao, there will definitely be auxiliary magic tools for foundation building cultivators to sell. Bang! A slight sound rang out. Luo Chen woke up from his meditation and looked over. It was Zongmiao Pill who had been standing for too long, and because of his nature, he touched the wall behind him. "President, I'm sorry." "It's okay." Luo Chen smiled. He knew that he had been thinking for too long. Looking at the two, Luo Chen praised, "Recently, you have done a good job." Zongmiao Pill scratched the back of his head and smiled. "President, you still have a good idea. When that flyer was released, our Dangsha Palace is so remote, and there are customers who take the initiative to come to our door. Why didn't we think of it before?" Luo Chen pursed his lips and smiled. "It's just a flyer, nothing. It's just that the cultivators can't bring themselves to do it." Zongmiao Pill was not bad either. After he proposed the flyer, he drew inferences from his experience and proposed to engrave a route map on the back of the flyer. In this way, even those who do not need elixirs for the time being will collect such flyers. "Kie, you have done a great job." Facing Luo Chen's admiring eyes, Gu Kie straightened her chest. She smiled. "These are just the things that you, the president, taught me in my early years. Kie dare not take credit for it." Luo Chen shook his head. "I am not just talking about those female cultivators. This huge store, from scratch, is basically managed by you. I have seen all the hard work." Gu Kie opened her mouth to say something humble. But when the words came to her lips, she choked a little. As Luo Chen said, she has been very hard over the past year. Although she had experience in running a store in Dahofang before, at that time, the place was small and there were few people, and most of the people who came and went were lower than her realm. Even if she met a high-level cultivator, Zheng Wen would help her. Now Zheng Wen is gone. It was her turn to shoulder the responsibility of the Jintang alone. She had to face all kinds of people, and she couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. It really fits Luo Chen's words, the hard work is unknown to outsiders. I don't know how many times I woke up in the night, worrying about how to do the best business tomorrow. Fortunately, all the efforts are worth it. He saw it all. It was not a hypocritical word, but a sincere compliment. Kie should do everything she did. She was finally able to experience it, and she was able to control her emotions and say things without being rude. Luo Chen smiled warmly. There is no such thing as should or should not. You have done a good job, so you should be rewarded. I have recently developed a little thing that is very beneficial to female cultivators. You can try it after closing the store. Gu Kie blinked her big eyes with anticipation. It can make Luo Chen say that it is very beneficial to female cultivators. It seems that it is really effective. I feel relieved that you are watching over Dangsha Palace. As for the training of maids in Biao Valley, you can go there to give guidance in your spare time. As he spoke, Luo Chen's voice gradually became weaker. His eyes were staring outside at an angle. It was as if he had penetrated the doors and windows of the wooden building and saw a figure standing outside the street for a long time. A distinguished guest has arrived. Chapter 247, We are the ones who come with bad intentions. Outside the Dangsha Palace, Zhang Qijian, who had originally planned to enter the store to take a peek at the whole picture, stopped. His eyes fell on the badge in the lower left corner of the sign. Under the golden glow, the three-legged bronze cauldron swallowed and spit out a round ball. The ball looked like a pill and a scorching sun. This is the badge of Luo Chen. The design inspiration comes from the founder Luo Chen. He is good at alchemy and has a good scorching sun technique. Luo Chen is located on the Dangsha Peak illuminated by thousands of clouds. Therefore, it forms such a beautiful picture of the clouds shine on the cauldron and the Danayang rises. This picture was designed and painted by Min Longgao, a master of formations. As a formation master, it is reasonable for him to have some painting skills. What made Zhang Qijian stop was naturally not because of how beautiful the sect badge was, but because, on the right side of the Danayang, there was a crystal white flower that seemed to be spinning all the time. That was a snowflake. Not an ordinary snowflake, but the snowflake of the 7 sects of Jade Tripod and Ice Castle. The two together seem out of place. With this feeling of incompatibility, Zhang Qijian hesitated. He knew better than anyone what this meant. Because there was also a unique flame symbol on his Zhang family emblem. It was also out of place. But everyone knew that because of this incompatibility, it showed that his Rolling Dragon Ridge Zhang family was a vassal family of the Flame Alliance. And so on. This Dangsha Luo society is actually a vassal force of the Ice Castle. At this moment, Zhang Qijian's heart was undoubtedly in an uproar. If this is the case, then all the means he had imagined against the Luo society along the way would be aborted. Those means were either strong or weak, open or secret. There were fair and above board, and there were also insidious and vicious ones. But everything was based on the fact that the other party was just a small force with no support and no background. But now, the other party openly declared that they were vassals of the Jinden sect. In this way, those means could not be put on the table. Because if you do that, you will offend the Jinden sect. Especially. Now is the period when the Ice Castle is on duty in Xianlan Fairy City. In this period, even if the Flame Alliance comes, it will not work. Even the Jading Sword sect must abide by the rules of the Ice Castle, according to the agreement. After all, Xianlan Fairy City was built by the 7 sects together. During the period of rotation of each sect, all the income generated by the Fairy City belongs to that sect. In this case, who dares to offend the Ice Castle? Even if it is just one of their vassal forces. The consequences of offending are also precedents. 100 years ago, the prosperous Min family was no weaker than his Gunlongji Jiang family. But because they accidentally offended the Flame Alliance monks who were on duty in the Fairy City at that time, when they were besieged, the friendly families were intimidated by the pressure of the Flame Alliance and did not dare to help. In this way, there was a tragedy of being besieged for a year and the mountain was broken and the clan was destroyed. In his heart, there were all kinds of emotions such as hesitation, fear, and suspicion. In the end, Zhang Qijian finally stepped into the Dangsha Palace. Even if I can't take action, I want to see how you encroach on my Jiang family's elixir market. The moment he stepped in, Zhang Qijian perked up and observed the situation in Dangsha Hall. In general, there are a lot of people. There are more than a dozen casual cultivators in the key refining stage in the store. Some are choosing elixirs, some are asking for information about magic tools, and some are even sitting on chairs by the window, drinking rich and sweet drinks with friends, eating strange snacks, and chatting happily. This kind of store structure is really a bit strange. It can even be called neither fish nor fowl. How can someone buy things and eat and drink at the same time? However, it is precisely because of the large number of people that the maids in the store are so busy. As a result, no one greeted him, Zhang Qijian, at the first time. That's good, I can go by myself first. Is this Taoist friend visiting our Dangsha Hall for the first time? A pleasant voice came. It caught Zhang Qijian off guard for a moment. Looking towards him, he saw a radiant, beautiful and bright woman walking towards him gracefully. Zhang Qijian realized that the other party was talking to him. He nodded and said calmly, "It's my first time here. I wonder what special elixirs your store has. Luo Chen guessed it right. Sure enough, he came to ask about elixirs. Gu Kai's heart trembled, but she didn't show it on her face. She enthusiastically guided the other party to the window. Xiao Lian, serve tea. Zhang Qijian sat down subconsciously, thinking that he was just asking and didn't need to eat or drink. Unexpectedly, the other female cultivator said enthusiastically, "Dao, there is no need to refuse. We will provide free milk tea and delicious snacks for all guests who come to the store for the first time." Soon, a maid brought a tray and brought a cup of pure white drink and several stacks of snacks. This is Balan Babo milk tea, made with a spiritual spring on Xianlan Peak, supplemented with fish milk produced by Babo fish, and several kinds of spiritual fruits. It tastes extremely delicious. Taoist friend, why not try it? Zhang Qijian had no interest at first. But seeing that the other party said it well, he might as well try it. After entering the mouth, the lips and teeth are salivating. After swallowing, there is a sweet aftertaste between the throat. Not only that, there is even a faint spiritual energy in the body, which penetrates into the meridians like spring water. He was slightly stunned. What is this thing? It is so delicious, and there is spiritual energy. If it appears in Hongding family and Liashang Pavilion, it is not strange. But it is too strange to appear in a pill shop. Dao, why not try these snacks? While you eat, you can learn about the goods of Ardangsha Palace. Isn't it a relaxing shopping trip after a busy practice? Zhang Qijian grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth. I don't know why, but this popcorn tastes very good, and there is even more spiritual energy. But he just feels that it has no taste. Why? Oh, it's because the shop of Zhang family in Gunlongji seems to have never provided these services. Are these services useful? Probably useful. Those casual cultivators who are reluctant to spend their spiritual stones and go to Lingai Ao Pavilion and Kingdom Valley to buy elixirs are the most greedy for small bargains. A cup of milk tea and a plate of popcorn can more or less help in cultivation. What's more, there is such a beautiful and lovely female cultivator who is enthusiastically introducing elixirs. What about the cultivators of their Zhang family? Buy it or not, if you don't want to buy it, get out. Although the Zongmiao pills are good, you can see that you are a hard-working cultivator. I think you don't need them. You can learn about them. No, I need them. Gu Kai was stunned for a moment, and looking at the other party's decisive expression, she couldn't help but smile. Okay, then leave a whole bottle for you later. Do you need to know something about this Pianlingai? You tell me. Zhang Qijian ate the beans fried with Shiankan Yundao without knowing the taste. Gu Kai introduced the effects and prices of many elixirs to him in detail. It took a long time. But the other party was not impatient at all, but listened carefully. Especially on the Jade Marrow Pill. Even the effects and taboos were asked clearly, for fear of missing anything. In the end, he spent 200 spirit stones to buy every kind of elixir in Dangsha Palace, including various snacks. When leaving, Gu Kai personally sent him to the door. Friend Zhang, welcome to come again next time. Facing Gu Kai's gentle and enthusiastic smile, Zhang Qijian, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, felt powerless for some reason. Why is there such an elixir shop in the world of cultivation? The quality is so good and the price is so low. But their service attitude is so good. It seems that they don't know what the dignity of a cultivator is. Can their Zhang family shop really compete with such an existence by legitimate means? The third floor of Dangsha Palace. In the shadow of the windows and doors, a pair of black eyes stared at Zhang Qijian's departing back. The surname is Zhang, and he is in the middle stage of foundation building. Sixth son, do you know who he is? Xiao Liu, who was standing behind Luo Chen, looked stern. Reporting to the president, I think it is Zhang Qijian, the head of the Zhang family of Gunlongji. The other party is indeed in the fourth level of foundation building. Zhang family of Gunlongji. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly as he muttered the name. Xiao Liu said worriedly, this family is one of the best alchemy families besides the big clans. The fire Ganoderma pills they refine and sell have a large market among casual cultivators. After we started selling the Jade Marrow Pill, it was okay in the early stage, but now it seems to have affected their business. President, they won't take action against us, right? If it was other small sects, Xiao Liu would not care at all. Luo Chen, who is not as weak as it seems. As he joined Luo Chen for a longer time, he understood more deeply. On the surface alone, Luo Chen has two great foundation-building true cultivators, President Luo Chen and Duan Feng. There was also a physical cultivator who seemed to be only at the great perfection of the key refining stage, but from what others said, he knew that the other party had fought against a foundation establishment true cultivator several times. In addition, the president seemed to have a wide range of friends and could invite several fellow foundation establishment practitioners at any time. Even if we don't talk about the high-end combat power, the backbone forces below are all a group of key refining masters who are decisive in killing and have experienced many battles. But the Zhang family of Gunlongji is different from those small sects. This is Xianlan Fairy City, a real old-fashioned family of immortal cultivation. It seems that the inheritance is only 300 years. In fact, the other party has existed in the Yan League long before the opening of the Jadeling domain. It can be said to have a long inheritance, even though there has not been a giant and cultivator in these years. But within the family, there are 3 foundation establishment cultivators in one family. After hundreds of years of operation, the wide network of people is by no means comparable to the Luo Chen society, which has only been rooted in Xianlan Fairy City for a short time. If they want to take action, it's okay, they won't make a big fuss. A faint voice came, which made Suzai Ali feel a little relieved. He looked at Luo Chen's back curiously. Luo Chen closed the doors and windows, turned around, and walked downstairs. As he walked, he said, "At least, they won't resort to force." Suzai Ali was stunned. Not resorting to force? In other words, maybe the other party will use other tricks? However, Luo Chen didn't explain too much to him. Going downstairs, Gu Kai had been waiting respectfully. As you expected, the senior did inquire about our situation in great detail. I introduced the situation of the elixir in great detail with some reservations. Luo Chen nodded. Well, that's it. Looking at the calm Luo Chen, Gu Kai couldn't help asking, does the other party seem to have bad intentions? Luo Chen smiled. We are the ones who are here. Indeed. They, the Luo Chen, are the ones who have bad intentions. With high-quality elixirs, thoughtful service, and most importantly, low prices. They have unreasonably rushed into the first-level elixir market of Xianlan Xiancheng. What should be worried about is the local elixir forces, not them. As for the possible counterattack launched by those forces, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as they don't resort to force, they have to rely on regular business means. When it comes to business means, Luo Chen may not be very proficient, but he is no worse than these pedantic and hard-working people. The most important thing is that elixirs are not just a one-sided market. It also depends on the choice of the independent cultivators. Because of the wealth, cultivation direction, demand for elixirs and many other factors of independent cultivators, naturally, there will be stratification. Before the Luo Chen, the elixir business in Xianlan Immortal City was not a monolithic one. There is no reason that after the Luo Chen squeezed in, they would unite to deal with the Luo Chen. The biggest situation would be another one. As for which one it would be? Master, I have found out. Zhang Qijian glanced at the other party and uttered a word, speak. The cultivator in charge of gathering intelligence trembled in his heart. He hurriedly reported the intelligence he collected yesterday in detail. The one that is impacting our medicine business is a new force called Luo Chen. They came to Xianlan Xiancheng 2 years ago, and are said to be from the remote Dahofang. This force is headed by a second-level alchemist, who is particularly good at refining a first-level medicine called Jade Medallion. The earliest Jade Medallion appeared in Xiancheng about 2 years ago, when they came. However, it was sold sporadically at that time. Others just thought it was made by casual cultivators, so they didn't pay much attention to it. About a year ago, Luo Chen began to officially sell Jade Medallion. The main sales points are in Bigu Valley and Dangsha Palace. They held many activities, such as opening a business to reward customers, issuing cards, discounts, and handing out flyers. Listening to the report of the family cultivators in front of me, it seems that how Luo Chen squeezed into the medicine market of Xianlan Xiancheng step by step. From the initial trial to the sudden and loud attack later. Every move shows that the person behind is far-sighted, and is definitely not a fool. It would be very difficult to fight with such a person. Zhang Qijian lowered his head, looking at the pile of medicine bottles in his hand. As early as yesterday when he came back, he had asked the family monks to test them separately. The results surprised him. Let's not talk about other elixirs. Just take the Zongmiao Pill. The medicinal power is even stronger than their Zhang family's fire Ganoderma pill. Even compared with the Yankee pill of the spiritual medicine pavilion, it is not much worse. But such a good elixir is only sold for 85 spirit stones per bottle. You know, the price of Yankee pill has now risen to 120 spirit stones per bottle. The weaker Huanglong pill is sold at 110 in Kingdom Valley. Their family's fire Ganoderma pill has also risen in price, raising the price to 100 spirit stones per bottle. How can they be willing to give up so much profit? Zhang Qijian groaned in his heart, feeling a little powerless. The quality of the elixir is so good, but it is sold so cheaply. No wonder it can impact their family's business in just 1 year. Master. Zhang Qijian raised his head. He was no longer in the mood to investigate the dereliction of duty of his subordinates. The most urgent task now is to get the business back. However, he couldn't be so anxious. Zhang Qijian still learned something from the slow and steady actions of the people behind the Luo Chen society. He suddenly asked, what is the current situation of the other first-level elixirs? The family cultivator was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth, but was speechless. Waste? Zhang Qijian cursed lightly. Why don't you check it out? The family cultivator hurried out. Looking at this scene, Zhang Qijian couldn't help but sigh in the empty hall. There are many advantages of the Zongmiao family. They have strong cohesion and a large number of people. They don't need to worry about many things personally. But the disadvantages are also very obvious. While providing for them, they also restrain them. Especially over the years, the environment in the family has become more and more rigid. These low-level cultivators don't know what they are thinking about every day. They do whatever they are told. They don't have their own ideas and can't draw inferences from one example. Don't you know that when checking the Luo Chen, you can also collect information about other competitors? After sighing, Zhang Qijian cheered up. These are not problems. Now that I am in charge of the family myself, these problems can be solved one by one. He knew that he had no hope of the golden elixir, so he deliberately gave the second-level cave to his young son. In this way, the family resources can be concentrated on the ancestor and his son, who are at the 6th level of foundation building. But he himself has to shoulder the trivial matters of the Zhang family and carry the rise and fall on his own. Zhang Qijian entered the room and changed into a gray robe. To the astonishment of the 2 first-level alchemists of the Zhang family, he set foot in the alchemy room again after many years. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Qijian smiled slightly and rolled up his sleeves. It's okay. I haven't made an elixir for a long time. I'll try to get familiar with it. You can't make a top-grade Huazi pill yet, right? Today you can observe my alchemy process and learn something. The 2 alchemists were stunned for a moment, and then they were filled with ecstasy. Zhang Qijian is a genuine second-level alchemist. He has mastered the low-level Huazi pills to perfection. With his guidance, maybe they can make a top-grade elixir. While Zhang Qijian felt the pressure and devoted himself to alchemy again after many years, the intelligence collection work of the Zhang family monks was also proceeding rapidly. Late that night, after finishing the alchemy work, Zhang Qijian, who looked tired, listened to the intelligence he had collected. Danin sect, Li family, Hu family. It turns out that they are not doing well either, and they are even worse off than my Zhang family. After Zhang Qijian heard the intelligence, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. In this way, the things he planned during the day would be completely useful. Luo Chen, Dan Chenzi, the background of my Zhang family cannot be underestimated. Chapter 248, Lease Withdrawal, Dependence, and the Decline of the Lianian Merchant Alliance. In a cave on Xianlin Peak, a man in a loose Taoist robe sat cross-legged. His lips seemed to open and close, and as he inhaled and exhaled, the spiritual energy around him gathered towards him like a stream flowing backwards. There was also the fragrance of sandalwood, which was always emitting a refreshing fragrance. Suddenly, the man slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. More than a year had passed. The effect of the master-level Yimyu Yaga Wang Sutra was finally reflected. In addition to the initial increase in wood-based spells, there was also an effect of nourishing the body. He could feel that over the past year, the spiritual power absorbed and refined by the master-level Yimyu Yaga Wang Sutra made his body more tenacious and strong, full of vitality. In the past, during the practice, Luo Chen had injured his body more than once. such as meridians, internal organs, etc. At that time, he relied on elixir and spiritual liquid to repair it. But in fact, there were still some hidden injuries. Now, these hidden injuries are also being restored by the refined spiritual power in the operation of the technique. No wonder the name of this technique contains the word Medicine King. I thought it was just named after the Medicine King sect, but I didn't expect it to have a self-repair function. In this way, I can be bolder in my future practice. It is true, but also wrong, that key cultivators don't care much about the body. High-level cultivators don't care that much, because they have already achieved the state of immortality of the soul and spirit. But for relatively low-level cultivators such as foundation building, the body is still very important. Luo Chen has always attached great importance to it. Whether it is the essence-nourishing spirit liquid, the golden jade liquid, or even the health-preserving boxing method he practiced in Wang Yuan's secret book, they are all to strengthen the body to avoid major injuries during the practice. Now the master-level Yimyu Medicine King Sutra has the function of repairing the body. It's like a pillow when you are sleepy. Speaking of which, I'm about to break through. Surprise! Luo Chen opened the attribute panel. Lifespan 37/170. Spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm. Second floor of foundation building 87 out of 100. Skills, Master Yimyu Medicine King Sutra 660/1000. Master Mingshan Posha 650/1000. Master Wanchao Sutra 10/100. Spells, second level. Landslide Proficient 150 out of 200. Glazed Sky Curtain Proficient 102/200. First level. Master Healing Spell 950/1000. Perfect Earth Mountain Spell 450/500. Perfect Wave Spell 450/500. Perfect Soundproof Spell 400/500. Mastery of God Shocking Spell 270/300. Great Perfection Spell, click to view details. Alchemy, Great Perfection of Jade Hand. Grandmaster of Suks in Hand 800/1000. Perfection of Huangxi Hand 330/500. Mastery of Hua in Hand 250/300. Mastery of Kingagun Mayadan Method 280/300. Martial Arts. Great Perfection of Keishan Poba E Palm. Perfection of Cheyenne Sanho 400/500. Mastery of Wang's Secret Book 120/200. Skills. Second level Alchemist. Great Perfection of Bigu Powder. Great Perfection of Zongmiao Pill. Great Perfection of Yuzudan. Mastery of Burning Blood Dan 204/300. Mastery of Tuangayao Dan 122/200. Entry of Delio Jiang 3/100. Entry of Yulu Dan 80/100. Achievement points. 5. Following the unfolded page. Luo Chen found that he had passed another year of age, but his lifespan limit had also increased by 5 years, reaching 170 years old. This was not something that had only happened recently. Instead, it had been slowly increasing over the past year. It has nothing to do with the progress of cultivation. It is a passive improvement after the master-level Yimyu Yago Wengjing repaired all the hidden injuries of the body. After all, a healthy body will live longer. The reason is so simple. He didn't care about this, but focused on the realm column. There are only 13 progress bars away from the third level of foundation building. With a sigh, Luo Chen estimated how long it would take to break through the realm. He used the speed of cultivation this year as a measure. With the help of the second-level lower-grade cave, Shenglong Pill, master-level exercises, and even Lai Shangxiang, one progress bar will increase every 7 to 8 days. This speed has completely exceeded the initial reliance on exercises in caves. The speed of cultivation has been increased by more than 2 times. Especially after adding Lai Shangxiang, the lifelong exercises can be operated twice more every day. This is a little more than relying on Shenglong pills. The process is very trivial. But Luo Chen can practice quickly despite such poor qualifications. It is relying on these external resources to improve little by little. In fact, he still feels unsatisfied. 13 progress bars, one every 7 to 8 days, which means it will take at least 3 months. After coming to this conclusion, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For him who is once in the key refining stage, 3 months might feel like a year. But after building the foundation, this period of time just passed in the blink of an eye. After determining his realm, Luo Chen didn't pay much attention to those spells. In the past year or so, apart from practicing, he basically spent all his time on alchemy. As a result, his spells didn't improve much. Only the first level healing spell has improved a lot of proficiency. The main reason for brushing this thing is that after the master level of Yimu Yaga Wenjing, there is an effect of doubling the power of wood-based spells. So, he wants to brush it up. It just so happens that there is such a condition. The Alchemy Hall now uses the first level earth fire for alchemy. This is completely different from the firewood in the previous Xiao Valley period and the ordinary earth fire in the Xiaohu Mountain period. It contains great dangers in itself. The cultivators in the Alchemy Hall were often burned while assisting him in refining pills. One of them was even disfigured by the sudden rise of the earth fire. In this situation, Luo Chen simply started to improve his proficiency in healing skills, and by the way, he also won over a wave of people. Now, he is only 50 points away from the great perfection. It will take a little time to max it out. Among all the skills, the biggest increase is the alchemy skills. Such a large-scale alchemy has an unimaginable speed of improving alchemy skills. After a year, the Suxin hand is almost perfect. The Huangxi hand directly skipped the proficiency level from the proficient level to the perfect level, and is not far from the Grandmaster level. Even the Huayin hand, which was finally obtained, now has 250 points of proficiency. The improvement of these alchemy skills. It seems that there is no direct impact on Luo Chen's cultivation strength. But in fact, it greatly increases the speed at which he earns spirit stones. Now every time he refines a pill, whether it is the Jade Marrow Pill or the Zongmiao Pill, the time can be shortened by 1/3. Even the Jade Pill, which he had just started to refine, was shortened from 1 furnace a day to half a day. Luo Chen even felt that if he could upgrade Huangxi hand and Huayin hand to the Grandmaster level, the efficiency of refining Zongmiao Pill and Jade Pill would be greatly improved. These two pills were difficult to refine because of the small number of pills produced in each furnace. As a result, his proficiency was particularly slow. Last year, the refining of Yuzu Pill only took 7 months. The remaining 5 months were basically spent on Zongmiao Pill and Jade Pill. Especially Jade Pill. There was no other way. Now there was a requirement to supply 5 bottles of Jade Pill to Tan Taiyu every year. And it was obvious that the other party's demand in the later period would only grow, and he had to increase the output. Women, their appetites are always so big and hard to satisfy. The other party can tolerate it in the short term, but if the output is still the same for a long time, I can't stand it. Luo Chen saw it very clearly. Now he can use the power of the tiger to bully others, relying on Jade Pill. If Luo Xianhu and Bing Bao want to maintain their current sweet relationship, or even go further, the production of Jade Pill must be increased. Unfortunately, before the pill reaches the Great Master level, or even the Grandmaster level, he cannot refine it on a large scale. He can only rely on himself to hone his proficiency bit by bit. I think the same is true for other alchemists in the world of cultivation. In fact, many alchemists are far inferior to Luo Chen, and they cannot command others to help during the refining process. It is difficult to refine a certain kind of pill to the upper grade, and the output is not stable enough. Only those true alchemy masters can barely compare with Luo Chen. And this is also one of the reasons why he dared to forcefully occupy the low-level pill market in Xianlan Xiancheng. There are no outstanding alchemy masters in those key refining and foundation-building forces. Having a second-level alchemist is considered to be a deep foundation for them. Come to think of it, I don't know how far the Zhang family of Gunlongji has progressed. The next day, Luo Chen packed up and prepared to go out. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he suddenly found that the cave rented by Li Yixun was crowded with people. He frowned and walked over. Senior Luo. As he approached, the Li family cultivators quickly reacted. Luo Chen looked at them strangely. What are you doing? The Li family cultivator was a little embarrassed and pointed inside. The cave has expired, and we are moving out. Expired? Moved out? Luo Chen asked in confusion. Didn't Taoist fellow Li Yixun renew the lease? By the way, I haven't seen her for a year. Where did she go? The Li family cultivator said respectfully. The ancestor is now a worshipper of the Lianian Merchant Alliance. She is leading the family cultivators to work for the Lianian Merchant Alliance. It is also because she is away for a long time, so there is no need to renew the lease of the cave here. Work for the Lianian Merchant Alliance. Luo Chen's face was stern. How dare Li Yixun? After coming to Xianlan Fairy City, Luo Chen also sent people to inquire about the Lianian Merchant Alliance. This force, which has more than a dozen foundation-building cultivators, was indeed a dominant force in Xianlan Immortal City in the past, except for the major sects. Its businesses are spread across more than a dozen large and small markets. Luo Chen even knew that they had secretly recruited a giant and cultivator named Lu Jiaxi. However, times have changed. Lianian Business Alliance has long lost its former glory. Because they were involved in the war between Luoyan sect and Yuding Sword sect, they were suspected to be the hidden men arranged by Luoyan sect in Yuding domain in the early days. Therefore, they were particularly targeted by Yuding Sword sect. Even if there were no Yuding Sword cultivators, the vassal forces of the Sword sect were repeatedly ruthless. Up to now, there are only 5 foundation-building cultivators left in Lianian Business Alliance. The rest were either killed in the initial conflict or left Lianian Business Alliance and ran away later. During this process, Luoyan sect did not help once. It can be seen that they do not have such a deep relationship with Luoyan sect. When the Sword sect suspected you were a running dog of the Luoyan sect, you'd better really be. It was in this situation. Even when Luo Chen was not yet firmly established, he did not think of contacting his old friend Elder Zhou Qing. He did not want to have anything to do with the Lianian Business Alliance. But he did not expect that Li Yixin would be so bold. Looking at the Li family cultivators who were packing up their caves and preparing to leave. From their faces, there was no longer the arrogance of the Li family members in Dahofang. Luo Chen vaguely sensed the truth. Perhaps, it was forced by life. Sure enough, when Luo Chen asked them where the Li family lived now, the other party gave an answer. We are now living in Xiaoyan Mountain. If Senior Luo wants to find my Li family's ancestor, you can go to Xiaoyan Mountain. Xiaoyan Mountain is a small mountain with a thin spiritual energy. The most important thing is that this mountain belongs to part of the Lianian Mountains. It can be seen that it was the Lianian Business Alliance that provided the Li family with a place to stay. Luo Chen shook his head. He did not want to get involved in this muddy water. After leaving a message like "Friend Li is back, let's meet for a while," he floated away. Looking at Luo Chen's chick back, the cultivators of the Li family couldn't help showing envy on their faces. Now the reputation of the Luo Xianhu has gradually become famous in the Immortal City. The cultivators under his command are also radiant and full of hope for the future. Unlike them, they live a tight life. They often go on missions and are in great danger of their lives. Who can be blamed for this? Is it because the ancestor of the family, Li Yixin, is not good enough? But everyone knows that she has done a good job. In order to earn a place for the Li family to practice, she even threw herself into the Lianian Merchant Alliance, which was in danger. It can only be said that there is a gap between the same foundation building true cultivation. On the wide street, people flow like weaving, and flying boats shuttle. In just 1 or 2 years, there is a new means of transportation in the Immortal City. It is a small flying boat launched by Zongmiao Tower, which contains 3 grades of upper, middle and lower. In addition to flying, you can also sail on land in the fairy city. After it was launched, it was widely welcomed by the wealthy. However, there are also differences between flying boats. Like Luo Chen's lanky flying boat, it can be called the best. When it is large, it can carry thousands of people. When it is small, it is very fast, and there is a hidden formation to prevent passers-by from seeing the appearance inside. Even now, Zongmiao has not launched a second lanky flying boat. It can be seen that the maid's words about refining it were indeed exaggerated lies. The lanky flying boat itself was refined according to the specifications of a magic weapon, but it failed and became a top-grade magic weapon. Driving on the wide street, Luo Chen was still thinking about the Li family. More than a year ago, Li Yixin's sound transmission note was probably the one that encountered a difficult decision at the time. It's a pity that I was in seclusion at the time and didn't get the news in the first time. Luo Chen was helpless. Everyone has their own destiny. Everyone came to Xianlan Fairy City together, and the covenant of watching over each other and advancing and retreating together has ended. That time, he asked her and Nanguangjin to help Luo Xianhu, which was considered as a repayment for Luo Chen's kindness to them along the way. As for now, the flying boat suddenly stopped. Luo Chen jumped out of the boat, and the flying boat shrank in an instant and was put into the storage bag. This scene surprised the monks around. He didn't care about these and walked to the crossroads alone. Which monks are you from? Give me a flyer. Yes. At the intersection, in addition to the monks from Dangshahal who were handing out flyers, there were other people handing out flyers. Sensing the pressure of Luo Chen in the foundation building period, the monk handing out flyers swallowed his saliva and handed over a flyer carefully. We are cultivators from the Zhang family of Gunlongji. Senior, would you like to know about the elixirs made by the Zhang family? Although they are all first grade, I think they are also very good if you buy them back for your younger disciples to use. Moreover, our family master personally made them, and now we can have a stable supply of top-grade Huazi pills. This is a good elixir. Our family master, as a second-grade alchemist. As they talked, the cultivators of the Zhang family became more and more bold. They even started to solicit business. Luo Chen looked at him in surprise. Such enthusiasm is rare. In the past, he could only see it among a group of outer disciples trained by Luo Chen. Unexpectedly, the Zhang family actually went to such a level. He simply glanced at the flyer, which was similar to the one drawn by Luo Chen. Even the back was copied, with a map of the route to the Zhang family's elixir shop marked. It seems that the Zhang family also has capable people. A second-level alchemist, Zhang Qijian. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly. The development of things was moving forward in the direction he envisioned. It can even be said that because of the leadership of Zhang Qijian, the wise head of the family, the speed of progress has become a hurricane. That's good. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Chapter 249, Third Brother is about to die, Breakthrough, Foundation Building Level 3. On Dangsha Peak. While the alchemy monks were preparing materials, Luo Chen summoned Sima Wei Niang to ask about the current situation. It was about what he thought. The Zhang family of Gunlongji had indeed changed their usual lazy attitude. In recent times, they have become more active. First of all, the output of elixirs is higher than before, and accompanied by a small amount of top-grade fire Ganoderma pills. This thing is not weak at all, and the top-grade one is 30% higher than the Jade Marrow pill. Secondly, the monks of the Zhang family's elixir shop have received special training and become active and enthusiastic. Even if they are not as good as the female cultivators of the Luo Xianhu Jintang, they have indeed changed. Moreover, the Zhang family has opened another shop outside Gunlongji and Xiancheng, and has sent people to station there at all times. Finally, it is a price reduction. They directly reduced the original price of fire Ganoderma pills, which was 100 spirit stones per bottle, to 90 low-grade spirit stones. Even the precious top-grade fire Ganoderma pills are only sold for 150. All these things show the great reaction and determination of the Zhang family. They not only want to take back the original market, but also want to expand the market on the basis of the original market. Luo Chen said with a smile. Sima Wei Niang was a little worried. President, if this happens, won't our development momentum be impacted? Yes, it will be a little. Then, should we take some countermeasures? No, just wait and see. Seeing that Sima Wei Niang was still worried, Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. Don't worry too much, the development speed may be a little slower, but it is still developing. You have to know that our Yuzudan has low cost, high output, and the selling price itself is lower than Huazi pills. Even if the Zhang family lowers the price, it will not pose a threat to us. Sima Wei Niang suddenly realized. But then, she was puzzled. Then what's the point of them doing this? Meaning? Luo Chen raised his mouth slightly. If they can't defeat us, then of course they will defeat others. Sima Wei Niang was stunned. Others? Dunedin sect. 200 years ago, a casual cultivator in the foundation building period was troubled by the difficulty in raising resources for cultivation. With the good connections he had accumulated as an alchemist, he founded this sect. He absorbed dozens of low-level casual cultivators in the key refining period, trained them little by little, and asked these disciples to collect medicinal materials for him, sell pills, and earn resources for cultivation. Unfortunately, he failed to successfully form a pill due to his qualifications and lifespan. With his death, the Dunedin sect did not disband. When he was old, a disciple he accepted inherited his alchemy skills. He successfully advanced to the foundation building period, and the Dunedin sect was preserved. Today, this force is operating more and more like a sect, with inheritance, masters and apprentices, and carefully cultivated spiritual fields. Of course, their main business is still the pill business. However, recently affected by the Luo Chen society, their pill business has also become worse. Master. Good news. The master of the Dunedin sect walked out of the cave and looked at his disciples in confusion. What news made you lose your composure? The disciple was excited. A fight broke out. A fight broke out. What fight? Tell me in detail. The head of Dunedin frowned. The disciple took a breath and said, it was the Zhang family of Gunlongji and that damn Luo Chen who fought. Huh? The Zhang family's elixirs have been reduced in price. What? Not only that, the Zhang family has learned everything from Luo Chen and is implementing it in an all-round way. It seems that they want to fight to the death with Luo Chen and beat them to death. The head of Dunedin was delighted. Walking back and forth outside the cave, he clapped his hands and said, okay. This Luo Chen is totally unruly. The quality of their elixirs is so good and the price is so low. They should be severely suppressed. Our Dunedin sect is weak and can't afford to fight them. But the Zhang family of Gunlongji is different. They have a strong family background. If they come forward now, they can use their deep background to wear out the Luo Chen. It's really good news. The Zhang family and Dunedin sect are not the only ones involved in the low-level cultivation elixir business. In Xianlin Immortal City, in addition to those big sects, there are still 6 or 7 families. The permanent forces include the Hu family and the Li family. The other 3 are immortal cultivation families that are a little further away from the market. They also soon learned about the Zhang family's movements. Over the past year, everyone has suffered from the Luo Chen for a long time. But unfortunately, the cost of elixirs from each family is very high, so how can they easily reduce the price? Now the Zhang family has taken action personally. While fighting a price war, they are also competing head-on with the Luo Chen in other aspects. In their opinion, a small and remote place with independent cultivation forces can't hold out for long. After the Zhang family wins a great victory, everything will return to the original track. Everyone is looking forward to that day. Not only these alchemists and alchemists are paying attention to this war without gunpowder. Those low-level independent cultivators are also paying great attention. After all, this involves their own cultivation resources. Did you see the people handing out flyers frantically on both sides of the intersection? Those are cultivators from the Luo Chen Society and the Zhang family. They can't wait to see someone and hand out a flyer to attract customers to their homes. I heard that the Luo Chen Society's Zongmiao Pill is as effective as the Medicine King sect's key nourishing pill. Yet, and the price is low. I bought a bottle before. Now that the Zhang family has taken action, I don't know how long the Luo Chen Society can last. No. We have to buy a few more bottles and stockpile them before they go bankrupt. Let's go together, let's go together. I have saved up a little money recently. Friend Wang, what about you? I won't go. I need fire-attributed pills to practice the Yang Ju. Hozi Hi pills have always been the pill I buy. Now that the price has dropped, I want to buy a few bottles and stockpile them. Friend Zhou, are you going to the Zhang family shop too? No, I'll go to the Dangsha Palace. But I remember that you are at the 9th level of key refining. The Jade Marrow Pill will not be very effective on you, right? They don't just sell the Jade Marrow Pill. Zongmiao Pill. Forget it, you wooden monks don't understand the mystery. As the battle between the two elixirs intensified, each of them launched many discounts. Almost all the low-level key refining casual cultivators in Xianlin Immortal City knew about this. In this period of price increase affected by the war, anyone would be tempted by someone starting a price war. Even some people who used to take other cultivation pills. After learning about the preferential prices on both sides, they couldn't help but be very tempted and bought a few bottles to try the effect. After trying it, this Jade Marrow Pill is indeed round and big, and the effect is really good when it enters the mouth, and there is a lot of spiritual energy. This Huazi Pill is not bad either, with a pure taste, better effect than before, and less violent and angry. It can be seen that the alchemy skills of the Zhang family alchemist have improved again. As time passed, Luo Chen, Dangsha Palace, Jade Marrow Pill, these names became more and more famous among low-level cultivators. They were the ones who brought down the price of the pill. Conscience. The Zhang family also made a lot of money, but they kept shouting about big sales every day, which made some people think that they were going to go bankrupt. The independent cultivators were enjoying themselves. But the several major alchemy forces who had been watching from the sidelines noticed something was wrong. In the Dunedin sect, the head of the sect slammed the table and stood up, looking stunned. Why was the income last month only 15,000 spirit stones? The disciples below hesitated and said, although there are still 3 days in this month, The income seems to be even less. How much? Only 7,000 at present. The head of the Danun sect's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. He swayed and supported himself on the table with one hand. Why is this happening? Then Luo Chen society hasn't closed down yet. It's not just the Danun sect. Several other sects have also noticed something is wrong. After several months, they don't know how long Luo Chen society can last. They only know that their own income is decreasing every month. On the contrary, the cultivators of the Zhang family who are traveling outside, although tired, are all rosy-cheeked, as if they have made a fortune. The cultivators of Luo Chen who are still as enthusiastic as usual. Even if they didn't buy their elixirs, they would enthusiastically recommend other things from Luo Chen who. Milk tea, snacks, fruits, magic tools. In the meeting hall of the Hu family. In front of a group of clan elders, the clan leader in the foundation building stage had a gloomy face. Something's wrong. In the cave of Xianlin Peak. Luo Chen, who was in a small retreat recently, received the information sent by Sima Weiyuang. It mentioned those competitors, and it seemed that they also began to imitate the various operations of Luo Chen Hu and Zhang family. Do they also know that something is wrong? Luo Chen smiled and put down the information. Unfortunately, it's too late. With emotion, Luo Chen remembered the scene before the retreat, when Zhang Qijian, the head of the Zhang family, secretly asked him to have a chat. In that meeting, Zhang Qijian was extremely enthusiastic. The process of communication was also very harmonious, expressing his admiration for Luo Chen. Luo Chen was naturally a man of many words, and he mentioned that the other party could refine the top-grade fire ZHI pills and how high his attainments in alchemy were. However, the result of the exchange was surprising. Our two families will continue to compete. Fight to the death, the more lively the better. I think we can also have a scene of glaring at each other and scolding each other outside the city. What do you think? Very good, very good. Brother Zhang's plan is the best of Xianlin. No, Brother Luo's fabricated gossip that he wants to refine pills even when selling magic tools also makes me look at him with new eyes. Thank you. Brother Zhang's move to return the lease of Xianlin's second-level cave house in order to raise funds for alchemy is also very courageous. The two smiled at each other and decided to continue the competition and continue to promote the cooperation intention. Retracting his thoughts. In the cave house, Luo Chen's smile gradually faded. This kind of means is nothing. It's just a fight between the eldest and second brothers, but the third brother died. Before the time travel, the scene was similar to the competition between Michuan and Hungry, and Baidu Takeout collapsed. Tencent and 360 are fighting like gods, while Kingsoft and Rising, who were just watching the fun, are gradually declining. There are too many cases like this. As long as the market is big enough and the two competing parties have deep foundations, then if they persist, both parties will not only not suffer any serious damage, but will eat up more market share. Those small families who were watching the fun disappeared without knowing it. Zhang Qijian is a very smart person. Almost in the second month of the price war with Luo Xianhu, he realized the benefits. But this person is a little impatient after all. Both parties can just maintain a tacit understanding, and there is no need to have that extra meeting. There is really no need to brag about business. It's inferior. Luo Chen is very clear. Thanks to the low cost of the Jade Marrow Pill and his superb alchemy skills, Luo Xianhu will definitely be able to hold on. The Zhang family has been passed down for hundreds of years, and one family has 3 foundations. With the support of the Yan League, they will definitely be able to hold on. As time goes by, those small families will not be able to hold on. They will eventually disappear from the low-level elixir market in Xianlin Fairy City. In the end, only the Luo and Zhang families will remain. These are just small things. Cultivation is the foundation. His mind gradually emptied, and Luo Chen slowly closed his eyes. It will take 2 days to break through the second level of foundation building and advance to the third level of foundation building. Under the mist of sandalwood, his soul gradually became introverted. 2 Shenglong pills entered his mouth. One was swallowed into the stomach, and the other was held in the mouth, ready at all times. The master-level Yimu Yaga Wang Sutra was fully operational, absorbing the external spiritual energy while refining the elixir in the body. In the Sea of Qi, a huge amount of medicinal power entered the spiritual energy vortex, was thrown out during the cleansing, and transformed into wisps of King Ho spiritual energy. The 9 layers of heaven hanging high up were like a funnel shape, from bottom to top. The first layer of heaven had long been filled with spiritual liquid. In the second layer of heaven, the spiritual liquid transformed from pure spiritual power was also accumulated to the point of almost overflowing. The difference was just this almost. With the influx of the green light, it would have taken time to purify it, but under the huge internal pressure, it began to purify and transform at a very fast speed. Time, I don't know how long it has passed. The 2 Zongmiao pills have already been refined. The Yimu Medicine King Sutra is still running, madly capturing the free spiritual energy from the outside world. Even though it has already exceeded the 7th number of operations, Luo Chen still did not stop. Until, tick, another drop of spiritual liquid is produced. This accumulated sea of qi finally overflowed and penetrated into the 3rd heaven. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a breath far superior to the previous one spread out. With a thought, the huge momentum was covered by him. Huh? Finally it's done. Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 3 and 1/100, looking into the sea of qi, in the 3rd heaven, a drop of spiritual liquid faintly glowed with the green light. In the sky, the wisps of spiritual energy seemed to want to form a new spiritual cloud, but they were limited by the lack of spiritual energy and could not form for a long time. A feeling of hunger arose spontaneously. Luo Chen smiled slightly. It was not suitable to continue practicing at this time. Too much is as bad as too little. He had to rest for a while. Especially during the breakthrough process, a large amount of spiritual energy was constantly transported, causing slight damage to his meridians. This also required the Yimu Medicine King Sutra to nourish and repair it. I don't know how long it has been. Luo Chen, who is exhausted, fell asleep slowly. 5 days. Luo Chen, who changed into new robes and was full of energy, ate high-quality spiritual meals while listening to Bai Mealing telling him the time. Bai Mealing shook her little head. Yes, it took the master 5 days to break through the realm. Luo Chen thought. As the realm became higher and higher, not only did the practice time become longer, but each breakthrough took longer and longer. Even if it was a breakthrough that came naturally, it would take time to slowly break through the level. This is just the last level of the initial stage of foundation building, and it took 5 days. What about the middle stage of foundation building? What about the late stage? No wonder Ho Quan went into seclusion for several months to break through the late stage of foundation building. If he wants to break through the Jinden stage, wouldn't it take several years? This is not a daily practice in seclusion, but just a breakthrough in the realm. It seems that when I calculate my lifespan and cultivation speed in the future, I have to reserve the time required for the breakthrough. The breakthrough in the key refining stage is like eating and drinking, which is achieved in one go. But in the foundation building stage, it is obvious that there is a huge difference. Shaking his head, Luo Chen didn't think about these distant things. At least he broke through the realm, which is something to be happy about, so let him celebrate for a while. Is there anything going on recently? Bai Mealing raised her head and held her chin with both hands. Nothing. You said before that you would try not to let President Sima and others disturb you. Is that so? Hey, there is really one thing. Luo Chen looked at the other party speechlessly. He suspected that Bai Mealing did it on purpose. Bai Mealing giggled. 3 days ago, a very beautiful female foundation building cultivator came to visit you. A very beautiful female foundation building cultivator. Luo Chen frowned. He knew many foundation building cultivators, but a female cultivator? And a very beautiful one at that? Could it be? She calls herself Kang Xiangqiong, from the Kang family in Taishanfang. Luo Chen was stunned. He knew the Kang family and had a good relationship with them. They had a business relationship once. But he didn't know that there was a female cultivator named Kang Xiangqiong in the Kang family. It wasn't until a day later. When Luo Chen saw Kang Xiangqiong on Dangsha Peak, he suddenly realized it. It turned out to be her. What a lucky guy. Chapter 250. The whole family is in trouble. Friend Kang, long time no see. Kang Xiangqiong was stunned for a moment when she heard Luo Chen's familiar greeting. You and I should have never met before. Luo Chen smiled slightly. When I was discussing business with friend Kang Donggayu on the 2nd floor of the Golden Stone Pavilion, weren't you in the next room? Kang Xiangqiong's pupils shrank slightly. Although her grandfather had repeatedly told her before coming here, saying that Luo Chen was an extraordinary person and asked her to make friends with him. But she still didn't expect that the other party's spiritual awareness was so strong that he had already noticed her eavesdropping. You know, the hidden formation of the Golden Stone Pavilion is not a low-quality small formation. When she was shocked, Luo Chen was also full of emotion. This girl looked quite immature and had little experience in the world. However, just because she was born in a good family, she could build a foundation at a young age and safely. Who wouldn't envy such a lucky person? Fellow Taoist, you have come all the way to Xianlan Fairy City. I am now the host, so I will show you some hospitality. My Dangsha Peak has 3 great views. Fellow Taoist, why don't you go and visit one or two? Kang Xiangqiang said no objection, and bowed. Then the guest will do as the host wishes. Luo Chen smiled and took a step forward. The young female cultivator followed him, walking side by side. The two of them strolled in Dangsha Peak, spiraling up from the mountain trail step by step. Occasionally, they met monks from Luo Chen society on the road, and they all bowed respectfully to them. Kang Xiangqiang was quite curious and observed all the fresh scenes and people around. The scenery was secondary. People were the most important. She discovered that the low-level cultivators of Luo Chen society were all full of energy, smiling, and holding beautiful hopes for the future. Those cultivators were not just practicing hard, or living a mediocre life. When they walked, they moved as fast as the wind, and it seemed that they all had their own duties and jobs. At least, she saw a large number of cultivators in the late stage of key refining, busy in the scattered spiritual fields in the mountains. This Luo Chen is really amazing. It's obviously just a scattered cultivator force, but he manages it like a small sect with 100 years of inheritance. Even compared with my Kang family, it's not much worse. In her secret surprise, Luo Chen also looked at the other party with a corner of his eye. It's not strange that the Kang family cultivators came to Xianlan Fairy City. What's strange is that the other party took the initiative to find him. But this woman doesn't seem to understand the ways of the world. She has been walking around for so long, but she still hasn't made her intention clear. It seems that she has realized that there is no point in wandering around like this. Kang Xiangqiang coughed lightly. I guess, fellow Taoist, you are curious about why I came to Xianlan Fairy City after breaking through the foundation building. Yes, a little. I came here mainly for the Fairy City auction in half a year. Auction? Luo Chen's heart moved, and he remembered the invitation in the storage bag. It was given to him by Zhuan Yunzi of Kingdom Valley. Calculating the time, it will be held in about half a year. This is not a small auction like the one in Daohofang or Taishanfang. It is a large-scale auction held once every 10 years in Xianlan Fairy City. At that time, the participants will come from all over the world, and their realms will range from the key refining stage to the golden core stage. There are many treasures involved. Does Taoist friend have something that must be obtained? Kang Xiangqiang sighed. Indeed, I really need a 3rd-level healing elixir. Healing elixir? It's a 3rd-level one. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and vaguely felt that something big had happened to the Kang family. Could it be that Taoist friend Kang Dongai was injured? Kang Xiangqiang's expression was slightly dim. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen knew that he guessed right. Could it be that something happened in Taishanfang? Kang Xiangqiang bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth and said, Dao guessed correctly. Something big did happen in Taishanfang. Not long after you left, a 3rd-level monster came across the river and attacked the whole family in Chichen Mountain. Taishan, where our Kang family lives, is adjacent to Chichen Mountain and was also affected. Grandpa was seriously injured and bedridden in order to protect the tribe. That's why I took the risk of sprinting to the foundation building stage, just to have enough strength to go out and find healing elixirs for him. Fortunately, I successfully built my foundation, and I happened to learn that Xianlan Fairy City was about to hold an auction, so I hurried here. The latter words were full of emotion and luck. Luo Chen was concerned about the first 2 sentences. A 3rd-level demon beast? Attacking the whole family of Chichen Mountain. Yes, it was a 3-legged river swallowing toad, with a strength of the 3rd-level mid-stage. It is not something that a foundation-building family like us can resist. Luo Chen asked in confusion. The river swallowing toad is gentle in nature. Why would it attack the whole family? Facing this question, Kang Xiangqiang's face flushed. In Luo Chen's puzzled eyes, she lowered her head and said, according to my grandfather, it seems to be an estrus. Estrus. Subconsciously, Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Could it be because he threw away countless pills and 3 top-grade wonderful pills in order to feed the river swallowing toad? Vaguely, he remembered the time when Luo Chen left Taishan Square. He was indeed in the upper reaches of the Langkang River and felt a breath of the river swallowing toad. Logically speaking, a full river swallowing toad would not do that in a short period of time. Could it be? The reason why the Chichen mountain where the whole family lives is named Chichen is because, in that first level earth fire vein, a group of red fire toads breed, and it is even said that one red fire toad has been promoted to the second level and was subdued by the whole family as a guardian spirit beast. Kang Xiangqiang was a little angry. It was because of that second level red fire toad that the three-legged river swallowing toad was attracted. But the strange thing is that the estrus period of the river swallowing toad is generally once 100 years, and in the past, it would go upstream to the snow mountain to find the group of extremely cold ice toads. I didn't expect that this time, it would be more than 10 years earlier. That's why the whole family didn't take any precautions, and even implicated my Kang family. Luo Chen's face was a little unnatural. The reason for the early estrus period of the river swallowing toad is most likely caused by his 3 top-grade, all-wonderful pills. 1 alone may not work. But 3 are a bit scary. Although it is only a first-level top-grade pill, the river swallowing toad itself is also approaching the estrus period. In this way, it was lured out in advance. In other words, he, Luo Chen, is the culprit of the Taishan Fang tragedy. Luo Chen asked cautiously, "Is Taoist Kang Dongaiyu seriously injured?" "Very seriously. He has been bedridden for a long time, and his occasional trips are limited to the small piece of land in Taishan. Grandpa can't travel far at all." Kang Xiangqiang sighed, "So, I have to go on this trip. What about the whole family?" This is what Luo Chen cares about the most. The whole family has a deep hatred for him. Even Ho Hu, the new foundation building master of the whole family, is still in his hands. The whole family. Kang Xiangqiang smiled gloatingly. They are miserable. After Kang Xiangqiang's narration, Luo Chen finally knew the situation of the whole family. The 3-legged river swallowing toad fell from the sky and directly detonated the first-level earth fire vein. Chichen Mountain is an active volcano. It erupted directly under such stimulation. Hundreds of cultivators and tens of thousands of mortal disciples of the whole family died in the fire that covered the whole mountain. Ho Quan, a true cultivator of the foundation building, was also forced to come out of seclusion. At the beginning, he used magic weapons to resist the river swallowing toad. However, how could a mere foundation building resist the 3rd-level demon king? It was just like an ant trying to shake a tree. With just one strike, he returned empty-handed and was thrown into the blazing fire veins of the Red Toad Mountain. It can be said that because the river swallowing toad was in heat and looking for its own kind to mate, the whole family suffered an unprovoked disaster and was expelled from the family. What does it have to do with you to destroy you? This is the power of the 3rd-level demon king. It only takes a flick of the finger to destroy a family of immortal cultivators. No wonder no one from the whole family came after us after we captured Ho Hu. Even though we have been in Xianlin Immortal City for so long, we haven't seen any trace of the whole family cultivators. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing. After listening to Kang Xiangqiang's narration, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. He thought that he was not afraid of Ho Quan because he had Ho Hu in his hands. But the other party was a great cultivator in the middle or even late stage of foundation building. Such a person, not showing up for a long time, was like a thorn in the back. Now, there is no threat at all. Unknowingly, the two had reached the top of the mountain. Further up, there was a green thatched cottage. Kang Xiangqiang looked at the thatched cottage curiously. "Is there anyone living there?" "Yes, it's a friend of mine." Luo Chen stopped and looked at the abrupt thatched cottage above. This thatched cottage was the one on the top of Xiaohun Mountain. When he left Daofang, Luo Chen simply dismantled it and took it away. Strictly speaking, this is also a magic weapon, with 3 functions: attracting spirits, gathering spirits, and binding spirits. In the past, it was used to bind the spiritual energy emitted by the ice and fire springs. After moving into Dangsha Peak, Luo Chen rebuilt this house on the top of the mountain, and handed it over to Wang Yuan for use. Wang Yuan had already reached the great perfection of the key refining stage, and his demand for spiritual energy was not high. He was still focusing on the body refining. The reason why he was eager to build a foundation was not for the realm and combat power of the foundation building period. It was just because after building the foundation, the lifespan increased greatly, which gave him plenty of time to sprint to the 3rd level of body refining. According to Wang Yuan, after the physical cultivator reaches the third level of body refining, a qualitative change can occur. Lifespan will also change for the first time. It is for this reason that Wang Yuan has not been so anxious to build a foundation over the years. He still has a lot of life left. Moreover, he has also suffered from anxiety. Now that the foundation is laid a little more firmly, he can go faster in the future. Hearing Luo Chen say that there are friends living up there, Luo Chen stopped. Kang Xiangqiang also knew what was going on and stopped moving forward. Dao Luo, Dangsha Peak is indeed a beautiful place to visit. But it's not a beautiful scenery. I don't know where the beautiful scenery you are talking about is. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Dao, why don't you turn around? Kang Xiangqiang turned around as she was told, stood side by side with Luo Chen, and looked out of the mountain. As far as the eye could see, a vast sea of clouds had already been located at their feet without them knowing when. She was stunned. Sea of clouds. No, not just a sea of clouds. Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and looked far away. The boundless clouds under his feet were like the shore of the sea, with waves rising and falling, splashing waves, and crashing waves. It was already evening. At this moment, a sun was slowly setting in the distant sky. The dim afterglow illuminated the sky and the earth. In the unreachable part of the sea of clouds, it seemed to be burning. The entire sea of clouds showed a sense of dim waves. It was like a yellowed scroll unfolding thousands of miles under his feet. Kang Xiangqiang stared at this scene in a daze, and felt a sense of peace in her heart. In the past, she lived a carefree and free life because of her grandfather's protection. After her grandfather fell, she finally knew the difficulty of supporting a family alone. Especially after building the foundation, she ran around and worked very hard in search of healing elixirs. Until this moment, her restless heart finally had a moment of peace. Suddenly, Brother Luo Chen. Taoist friend becomes elder brother? Luo Chen's heart trembled, and he turned around to look at the pitiful eyes. Can I ask you a favor? Taoist friend, please speak frankly. Luo Chen still maintained his firmness in his heart, so that he would not be tempted by beauty. Kang Xiangqiang bit her lips lightly with a hint of pleading. The auction in Xiancheng is full of powerful people, and there will be countless people bidding for the treasures. With my strength, I may not be able to bid for the healing elixir I want. I heard from my grandfather that you are proficient in auctions. When the time comes, can you help me? So it was for this matter. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and for some reason he felt a little disappointed. He wanted to agree at once, but suddenly his heart moved and his words changed. It's not impossible to help you. After all, I have a good relationship with your grandfather. Kang Xiangqiang breathed a sigh of relief. This was the main purpose of her coming to Luo Chen. She really had no confidence in whether she could bid for the healing elixir she wanted. After all, it was a third-level elixir. If Luo Chen agreed to help, she would have a much better chance. At the Taishanfeng auction, Luo Chen didn't bid many times, but he almost never failed. This point was later praised by her grandfather. However, from what Luo Chen said, it seemed that there was something else to say. Brother Luo, if you have any needs, I will do my best to satisfy you. Luo Chen smiled. You don't have to worry about it. Your Kang family's gold jade liquid doesn't seem to sell well, right? Kang Xiangqiang was stunned. She nodded subconsciously. Why don't we cooperate? Gold jade liquid. Yes. Kang Xiangqiang left. She has been living in an inn in Xianlan Fairy City recently. She doesn't go out to hang out at all, just waiting for the auction to start. Luo Chen stood halfway up the mountain with a smile on his face. Just in a few words, he negotiated a deal for Luo Xianhu. In fact, Luo Chen discovered a long time ago that the Kang family's gold jade liquid was not selling very well. This can be seen from the fact that he easily exchanged a batch of equivalent top-grade gold jade liquid from Kang Donggao. The Kang family has a large amount of inventory, limited by the small number of monks in Taishan Square, and most of them have no demand for body refining, so it is not very sellable. But this does not mean that the golden jade liquid is a waste elixir. Luo Chen has been taking the top-grade golden jade liquid for a long time, and his physique has become stronger and stronger. He is about to completely complete the transformation of golden muscles and jade bones. In other words, he will soon break through the second level of body refining. This kind of spiritual medicine must have a certain market. The Kang family can't sell it in Taishan Square, which does not mean that Luo Chen will not be able to sell it in Xianlan Fairy City. At least, it can enrich the elixir category of Dangsha Palace. When Kang Dongai was in my key refining period, he wanted to be the agent of my Zongmiao Pills. I didn't expect that many years would pass. It's my turn to be the agent to sell his Kang family's spiritual medicine. Haha, the world is unpredictable, nothing is more unpredictable than this. After a chuckle, Luo Chen turned around. Stepping on the auspicious clouds, he went straight to the green thatched cottage on the top of the mountain. When he came outside, facing the whistling mountain wind, Luo Chen's face was full of smiles. Brother Wang, if you don't build your foundation now, when will you? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.